Me saying this shit. Love it though. Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all were never here. Watch the wealth move everywhere, but here. We marched for freedom, they cashed in on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got stalled, rewritten. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass, never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats, throwing shade. Saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations, you're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will get. Until that day we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources, we gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. FBA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that owed. Stupid ass.
Mike Larry, oh my God. I don't know what you did to create this song, but oh my God, this song right here, they gonna love it.
It's R&B Mary J. Blige. Mike Larry, thank you. We opened doors that they walking through. Built a house and shared a view. Somewhere along the line, they forgot who set the table. We gave the blueprint. Now they changing the label. You can copy the rhythm, but not the pain. You could sing the note, but not the chain. We cried in the fire, but came out gold. Still holding the story our elders told. We showed the world how to stand tall, and we ain't falling for the same games at all. This time we know what we're facing. We're reclaiming our foundation. This is delineation, a separation born of revelation. We drew the line to keep our power sacred. We are the soul, can't fake it, can't take it. This is delineation, yeah. We hold the root, they chase the vibration. We ain't hating, we preserving the truth. That's delineation. Too long we fed the world and went hungry. Shared our plate, but they called us ugly. Now we see the mask and the smiles face low. Can't build the future if they don't wanna know. We stood in the storm, they danced in the calm. Took our rhythm, tried to steal our song. But the melody lives where the struggle been. You can't touch soul if you ain't live within. We love the people, Every queen and king gotta claim their own. Can't fight for freedom, didn't hide from the fight. If you eat at the table, you better bring life. Oh, through the nation, we ain't breaking, we awakening. We ain't breaking, we awakening. That line divine, we claim again and say, not division, it's preservation. So you can't tether the truth, can't still control. This is delineation. A love that's proud and a pain that's patient. We ain't hating, we're cultivating the rules. That's delineation.
Yo, what you looking at, man?
Man, I'm listening to All Viral Access Media, bro. You need to check this out.
Yo, check that out, man. You already know you better check this channel out. All Viral Access Media, man. We out.
Yeah. We built a house, we lit the flame. We fed the world, now they forget our name. But we remember. We set the table when the world was cold. Served up love on broken bowls. Every hand that's eaten now got fed from pain, we don't speak out loud. We washed the plates, we baked the bread. Gave the hungry soul a place to be fed. Now they feast and act brand new, but the recipes came from me and you. They don't see the hands that bleed, just the harvest of the seed. But the truth gon' rise like heat in July. Can't hide what's been decreed. We set the table. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Built it strong from where our grandmas lived. From nothing to something, we paved that lane. Every dish seasoned with our pain. We set the table, say it proud. They eating good, but don't thank us now. But the soul don't lie, it still tastes the same. We set the table, remember the name. They took the seeds, forgot who cooked. Changed the story, rewrote the book. But when the rhythm hit the floor, you can feel our story knocking at the door. We turned scraps into Sunday's best. Taught the world how to pass the test. Now they played it up and call it new, but that flavor is still FBA through and through. We set the table. Oh, every blessing came through the fire. Every candle we lit still burns bright. We the blueprint, we the sound, the song. The world been humming us all along. You can copy the dishes, baby, but you can't taste the tears. Every struggle made it sweeter, been marinating for years. Ooh, we set the table, every seat, every plate. We taught the world how to love through hate. From chains to crowns, we rose through flame. Still serving soul, remember the name. We set the table. Oh, the meal don't spoil, that love been seasoned deep in the soil. We ain't asking, we reminded who we be. We set the table for humanity. We set the table. We set the table. We set the table. Yeah. So next time you eat, next time you dance, remember who gave the rhythm a chance. We didn't just survive, we served the world and made it thrive. We set the table.
to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Aka the Black Villain, or Lady J. Sorry about this little low hum right here. I'm trying to figure out my mic. Sounds like it's kind of delicate, like a female. Anyway, my it's moving around. It's all about sits in the speaker, I guess. I don't know why it sounds like that. Anyway, can you hear me? Apparently, huh? Let's see. How about now? It's kind of good, so I can have a moment and kind of like see what's going on with this. It's too much. It's almost really delicate. It's like the thing is kind of off. I wouldn't be surprised though if the cats had decided they wanted to go ahead and fuck up my game and mess up my speaker. It's just cord really. It's like picking up all the static, so time I touch it moves. Let's see. It's the cord for that. It's the cord for it's weird because it's not even touching the speaker. Anyway, moving along. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me see. Let me just make sure that that's around that noise.
A major. A flat major.
That noise reduction, you hear me? Well, okay. So, sorry about that. There's no other way to test it, you know what I mean? So, unless I get on a broadcast or something like that. Like it's kind of low too. It should be a little higher, or I'm sitting weird. Either way, can't let Jesse touch my shit, man. You're messing it all up. All right. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. Like I said, I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka Lady J, aka Brandy, aka the Black Villain. I'm sorry that we're on my personal channel. Jesse got the channel struck. The Revolutionary Agenda struck earlier in the last week, so we're on restriction. We got all 6 channels struck. It's ridiculous. All at the same time. So with that being said, it's just like, goddamn, you know, can only do so much. Well, anyway, I had to go to my personal channel, and as you know, I don't really kind of just use this for basically chatting with other places. See if this will help. This might be better. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure it out. The way that humming is it's kind of weird, right? Let's see if I can turn it down a little bit. As long as you can hear me, right? I feel like I gotta hold it up to my lips so I'm not yelling. All right. I'll figure out how to make it work. I feel like it's not high enough. Like I could definitely go a little higher. Jeez, how long has it been since I used my own equipment, right? Anyway, so sorry about that. I'm only over here for maybe a couple more days, whatever. 2 more days, I think, and then I'll be back to the Revolutionary Agenda. But in the next day or so, I guess you shouldn't miss out on no quality education. So let's get that done. I'm just gonna kind of jump right into it. I didn't know which way to go really. There's lots of stuff to tackle. There's I've been doing the data centers and stuff like that. I could have addressed the State of the Union. That was rather entertaining for me. I pretty much thought it was all lies. It sounded good, right? On some of the things, but the majority of it, I kind of just felt like they were all lies. But it was entertaining. Watching Democrats get mad was entertaining. That's a lot. There was a lot. Like you got to watch certain things like that by yourself and then develop an opinion. So I've yet to really sit down and watch it by myself. I've caught the highlights on both sides, and it's like Democrats still ain't got no wins. So they ain't got no wins, but I want to say that all this stuff that's happening is kind of like a double-edged sword. These programs we fit to lose or whatever is one thing. They're put out there, but at the same time, they're exposing all the waste. I'm going to say waste. Let's just say this. The fraud. The system, how the system was being gamed, you know what I mean? That right there is very important. Nobody likes to think about that, but I know that I'm a person of necessity, so I'm utilizing the services or whatever I'm on because I need them. There's some motherfuckers just don't need them, and they're just gaming the system. I know, man. Everybody's gotta hustle of some sort, I guess. Whatever. Certain things I don't like. I don't know. I found the State of the Union was meant to be kind of a humiliatory type of event. Like, basically, he was just shit talking the motherfucking Democrats the whole time. So that's how I saw it. Like, basically saying they didn't do their job and it was so hard and whatever. It's kind of entertaining, to be honest. I was rather entertained. Did I take anything serious or learn anything? No, I did clap a couple times for a couple things I thought were sounded really good to me when it came to Social Security and certain things like that. I think it was only 2 or 3 times, like maybe 2 or 3 times I clapped. I couldn't remember for what you really asked me, but mostly for like the Social Security stuff. I think it was that. Aside from that, I was just mildly entertained. Mildly entertained. For somebody like my people, they were not amused at all. So I have people that are conservatives and Republicans. They were not at all, not even a little bit amused. So they were upset, seriously. And in all actuality, a lot of lies and stuff were probably being told and mischaracterized with the truth. So it was a lot. It was a waste. It was a lot of talking for like 2 hours. It says the longest one, but if it was so long, people could have left. You know what I mean? Nonetheless. So we're gonna jump right into it. Real quick before I jump into it, what have I been doing this week? Not much. Being a pain in the ass as usual. A little bit on the obnoxious side, probably because my birthday's coming up. I was worried, very worried towards the end of last month, but I'm okay now. Just been valuable lessons throughout. Just recently, just valuable lessons. I got a procedure coming up at the end of the month, so I'm kind of not looking forward to that. What did I do? I came home, binge watched some television, and try to detoxify my mind so I get ready for the weekend. Supposed to go to a couple events on some stuff going on in my city, but however, the day that I was supposed to go was the day I came back to my apartment, and I was just not in the condition to go, let alone be seen in public. So I was just very, very tired, super swollen, agitated, just extremely. My mind was overworked. So, and that takes a toll. Um, what else? Exciting, good to go. It just leads me to think that there's more stuff for me to work on, and to get myself ready to, actually start making these more public appearances, since I haven't been doing it as often. A lot of the reason is because I just don't like being kicked out of events or people, disrespecting me, because that happens all the time. I'm so disrespectful back. It's relentless. It's relentless. However, I realized that I can't just let things slide. So you see a lot of things. Might address some stuff that's going on in Colorado. I'm not sure yet, but I'm going to touch base a little bit on some data centers and the fact that there's this little conversation about some concentration camps stuff going on, and I think that's more for ICE, but I also heard it for the unhoused. So we're gonna kind of explore that. But if it's not what I think it is, which I'm more worried about the unhoused, and we're gonna skip past that. You know what I mean? What else I see? I saw a movie called The Mercy. It was excellent. Recommend you watch that. What else? I saw a movie that was been a little older, I guess. Maybe last year or something. The Running Man is excellent. Recommend you watch that. Watching a series called The Beauties by the same people that do American Horror Story. Pretty good. I recommend you watch that. And Not All's Fair. That other bullshit with the ladies. It's kind of this women sometimes need cheesy moments, cheesy little shit, but it's alright. More of an American Horror Story type, grotesquerie type when it comes to these two people that do that series. So it's pretty good though. The Beauty is pretty good. It's right up my alley. And I saw what else I see. Started watching the second season of Paradise. Pretty good. Recommend you watch that. I'm rewatching some old shit, so just started Oz again because I had to. And what else? I feel like I'm missing something. It'll come to me. Either way, that's what I've been up to. It's been a pretty quiet little week of me being by myself. I usually take that time to get rest and really, really rest. So that's what I was doing. Jesse was here earlier, but he went home. So, yeah. What am I doing a show right now? Just because. See how far I'm gonna get in it. Before my leg decides that it doesn't want to sit in this goddamn chair no more. So let's get to it. Let's see what I got 3 cues going up, so bear with me. Let me get over there. Thanks for hanging out. Remember, this is a Black First platform. Just because we're on this side does not mean that it's not Black First all day, every day. Okay, so just because we're on my personal page, you should already know this is the channel I use to chat and get in all of our new Black media spaces. I rarely put a program out on this page, so that's why I don't have no subscribers. I don't have no subscribers on the other page either, so I'm working on it. I thought I had it under control until I figured out that I may have to take my computer in and have it some drivers installed or whatever. Figured it out today. I'm not sure. And I really don't feel like getting another one, but it can't work the camera at all on the desktop. Not at all. So, and I do want to turn on the webcam, so just can't. It's not working. It's out of date. So let's get into it. Sorry about the hum. I can't fix it. I don't know what's going on with it. But it's the mic. See, it's all the way in the back, so it's picking up some sort of humming. It'll stop when I'm touching it, but it won't. See, as soon as I touch it, it gets weird. I don't know what's wrong with it. let's get started. We're just mostly going to talk about the concentration camps. I'm not sure if it's really talking about ICE detention centers or not. So we're going to see what's cracking with it.
There have been more and more stories that we're starting to see about the U.S. government essentially trying to create a network of concentration camps. They're going around buying up warehouses to create these detention centers with the goal of being able to detain an extra 80,000 people. They are all across the country. Apparently, according to a video put out by Pat, what's the District 18?
Ryan.
Pat Ryan, congressman from District 18. They are looking at 8 regional centers and then more satellite detention centers around those 8 regional centers. These are buildings that are in no way set up to accommodate people. And we have now seen clips of like what people are being put through in these concentration camps.
Yeah.
Here is let's play this clip. This is from CBS Washington D.C. USA 9.
And you may have seen this clip at the beginning. We played this of how tight and these conditions are with the blankets over them. That was leaked out of this Baltimore detention center. Right. But this local news station was able to get a former ICE worker to speak to them on the condition of anonymity about what he saw there, and it's disturbing.
Interview. We're disguising the identity of a former worker here at the ICE detention facility on the 6th floor of this federal building in Baltimore because they signed a non-disclosure agreement before starting work here, which means they could face legal retaliation for talking about it.
People laying on the floor, head to toe. That reminded me of the pictures that I saw in elementary school of how they brought the slaves from Africa.
For months, this person had access to what our cameras are not allowed to see.
Miren cómo nos tienen aquí. Miren qué migración cómo nos tienen.
The inside of the same Baltimore ICE detention center showed in this viral video.
Nos tienen en un depósito aquí en Baltimore.
The former worker showed WUSA 9 documentation proving they were employed there.
It was probably day 1 or day 2 that I saw the abuse.
What did you see?
I saw people laying in feces, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and severe weather conditions that made it nearly impossible for ICE to safely transfer detainees to long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week to WUSA 9, ICE went further, adding flatly, overcrowding does not happen. Did you witness overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December, showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted in the video itself, and as many as 50 detainees in an even smaller cell. A federal class action lawsuit filed last May alleges conditions similar to what this former worker described to us and seen in the video. And when Maryland Congresswoman April McClain Delaney toured the facility last Friday, she said she was disturbed by what she saw.
It is just a horrific thing for us as a country.
This former worker told us on one occasion they showed up to find a detainee strapped in a restraint chair.
And when I asked the guard why was he in the restraint chair, his reply to me was that the mother kept making noise all night.
In its statement, ICE told WUSA 9 restraints are only used if a detainee poses a danger to themselves or others, never for disciplinary reasons, and not for extended periods. Staff are trained in their proper use, and all instances are monitored. The spokesperson also said ICE is committed to the safety, health, and dignity of all individuals in custody. But this former worker told us he regularly saw detainees lying in filth, and treatment of women's sanitary needs was especially disturbing.
We didn't always have sanitary stuff for them if they were having their cycle.
What was the solution there?
They were given diapers.
ICE told WUSA 9 appropriate hygiene supplies, including sanitary products for female detainees, are provided, and that all staff and contractors treat detainees with respect and dignity. But the former worker showed us these screenshots of a group text message in which a coworker complains about the smell inside the facility. Someone messages back, "Smells like an animal house at the zoo." A third person seems to joke, "Goats?"
And that's how I've seen some of the officers treat them and talk to them out of the Baltimore office like they were animals in a cage at the zoo. I'm for the deportation of illegal immigrants in this country, especially those that commit crimes. I've said it when I got hired. I said it in the interview. I knew who I was working for when I took this job. I had no problems with doing my job. I just have problems with the abuse and the treatment of the.
Yeah.
I mean, there is absolutely no reason to believe that this type of stuff isn't going on at these other detention facilities, particularly because we have reports of people purposely being put in these type of conditions as a way of getting them to short circuit their own legal process that they are already involved in to get legal status in this country. I mean, time and time again, there was a story of, we talked about this the other day, about that lawyer who told the judge in Minneapolis, like, put me in contempt of court so that I can get a rest for 24 hours.
She was fired, by the way.
And she was fired.
Yeah.
But that judge in that case also made the point, and it got sort of like ignored. The U.S. District Court Judge Jerry Blackwell said the overwhelming majority of people brought to his court by U.S. Immigration and Customs and Border Protection since the Trump administration's crackdown started have been lawfully present in the country. That doesn't necessarily mean they have citizenship. It just means that they are here within a legal process. It may be getting their asylum cases adjudicated. It may be on the way to getting a green card. It may be on the way to getting citizenship. Whatever it is, they are lawfully present here. And what's happening is these people are getting scooped up. They're being stuck in these detention facilities. They're essentially being tortured in some fashion or another, living in these squalor-like conditions as a way of basically having them say, coercing them into saying, I give up my rights in the context of this legal process that I'm involved in, and you can send me out of the country just so I can get out of this living hell that you put me in.
There's an old video of Stephen Miller in high school talking about torture and speaking about how torture is, quote, a celebration of life and human dignity, because he says that tortured people can live, and that should be that is a form of a celebration of life. I mean, to not do so would just be to essentially kill people. Then that's in extermination camps that we're talking about here. And could that happen in this situation? I mean, what would be why would we be credulous about that? I mean, it's important to say what the possibilities are here, because these are definitionally concentration camps. And when they were sending people to CCOT and they were shaving those men's heads and binding them together and humiliating them and torturing them and keeping lights on at all hours and sexually assaulting them, that the reason that they sent them there was because they couldn't necessarily get away with doing that at home. But right now they're going to try everything up into that point.
This hearing that took place last Tuesday, where the attorney basically said this job sucks, was subsequently fired. The judge in that February 3rd hearing said the overwhelming majority of the hundreds seen by this court have been found to be lawfully present. They live in their communities. Some are separated from their families. The reason for the hearing on Tuesday was, quote, compliance with court orders, with Blackwell seeking answers from the federal government on why lawful citizens are being held in custody when they, quote, should have been left alone and, quote, not arrested in the first place. Understand what's happening here with this. There are more and more instances of the Department of Justice and ICE, separate agencies, ignoring court orders. You'll read stories of ICE was required to not deport somebody, and they'd already deported them, and they're not going to bring them back. And the problem is these courts are afraid to bring it to a head, because that's when you start to have a sort of recognized constitutional crisis. And it's sort of like, the analogy would be like you're in a relationship and you're conflict avoiding because if you hit the real conflict, you're going to have to break up, and maybe you have kids and you don't want to deal with the divorce.
I'm gonna act like I never saw those text messages.
Exactly, because a lot of these judges are in courts that aren't high enough, where they feel like they may have the authority to make the administration come to it, and they also don't want to be responsible for this constitutional crisis to become that obvious in their jurisdiction.
But what's horrifying is that we already know people are dying in ICE detention, and we know that ICE has stopped paying medical detainee treatment since October. And if these are the conditions that people are in, sleeping in urine and feces, and women in diapers because they have no pads or tampons for them, the amount of squalor and the unsanitary conditions means that people are going to be dying, and they're experiencing severe health issues at this current moment. And there's no oversight. I mean, is an NDA for that kind of work standard practice?
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, what?
This is the government.
The government is now issuing NDAs. I mean, I could see it. I could see it obviously, like if you're working in Intel, but national secrets.
But ding, 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 ding. That's what it is. It's because ICE and DHS are an outgrowth of the national security state. They're using those same tactics that you would some sort of mercenary abroad. It's the imperial boomerang. I mean, I know that some people don't like that term for this. I think that Cesare was on point about it, but saying that, like, yeah, there are slave catchers and others where that you can draw parallels to American history, and we shouldn't say that this hasn't been tactics that have been used against Black people and brown people in this country for quite a while. But I think it's important to frame it that way when you're looking at the systemic structure of the agency, because point taken on that. But in the way that ICE and DHS is structured, it's definitionally the imperial boomerang.
It's much harder to do what we did with slave catching today because of the way our government and laws that have built up over the years. But if you slot this into
national
Homeland Security and national security, things get a lot loosey-goosier.
And it's outside of the DOJ and of like our traditional law enforcement apparatus. We are using tactics that we have used abroad on U.S. soil right now, and including torture.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m.
Sorry about that. I was live. I had to step away from the computer for a brief emergency second. All right. Salute. Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. Thank you for coming through. You're right. You put your shit up there. Yep, you're right. It has been a little wild. I would have to say that this is par for the course. It's what everybody signed up for. Like, they can't have it both ways. But there does have to be some respect with the inmates. You know what I mean? Like when they go to these little, when they go to lockups or whatever, they need to respect them. Respect the people there. That's another thing. You know, just because you think they're from another country doesn't mean that they don't deserve respect while they wait for whatever the process is. You know what I mean? And that's just what it is. You need to respect them, not touch them like that or violate them. Like we was talking, I was just talking about that just a second ago. Kind of threw me off, but yeah. I don't know. The numbers the numbers that they're grabbing people is like what's supposed to be like 3,000 a day. It shouldn't be this difficult. You know what I mean? I just feel like they're just doing too much. But the voters can't have it both ways. You can't have closed borders and immigration and then want to do bleeding heart syndrome, but the treatment of such and such, you know, it's not the way they're framing it is not meant to be kind. It's meant to be serious. You know what I mean? At the same time, they're not respecting the people they got there. And as far as CCOT's concerned, everyone knew what kind of prison that was when it was built. I mean, they said it when they were building it. There's documentaries on it. When it first came up, it's designed to basically be punishment. The fact is that there's some conditions there that are just like unheard of. You know, the violations with the staff against the males, no water, the lights and the hours, you know, things like that. It's kind of a lot. So, but Trump knew what he was getting into. Everyone knew what they were getting into when they sent somebody to El Salvador. So, let's see what the next one is. Find out. Let me see. Hold on one second.
So the other week on the show, we talked about how they are currently building a bunch of former warehouses that they're retrofitting to become ICE concentration camps. Okay. I believe the number we came across in the articles we read, it was 23 different former warehouses that are becoming concentration camps. NPR even reported on one of these places where it's like the town storage facility and the federal government is just taking it. They're just stealing it. And they're going, this is ours now. And they're going to turn that into a concentration camp. And the town is like, wait, excuse me? What? What are you talking about? What are you going to do? That's insane. That's insane. Well, apparently Migrant Insider has this new article out, and Pablo Reports, the Twitter account, he does phenomenal work on this. It's his reporting. And there's this other mechanism that they're using by which they're basically increasing the funding massively. So they have this colossal budget to build out these like ghost concentration camps around the country. Now, this should scare everybody to fucking death, okay? We already know this regime sent people to CCOT in El Salvador. Well, guess what? There's detailed reporting. People were raped and tortured there. They were raped and tortured. They were so desperate, they cut their hands, were bleeding, and would write messages into their on their sheets with the blood from their hand. This is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare, what we're talking about. Not only that, they also had Alligator Alcatraz, which many people, I think, were correctly calling Alligator Auschwitz. Now, I believe that was eventually shut down by the courts, but it was, you know, this big, long legal battle, and about 4,000 immigrants are missing after being sent to Alligator Auschwitz. 4,000. 4,000. And nobody even talks about that. Nobody even talks about that. I mean, I'm sorry. That is disgusting in the sense that our media is not doing their job and our Democratic politicians are not doing their job. If you're not, 4,000 people went missing. at a place where they bragged about the brutality and the sadism of it. The whole point of Alligator Alcatraz was to be sadistic. Every time it rained, the place would flood. Okay? Just the same as all these other places. Moldy bread, fucking food with worms in it. You don't get taken to get your medicine if you have healthcare needs. They don't take you to the hospital when you're sick. Okay? People getting all sorts of diseases in there because it's unsanitary conditions. And nobody even talks about this, okay? But this gets even darker. I know you're going, hold on, Kyle. How can it get darker than literal concentration camps? Oh, it can. Oh, it can. And it's going to. I hope you're ready. Here we go. Medical and death. The services extend to medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators. Incinerators. So in the reporting on this from Migrant Insider, again, I'll read this for you one more time. In fact, here, I'll click it and make it bigger. Medical and death. The services extend to medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators and certified inventory of evidence reports for full service laundry operations. In other words, in Trump's network of concentration camps, they're building incinerators. 4,000 people are missing from ICE custody. Lawyers can't find them. Family members can't find them. Friends can't find them. There's been at least 40 people who've died in ICE Gestapo custody under Trump's second regime. One of them, there was evidence, was literally lynched, found hanging with his hands tied and his feet tied. And that's just one person. There's horror stories that are beyond imagination. Even other ICE agents have come out. Some of them have retired and resigned from ICE, and they're telling their stories. And they're saying stuff like, look, I'm against undocumented immigration, but this is treating people in a way that is just not, like, you're immoral. You're unethical if you do this thing. This is torture. This is torture. This is taking away their human rights. These are right-wing people who are retiring and going, I've seen this in the history books, if you know what I'm saying. Incinerators in the concentration camps. You know what's so crazy to me? It really is true. There's this old saying, I'm going to butcher it here, but to paraphrase it, one person dying is a tragedy. 1 million people dying is a statistic. And I think we're sort of seeing a bit of that in the second Trump regime. It's like one scandal can hold everybody's attention, and it can become a big deal, and things can change as a result of all the pressure that gets put on them over a single scandal. But what is it when you have, I don't know, 35 scandals a week? What is that? Well, then no one scandal can get the same public backlash and outrage and ire, and then nothing changes, right? Is that, I forget what they called it. I want to say it was like rolling thunder or something like that, but Steve Bannon had this strategy of like, flood the zone. Just flood the zone, do 20 things per day that they want to scream about and rip their hair out about, and they're only going to be able to talk about 1 or 2, maybe 4 of them at most, okay? And that means you get away with double digits. Double-digit scandals you get away with. The corruption. Think about the corruption. How corrupt can one regime be? Well, like every day you get a new story of, some crypto bullshit where they're robbing their own supporters. Some, foreign billionaires buying his token. Again, money laundering scheme effectively. Trump pardoning the guy CZ from Binance who laundered money for Al-Qaeda because CZ is now in business with him and propping Trump up. Okay, never mind the resort in Vietnam, the fucking resort in Qatar, like all these different things. All totally illegal. Never mind his watches, never mind the NFTs, all that, like all totally illegal. But there's so much of it that people just throw their hands up and they go, I'm out. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to fucking follow all this? How am I supposed to, my outrage meter is broken. It broke. How, now it's like nothing can get me outraged because I've seen so many things that are outrageous that what am I supposed to do? Nothing seems to change, right? And that's what they're exploiting in us. They're exploiting that there's so much shit, gonna throw my hands up and go, fuck it, what am I supposed to do? But I don't know, man. Call me old-fashioned. When you start talking about building 23 concentration camps and having incinerators in them, this seems, a level above and beyond almost everything else we've ever talked about. Especially because, don't forget that they're not even, originally people thought, oh, it's okay. They're just talking about going after undocumented immigrant violent criminals.
All right, guys, let me just stop that for a quick second. Well, that shit is wild. So, like I was chopping in with my brother in the back about the same very thing. I was like, this is like war crimes. You know what I mean? In the United States, this is the shit that he's doing or whatever that is being told that he's doing. In these detention holding areas, right? Incinerators. I'm like, you're making a big deal out of this right now, but however, they've been having those in the prisons, all over the prisons in the South, like in all different types of prisons like that, where they beat inmates and kill inmates, and nobody knows where the inmate went. You know what I mean? There's unmarked graves and burned bodies. Like, come on, like this has been going on here for a long time to Black people. Nobody ever wants to talk about it, right? But when it comes to this, it's like, yes, this is serious. Isn't this against the Geneva thing, right? So I was like, God, like, who's diming on this? You know what I mean? Who's snitching on this? This is interesting. This is like beyond interesting. I mean, what's so hard about gathering somebody that is illegal and obviously a danger, because that's what he went on premise, put them in jail, not to violate them in any way, shape, or form, but to feed them and keep them there. Let them go through the little thing and put them on a plane to the prospective country. What is so difficult about that? Like, that's you know what I mean? I thought that's what you were supposed to be doing. Not this extra shit, like beating them, violating them, raping women, excuse me, with the G, not letting them be able to take care of their bodies and whatnot. Not, you know what I mean? Like, just like what this is like beyond crazy. And as far as the Stephen Miller thing, they're talking about torture. That motherfucker couldn't handle no kind of torture. You barely handle a fucking questioning inquiry. How can he handle any torture, yet alone speak on it and talking about it's a celebration of life? You couldn't make it. You wouldn't make it. You know what I mean? Just saying. Just putting it out there like that. Let's carry on. I see you, little eyeballs. I see you, little watching. I see you watching. Thank you for watching. Let me see. Let's get it back over there. Sorry about the hump.
Or as they call them, illegal alien violent criminals. Well, it turns out that's bullshit, as all the evidence shows. 86% of the people that ICE has taken are not undocumented immigrant violent criminals. And of the 14% that potentially are, a lot of them are just accused violent criminals. Only a tiny percentage, maybe 5% or less, are actually convicted violent criminals. So that means all these people are being arrested, being detained, some of them being held for literally months, and they no evidence they did anything wrong whatsoever. In fact, according to the courts, at least 4,400 people, it's way more than that, but according to the courts with ongoing lawsuits, at least 4,400 people are totally innocent of any wrongdoing and being held by ICE. So if you think, oh, no, this is their problem, this is somebody else's problem. Is it? Have you ever said anything anti-Trump publicly? Have you? Because if you have, I kind of think it's your problem. Because remember, they now are implementing what's called NSPM 7, which is this mindset.
Is that the shadow banning that we be going under? Because, man, we be talking a lot of shit up there. On Frontline Black News. About him. Man, I'm just like shoulder shrug. I should. Is that the shadow banning?
That approach of the entire government that Trump put into place, where now instead of the intelligence agencies focusing on ISIS or Al Qaeda or neo-Nazi groups, right-wing terrorism, whatever, fill in the blank with actual threats. Instead of doing that, they're now considering anti-Americanism is terrorism, or at least terrorist adjacent. Anti-capitalism, same thing. Anti-Christianity, same thing. If you're an extremist on migration or race or gender, you go on a list. If you're protesting ICE or you're an observer of ICE, you go on a list. I don't think you build out 23 concentration camps unless you're planning on warehousing a hell of a lot of people, even just dissidents.
So many.
People who are a thorn in your side, people who annoy the shit out of you, right?
Hear that?
And this is where we are. This is where we are in this country. So it's time to wake up. It is time to wake up. 23 concentration camps.
Viewers,
and
can you hear me?
now they're talking about incinerators.
Building
incinerators and again, Migrant Insider talked about it, and we're talking about it. Good luck finding others who actually bring this up, because I do feel like there's still this thing in some people's minds where they go, that actually can't happen here, right?
Oh no,
the fuck it can't. How many things would?
Yeah, of course it can. Of course it can. Look, I don't see motherfuckers get disappeared over a whole summer, and they were unhoused. Just think, unhoused people. This is nothing to ghost some illegal immigrants or alleged dangerous immigrants, whatever. You know what I mean? I personally don't give a goddamn about that shit. Like, look, the problem. My beef is more of a what I seen when it came to our city. I live in a sanctuary city, so I'm highly upset by the tokenism and the fucking begging and all that extra shit when services are denied to Black Denverites on a religiously regular basis. You know what I mean? So I'm upset about that. And I got pretty much every little thought process of why I'm upset about it, why I go so hard in the paint talking shit about certain like Venezuelans, things like that, that it wasn't so heavy, but man, when you start to infringe on shit that's meant for us, we can't get it, because we got to deal with all the other agendas and other people's representatives. It's kind of like it's it can be a bit much. But this ain't nothing new. They've been doing this to Black people in prison for a long time. A very fucking long time. Long time. A long time. And probably even before that. You know what I mean? So it's tit for tat, you know what I mean? So can't say nothing about that. It becomes a situation. But what about that anti-Black racism? Let's talk about that. That's everywhere. So it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. We can throw that right back at you, you know, because that's happening religiously, regularly, daily, all day, then every other 10 minutes versus this conversation. You know what I mean? So let's carry on.
But you would have said 12 years ago, you would have said, there's no way that could happen here. How many of those things did it already happened? Think about January 6th. Think about the fake elector slate, right? Like, just take that. There was a time, of course, people, there's no way you're going to try to steal an American election. What are you, insane? No one's going to try to steal an American election. Here we are. The guy did it and fucking got away with it. We have a 91-time criminal. He was charged with 91 crimes, Trump was. 34-time convicted felon. Okay? Pedophile, rapist, war criminal is now leading us. He's leading us. Who would have thought, if I told you that in fucking 2012, that's what's gonna, you would have been like, what are you, no way. We're not gonna arrest a fucking 34-time felon. What are you, insane? Here we are. Here we fucking are. Here we are. So it's time to wake up. It's time to realize what's going on here.
Ways,
and it's time
you can't have it both ways. You can't say all these things and then vote them in, like, and then complain about it. Like, come on now. You can't have it both. You can't have it like, this isn't Burger King, how you can get it your way. No. Don't you accept one devil? You accept it all the way, 150%. When you voted him in, that's what you got. Same thing if it would apply to the other candidate or whoever would have got in that place, that position. You knew what you were getting when you placed that vote. That's why motherfuckers were voting. We were saying, like, send it out, tangibles. You know what I mean? Take the couch. Sorry, but not, not sorry. We're not doing it. There was a reason, and not just because of the Democrats and the Republicans. It just, there wasn't a viable, tangible option for foundational Black Americans. Sorry, nobody's going to cut the check. They're just bullshit and pandering, polite pleasantries. You knew what you're getting, and everybody knew. You try to do the fear mongering, but this is round 2 of the Trump show. It's just a little bit more saucy. It's just a little bit more, a little bit more, you just don't know. shaking it up, I guess. This is nothing unusual. It's not like, I want to see the oh my God, like everybody's acting brand new, like this is him. Come on now. This is exactly who he is. He's just a little bit more, a little saucier.
Fight back against this stuff because holy cow, we cannot let this continue. We cannot let this continue. And please, Democrats, wakey. If this doesn't wake you up, I literally don't know what would wake you up unless you're actually getting shoved into the gas chambers or into the incinerators as it was. I also wanted to show you guys this, okay? Some of these warehouses, there's now chatter about some of them being specifically for kids. Watch this. Here we go.
Donald Trump and ICE and Homeland Security are building a concentration camp for kids in my backyard. No, I'm not joking. I live in a town called Gainesville, Georgia, and right on the outskirts of Gainesville is a little tiny little parcel called Oakwood, Georgia, where ICE is planning on opening a 1,500 person concentration camp for children. The mayor of Oakwood said he had no choice. The federal government pushed this on him, and it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I've reached out to 7th District Representative Rich McCormick. So to be fair, I haven't heard back from him. I emailed him and said, we need a town hall on this to discuss this, because if this goes through, there will be protests every single day at this facility as they bring immigrant children into this concentration camp. That, by the way, I know this building. It is not built to house human beings. It was built for warehousing. There's a big difference. This is a concentration camp. I can't even believe this is going to be in my backyard. This is a little town in Northeast Georgia. It's not a rich town. It's not a fancy town. It's a little town on a lake. And the people are wonderful. And the hardest working people I know are immigrants. And they're everywhere in this town. They will literally rip this town to pieces the way they tried to rip Minneapolis to pieces. But you know what? Just like the Minnesotans, we will fight back. ICE, stay out of Georgia. If you don't, you're going to regret it, because the videos of you putting children into a concentration camp are going to go all over social media, and I'll be one of the first people there on a regular basis taking video and showing it to my millions of followers across social media.
And we've already seen examples of that. You guys remember there was the video, I believe it was an immigration attorney who was at one of these detention facilities, who there was like a big protest among the people who are being detained there. And you heard like the screams and the cries and the yelps of the children. And then you had somebody come out and say, oh, you can't record here. You can't record here, to the guy. We played the video on the show. And so, yeah, wake up. Don't ever believe, oh, it can't happen here. It fucking is happening here right now. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications. All right, guys, I have to give you updates on the ICE.
Sorry, I went on mute. That humming was just like, I'm sure it was annoying to all of you too. But it was definitely getting on my goddamn nerves. I think that some of these podcasters, or like this particular site, there's a lot of it's like they want you to be angry. You're selectively angry. And that man, they just showed, he's like, we will get like Minnesotians and fighter protests and whatnot. And I'm like, you know what you're doing, right? Like, has anybody really said what this really is? When you harbor criminals or alleged criminals, or you stand in the way of people getting found or whatever, that, you go to jail for that type of thing. It's like when a prisoner escapes, for prison or whatever, hypothetically, right? They escape and they go to your house and you have them in your basement, right? That's like harboring a criminal or a fugitive of justice. It's like a real thing, right? So, and you go to jail for that, you get charged too, that's what they say. Just because it's a sanctuary city does not mean those rules don't apply. Basically, I think people need to this has to be like under the constitutional guidelines. Like there's 3 parts of this, right? You got the human part where everybody's like, oh my God, they're separated families. And there's these I want to say, in my heart of hearts, I feel nothing for it. So there's like especially when it's like Hispanic people doing it. I got this thing right now with Hispanic people, so I'm just over it, right? I'm over it since the start of California. Since California rioting started, I've been over it since then. So like the Hispanic people are like they're ripping up families with kids can't go to school, stuff like that. Just recently on city council, right? City council, a lady came in on Monday or whatever, last Monday, said she hasn't been able to put her kid in school for two months, right? She's living outside in her car or whatever. She asked if they could bless the worker for helping them, you know what I mean? So they can continue to get help. What else should she say? She hasn't been able to work. No, she doesn't. The husband and some other crap, right? Kind of briefly listening. But the whole time I was listening, I was in the restroom, Jesse's house, and I'm yelling from the bathroom, like, that's neglect. Like, that's a child endangerment. That's neglect. Like, because that's the type of shit that we would get our children taken from us. If we had a kid out of school for more than a couple of days and they're not sick, it's just out of school because, you know what I mean? Our premise is stability. Okay, if that's your premise, but you have all these, you have shelters to go to or whatever. Even if you don't, there is sheltering to go to. Just like there was during the cold time, they had cold weather shelters that were open in hotels for families, right? Did anybody translate that on the news to Spanish? They acted like they were outside during the whole winter by themselves. The whole couple of days where it barely snowed. It was really cold though. You know, just things like that. Just things like that. We couldn't have our kid outside in a car for longer than 2-3 days if it got caught or it got seen. You see what I'm saying? They would take our kid away immediately. That's neglect. That's child endangerment. That's basically it's neglect. And we don't put them in school. That's a whole bunch of other shit. You know what I mean? Like, is it different for migrant children? Shouldn't be. But apparently they get away with it. 2 months? Your kid hasn't been in school for 2 months because you're afraid, but yet you're going to city council with your kid to tug on the heartstrings of the council people because the person that brought you there is tokenizing. And I'm like, they're lucky they don't let me speak because they're being incentivized. You know what I mean? These 501(c)(3)s, they're being incentivized to do this kind of stuff. All this stuff is incentivized. So when that man say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, it's just another. White people can't have it both ways. You wanted immigration, you wanted closed borders, so you got to take the bad that go with all of that too. And you say child concentration camps. This is going to the classification of like what DACA was when they had them in the location that separated them. So kind of like the same thing. What are we talking about really? I don't know if you could really separate the children from their people when you pick them up. I don't think that's even remotely legitimate or constitutional. You know what I mean? Like even with the little boy they that they plastered all over the news, right? And they said that ICE detained a little 5-year-old. He wasn't detained. He went with his father. His father was in the same building. See what I'm saying? In the same area. They probably separate. Did they separate them? Yeah, they probably have to. You know what I mean? I'm sure they have a system for that. But that should kind of be looked into. You know what I mean? And I just don't think that it's just mainly for children, like the way he's placing it or sounding it. But we're going to find out because this dude's got something about blueprints and whatnot. And I just don't think that they're going to do the children like that. Especially like, look. For the last 4 years, there's been a lot of migrant children here going to school, being taken care of under the system in sanctuary cities. See what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of people are coming to the sanctuary cities. The children are being okay. They place them in shelters, whatever. But at some point, the the shelters here kind of like are open one day and closed the next for migrants. It's something else. I'll explain that later. But I just don't think that that anybody would stand up for that kind of treatment to children. You know what I mean? Like that, like unsafe conditions, unsanitary conditions, where they get sick and die. You know what I mean? And that's just crazy to me. So much to say about that, but like I said, this is like allegedly. Can we get somebody that's actually been in there, see for themselves? You know what I mean? Like this is all alleged. Like to get an actual person that's been in there and actually seen, aside from that earlier post with the alleged whistleblower, like some other people. Yeah, my brother also brought up a good point. I was asking about the alligator Alcatraz and all the other shit, right? And closing down or whatever got denied, whatever. It was like hushed in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Because we never, unless you're watching Fox News, and on that level of over there on that side, person like me didn't know what happened. Like they stopped talking about a lot of shit. It's big one day and then they stop talking about it. They don't bring it up. You know what I mean? So unless you're watching that like Fox News and shit, you just don't know, you know? I was like, damn, okay, well now I understand. So I was like, what happened? What happened? Again, people were missing from over there, like that dude said. It's like, Mom, I was making a joke on the other channel. I was like, shit, if you can get out of there and get through the swamp, shit, you could live. You could stay. You know what I mean? But I guess not. It's not how it went. I don't know why I think that's funny. I'm sorry. That's not loud. I'm going to hell. What I say? Let's get this thing.
Stop Thug. So first of all, they are still fucking up Minnesota, bro. They are still in Minneapolis. It was a total lie that, they're drawing down and this thing is ending now. It's just not true. They're still ruining people's lives out there. So classic Trump, like total head fake, total lie, has basically gotten away with it because the media has largely stopped talking about it. But the damage that these people are doing. So here's another thing that very few people are talking about. This is in The Guardian. Conservative Georgia town pushes back against ICE detention center. And Jonathan Cohn says, quote, despite these and other concerns, as of Thursday morning, not a single ICE or Homeland Security official had contacted Taylor, who's the town manager, or anyone else in the local government to talk about such details. So what they're talking about here is there's this like empty warehouse that basically the federal government is like stealing it. This is ours now. So they stole it. They're using it as an ICE concentration camp. They pick up the phone and they call the town manager and they say, hey, turn the water on for our warehouse here. And the town manager goes, excuse you? What? And they go, yeah, turn the water on for this, this warehouse, this concentration camp we just opened up because we need it running. And she goes, I'm not doing that. And they go, why? Why are you not doing that? And she goes, the town is like, it's a very small town. And they're already at the point where like their sewage system is maxed out for the number of people they have. ICE is turning this into a concentration camp where they're going to bring in all these innocent people. And they're like, if they were to turn on the water and they were to have a large number of people using the toilets and doing whatever there, the system would fall apart. And she's also like, hold on now, I'm the town manager. All these decisions are supposed to go through me. I didn't fucking greenlight the sale of this warehouse in any way, shape, or form. So there's all these issues now. So now you have this conservative Georgia town, and they're going, we don't want ICE here. They're like, this is fucking crazy. What are you talking about? And so this is what's happening, guys. We told you there's about 23 different concentration camps that are now being built, former warehouses that
surprised me. I mean, Trump's been a pirate all this whole first year. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't surprise me that the administration is basically taking buildings over and doing all this extra shit. That wouldn't surprise me. He's been a pirate like this whole fucking year. Took all them oil ships under the premise of this and that. Yeah, he's a fucking pirate. Look, he just kidnapped the fucking president of Venezuela and his wench. He's a pirate. You know what I mean? Fucking bully of the seas. It would not surprise me that he would have people doing all this. You know what I mean? basically taking over a building. That's what squatters do. You know what I mean? That's what squatters do. They just go break into some shit they claimed. You know what I mean? It's gotta be this is just like glorified. You dig? Like, I'm outside, I'm homeless, I'm busting a building, lock up the door, it's fine, I'm claimed, I'm in there. Man, I guess I'm gonna have to fight everybody else, every other homeless motherfucker up here till I just claim my spot. That's what people do. That's when, you know what I mean? That's fucking theft. Breaking and entry. That's like a whole fucking theft of property. That's what fucking, like I said, that's what squatters do. That's why when people go, gotta get the sheriff to get the fucking homeless out their house. You know what I mean? Just like that. It wouldn't surprise me. This is just more glorified and amplified.
ICE is now retrofitting into prisons, into concentration camps, and they're trying to round people up and bring them there. The other thing everybody should realize is we're talking about over 80,000 people can be held in these things. We're talking about 23 different concentration camps. Bro, the idea that, we're just going after undocumented immigrants who are violent criminals, that's a lie. That is a total lie. No, it's NSPM 7. They're also going to go after people who dissent. They've gone after undocumented immigrants. They've gone after documented immigrants. They've gone after legal permanent residents. They've gone after green card holders. They've deported American citizen children with cancer. Okay? None of us are safe. None of us are. And again, they're acting in a way that's above the law, where they act and then worry about the consequences later. So this woman is like, I'm supposed to have a say in what you're going to get this warehouse in my town. I have a say. And they're acting like she doesn't, right? So just a horrible, horrible story there.
We can't be deported. That's unsafe. We save us. We can't be deported. You know what I mean? Fuck the ambiguity of how we look. Some of us, okay, like me, can't get deported. So we can't get deported, no matter what the fuck they say. I don't know any FBA Foundation of Black American, myself included, who doesn't carry their fucking ID on them at all times, and at least one other form of identification, whether it be a bus pass or a fucking medical card or a fucking prepaid fucking cash load card. So that's 2 forms of ID, let alone, it'd be a real travesty if they ever did pick one of us up and hold us captive. You know what I mean? Reality is that we don't have no foreign lineage. How the fuck they gonna, for here? So yeah, we can't be deported. I don't know what he's talking about. That's $1 million worth of whiteness on his skin. What the fuck is he talking about? Well, we can't be deported. Let's get that understanding. And you shouldn't be able to, unless you're committing fucking major mass crimes. Like, if you're nationalized, you did what you're supposed to do. You shouldn't be scared. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be scared. You should be hiding out in motherfucking sanctuary cities behind bitches and shit. This is crazy. What was that speaker?
By the way, a floor plan for one of the concentration camps leaked. A floor plan leaked. This is for Social Circle, Georgia. Let me click on this here. So you can see they're creating so many different holding cells, man. It is a disturbing number of people that they could keep here. A disturbing number of people. Also, by the way, there's a certain area that's a gun range. I'll see if I can zoom in. Yeah, you see this right here? 470 gun range, top rightish. They have a gun range here, okay? In so many ways, this violates U.S. law and international law. Their human rights get, totally thrown out when they go here. How many examples have we heard of people needing medicine and they refuse to give them their medicine? And this is what it looks like. And so many people have pointed out, in fact, as I scroll down here, I'm going to show you guys right there. Boom. You know what this is? The slave ships, when they brought slaves to the United States, the blueprint of the slave ship. So many people are making this point. This person says a map of Auschwitz-Birkenau from 1942. This is where we're at in this country now, man. These are the conversations that we're having. This is what it is. Think about how quick all this happened, how fast the downfall was, and the total destruction. Boom. You know what this is?
How can you even compare that, the first blueprint, to a slave ship, right? that we've yet to see really in real life, right? And fuck what they talking about. There's certain circles that say where. Show us one, right? So we'll just say certain circles, right? Okay, fine. So how the fuck do you compare that blueprint that had cells and a handicap section and all this extra shit, right, to a slave ship that has nowhere to maneuver anywhere? Look, they're in there stacked, just laid out stacked, right? There's no section for the disabled or handicapped. There's no gun range. There's no kitchen area. Like, come on, cuz, like, how do you compare those notes? How do you compare those two things? Look, well, one step further. Like, Auschwitz. Come on, it's just reaching. How do you compare that, right? This blueprint of cells. This looks like a regular fucking jail to me, right? Not like what they're talking about. Because I think concentration camp, I think something different, right? This looks like actually like a jail, like the blueprint of a jail, like a little tiny municipal jail, okay? 84,000, 80,000 people. Not sure, okay? Now, I wish I could scroll in on it. How do you get this design to look like, to you compare it to this design? You don't. This is a reach. This is stupid. Like, who said that? Conversation where yeah, like, come on, man. Like, that's a lot. Who said that? Slave ship. You can't compare notes. Those two are not even remotely comparable. Not even the same situation. It's not even the same situation. Not even a little bit. This is one thing. One thing is you broke into the country, and this is a whole nother dialogue of Black Holocaust that we don't even want to talk about. There's a whole nother conversation. Enslavement. You know what I mean? Whole different conversation. They broke into the country. These people did not want to even come over here. You know what I mean? They wanted to come over here. They got snatched up and put places and shit. Only be resold the whole time. Come on now. Neither two could be compared. Neither two could be compared.
So many people are making this point. This person says a map of Auschwitz-Birkenau from 1942. This is where we're at in this country now, man. These are the conversations that we're having. This is what it is. Think about how quick all this happened, how fast the downfall was, and the total destruction of our democracy was, okay? Maybe this will wake some people up. Do not go to the U.S. UK grandmother handcuffed, shackled, forced to sleep on the floor of a locked cell in an ICE detention center for 6 weeks, despite having a valid visa from The Guardian. ICE agents get paid per detainee, boycott the World Cup. So yet again, a British grandmother legally in the country with a valid visa gets locked up at an ICE concentration camp for 6 fucking weeks. Quote, don't go to the U.S., not with Trump in charge. The UK tourist with a valid visa detained by us for 6 weeks. Karen Newton was in America on the trip of a lifetime when she was shackled, transported, and held for weeks on end. With tourism to the U.S. under increasing strain, she says, if it can happen to me, it can happen to anyone. An old British grandma. I think she's right that you're getting bonuses for the ICE Gestapo thugs per arrest. And so they're just arresting anybody. How many times have you seen videos of somebody getting arrested and they go, hold on, I'm an American citizen. And the ICE Gestapo thug says nothing. Then they say, I can prove it. I have like the proof on me. And they say,
sorry, I just got to keep putting myself on mute. So they're talking shit in the background. I've also seen them say, I have my passport. So which one is it? You know what I mean? So I've also seen that same situation. I was watching the Status Quo, man, like a month or two back. And they had this brother on the ground. He was screaming his name. He's screaming. He's yelling. Then like further up, they had this white broad with her. She said, that's my husband. Way up crying. Some white dudes are soothing her feelings, right? And you could hear this brother yelling. He's like, I got it on me. Got my ID on me. They're asking him for stuff as a pocket search of picking his big ass up, right? He's like, hey, he's like, my name is such and such. You little big old scene, right? And as he's getting wheeled off, first they throw him in a truck. Then they put him on a gurney and put him in the ambulance, right? But before that, he's like, my passport's in my pocket. How you be a U.S. citizen with, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? But you're going to go with that ID. That ID is your passport. Your passport is your ID. So, leads me to believe that you're here, whether you're nationalized or not, who knows? Who knows? But you offered your passport before your ID. Cool. Well, that's going to be questionable. You know what I mean? I questioned it. So what do you think they're going to do? Now, the ads for ICE agents are pretty kind of descriptive, man. They kind of talk about incentives. You know what I mean? They talk about commissions. So this is, again, not new information. Yeah, of course they're going to be doing all this extra shit for the bag. You should put yourself out there for all that without getting paid. The starting bonuses is outrageous. The sign-on is outrageous. You know what I mean? But the level of bullshit, I don't know. I don't think it's really worth it. Like, not what you're seeing, just the fact that you got a lot of paid agitation out there, which if you watch the RVA religiously, go back 3 episodes, I showed you that. There's paid agitation going on, paid protesters. I think it was PSA, I believe, or something like that. That's there. And not everybody's a paid, protester. But excuse me, I didn't mean to say but. However, there was a lot of Karen activity that was just there to start shit. And can't expect us to feel bad about 2 white people getting bumped off, you know what I mean? When they put themselves in that kind of ugly ass situation. A, it's illegally hit a fucking officer with your vehicle. That is a weapon. Okay. B, the man was all the man was in his face with the phone and all that stuff and whatever happened. But what really was upsetting was with the man dying was the 2 white broads that were sitting. One was sitting in the car filming his death, and the other one was right behind him as he was getting shot, filming his death. That right there was beyond ridiculous. Instead of helping like he helped them, they were filming it so they could sell it later to TMZ or whomever. That right there is some shit. That's when you know that America's shit. Because there's a white broad in the car where dude's right in front of getting manhandled, his piece, whatever, taken from her and shot right there in front of her. And she's filming it like World Star. Right there through her window, you see her filming this shit going on, and you catch her filming a white lady directly across from her at an angle, filming the same shit, just looking back at it. All while this man is getting shot for trying to help a bitch up off the ground that was pushed in the snow right there. No good deed goes unpunished. You did? So that's the part I found like, whoa. And then everybody was there. Everybody wanted to have a sense of outrage, including white women. Yeah, it was like, where was your outrage when this shit was happening to the dude? You couldn't honk your horn. You're right there, right in the car, right in front of him. You couldn't honk your horn. You couldn't like start your engine, like a little distraction or something. You know what I mean? And the broad right there, you couldn't pick up something or couldn't like, try to help him. Everybody's like holding the camera, just recording whole time, whole murder happens right in front of your face. Not to say he didn't bring it on himself, the initial pushing and being in the way. I'm just saying that no good deed goes unpunished, right? So that's what that. You shouldn't be doing that shit. They say don't be following them. Just because you have the complexion for the protection doesn't mean you should be doing the shit you do, let alone have everybody in an uproar behind your stupidity, you know what I mean? It's then you getting involved like that, you know what I mean? I just find it atrocious that those women did that and then went sold it and talked about it. You know what I mean? That right there didn't get a lot of coverage, just in those particular aspects. Everybody wants to feel some kind of way about this immigration shit, but there's no real solution. You're not going to go do their jobs. You can't have it all. You can't have it all both ways. You can't want to vote for closed borders and the alleged bad ones to be picked up off the street. You know, granted, let's give them just a little bit of grace. They got to kind of figure out if you're bad or not, right? So you can't have it every way you want it. You can't. You have buyer's remorse. This is what the people wanted. And he was like, "Oh, please be gentle with them. This isn't supposed to be gentle. It's supposed to be like an example, so that people know not to break into the country." You did. It's a lot. There's a whole bunch of facets that are kind of like disturbing and upsetting all at the same time. But at the same time, they know what they were getting when they put it on the ballot. They knew what they're getting when they voted for it. And it wasn't like, what's the best of two evils? Was it? Is it? Shoulder shrug. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't necessarily think it was. I don't could have been anybody. It doesn't matter. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's all bad, but it's all bad because this is what you wanted, or it's all bad because you wanted it like this, but you didn't want it like this. You see what I'm saying?
And they go, I don't care. I'm going to lock you up anyway. Think about that. Clearly what's happening there is some colossal incentive that these ICE Gestapo thugs have been given the green light. Hey, you're the secret police. You're the paramilitary. You do what you want to do, but also we will pay you more the more you arrest people. Clearly, Stephen Miller's not only trying to break the deportation record, he's also trying to break the arrest record.
That's not new.
And so now you get horror stories like this. Is this the country that we want to be? Is this, by the way, we're going to do a story in a little bit. Tourism in this country collapsing. Totally fell off a cliff. Because nobody wants to come here anymore because shit like this could happen. People go, wow, am I going to show up to the airport and they're going to, knock me out and send me to CCOT in El Salvador where I get raped and tortured? Is that what's going to happen? Because I've seen the horror stories. That does happen to some people. Am I going to end up in a concentration camp, a nice concentration camp? Am I going to get, deathly sick there and then they won't give me the medicine? Am I going to be able to get in front of a judge? Because clearly they try to keep us from getting... You know what they do, guys? They'll arrest you in one state and then take you to a different state. And the person's lawyer will be in the other state. And they don't practice law in the new state they were sent to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have all these disgusting loopholes that they exploit to try to avoid the law, to try to avoid the Constitution and rights and checks and balances. And nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about this. You're tuning in here. We talk about it. Very few people have brought this up. This truly...
Even if that's the case, we'd hear more about that. You dig? But either way, that's neither here nor there. That's what happens when you go to the airport. Lots of motherfuckers get stopped at the airport, including us. Like, stopped all the time at the airport. You get stopped everywhere you go. Hey, what the fuck are you talking about, cuz? Even if that's going to happen in a layover. You got a layover and you come in and you're waiting for it to go from this state to that state. You're doing some suspicious shit or whatever. Who knows? They're on high alert. Like, of course they're going to be doing all that extra shit. They think that anybody's going to be able to come in from one area to the next and not be looked at suspiciously, and just don't think it's everybody's getting it. You did? So this is fear mongering. Like, yes, tourism is down, as it should be. As it should be. It should be not happening right now. But that's a local thing that's another local thing that I feel like shouldn't happen, because it's off topic. It's off of this topic. So I'm kind of glad. In my city, I'm like, please don't let nobody come. These are just building unnecessary shit in my city on the premise of tourism. You know what I mean? And I'm like, nah. You don't get to, you're not taking care of the people. No, dude, you're building stadiums we don't need. You're building all this other shit. You're lying to the people. You're selling land that we don't know about. You're polluting. No. You says like, so it's an off topic subject for me. Off of this topic anyway. Yeah, of course they're gonna be like that. Everybody gets fucked with at the airport. I get fucked with at the airport, the bus station, just in the street, sitting there waiting for the bus. Everybody gets it. There's no like getting out of it. And the more ambiguous you look during that time, the worse it gets. You know what I mean? So if you look like you're up to no good, I guess they might stop you. You do some other shit. I don't know. I don't want people get stopped at the airport, unless they're causing problems or, it's got to be a reason for it. It's got to be, something like. I think I got stopped at the airport for arguing with the lady at the ticket counter. You know what I mean? But really arguing with the lady. I mean, it was really loud. So, yeah, I was making a disruption or causing a disruption with another passenger on the plane. So that's kind of like why they would stop a person like me or whatever. You never know. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to say, but I wouldn't be causing all this fear mongering. Nobody wants to come to the United States. That's not true. Everybody wants to come to the United States. Still.
He is a Gestapo network. That's what we're witnessing. The federal judge in West Virginia, where ICE has been pulling over and detaining people on the freeway, are literally screaming about ICE's tactics. Quote, "It is an assault on the constitutional order," Judge Goodwin says. A federal judge in fucking West Virginia, one of the most conservative states in the country, is saying that. All pregnant, unaccompanied minors apprehended by ICE are being sent to a shelter in Texas, where Texas's total abortion ban has led to denials and delays in care with deadly consequences. They are as young as 13, and more than half are pregnant due to grape. Jesus Christ, bro. The other thing is, I told you guys, over 4,000 people are missing. 4,000 people are just flat out missing. The other thing is, they have some facilities that are just supposed to be for kids only. This is like Jeffrey Epstein's fucking dream here. Like, you are opening up the door wide open for child trafficking. They've set those conditions on purpose. I don't trust these people. They wouldn't even, a 2-month-old baby had bronchitis and was dying, was deathly ill, took him to the hospital, released him, gave the ICE Gestapo thugs the medicine. They didn't give the medicine to the kid. This is what we're talking about. I don't trust these people. They should not have this much control. They should not have it. It is so crazy what we're witnessing here. How about this one? Florida man feels pain of regret voting for Trump after ICE detains his fiancée to deport her back to Cuba. This is another one. Hey, don't say we didn't tell you, bro. Don't say we didn't warn you. All these Venezuelans in this country that are viewed as more right-wing because they escaped Maduro's Venezuela. All these Cubans who came here who are always vote Republican, very right-wing because they hate communism, because they hate, Fidel Castro and Cuba and what it's become. Got all these right-wingers. They come here. A lot of them voted for motherfucking Trump. And now he's still deporting all you motherfuckers anyway. Like it's nothing. He doesn't give a fuck. Remember the story? He deported a guy who opened up a burger place that was like named after Trump. It was called like Trump Burger or something like that. He deported that guy. They are they're so out over their skis. It's like they're trying to do white nationalism, but in the midst of doing the white nationalism, they're also just like, I don't care. Ruin everybody's life while you're at it. Ruin everybody's life. Trump supporter. Are you brown and a Trump supporter? You're definitely cooked. We're definitely going after you then. So it's like white nationalism mixed with like haphazardly going after many of their own people and even British grandmas, like we just discussed. That's how insane the system currently is.
Well, you got to think like if which is kind of crazy. Like, what's the strategy behind that? I mean, that's got to take away from his voting numbers. You did, like, all the people he's deported. They're like, I voted for him. I voted for Trump. You know what I mean? You dig? So he's like, okay, come on. And the whole Maduro thing, like, I think we've had Maduro now like 2 months almost, and nobody's yet been back to their country. Like, come on now. I mean, you know why he did it. He did it, because of the resources, and they found out he could capitalize on that shit. And he walked off from it, basically. You see what I'm saying? Because they were like, nah, fuck that. We don't want that shit. They don't do too much to make it work. You know what I mean? So that's the next thing they be a pirate about. So motherfuckers, they were offering like $3 racks to self-deport. I would take the $3,000. Just hey, get on the plane with my family and go. Shit, give it to me now. You're like, it's my money. I want it now. Do it right. That's 6 racks when you get there to a country that you can afford to live in. Especially like if Maduro was such a dictator and shit. You know what I mean? He ain't there now. What's the big worry? Go start over if you must. Versus having to be picked up in such a country that you have no idea about. You know what I mean? And as far as the thing about the children, surely that would be like somebody say that would be right up. That would be somebody would be talking about that for real. Like, what I mean? Seriously, for real. And somebody would be watching that shit like a hawk to find out that children are coming up missing or, the thing about the girls being pregnant. I'm gonna say I've seen 2 things. Yes, it's very true. It's very possible that they're being violated like that because some of these people are fucking pigs and perverts and demons and they do shit like that. There's also another level to that where I've seen adults basically let their children prostitute themselves to the unhoused to raise money for themselves, for their families, that kind of shit. Survivor, sexual activities as young girls, you know what I mean? Yet the mother and father are going to do that. They're going to go do something else, try to raise the money. I've seen that personally, with my own eyes. So, that's 2-3 levels of like craziness, which is really bad, because when I seen it, it was because they didn't want to be in the conditions of the shelter, and they were allowed to have makeshift encampments where the unhoused were not allowed to have encampments at all. So they were upset because they didn't like this and they didn't like that, and they put their encampments next to unhoused citizens that weren't some of them weren't just not right. Some of them took advantage of that perversions. That's degenerate behavior. That's fucking crime. That's a crime. Regardless of who it is, it's a fucking crime. So, and it's a crime. Just put it that way. It's a fucking crime. But nothing was happening to them. Nothing was happening to nobody. Because there's nobody there was nobody to tell on anybody. You see what I'm saying? It was a crime. Actual fucking crime. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that they're pregnant. That some people come up pregnant. You got you're pregnant. You know what I mean? Wouldn't surprise me. I've seen some ugly shit. So like, what do they do with these young girls that are pregnant? Because I would say again, person like me who's been to jail. I've been to jail with a lot of pregnant sisters that magically lost their baby inside the jail. Their baby was pretty far along. Come back and they're, full blown they call it stillbirth. You know what I mean? So I've seen some ugly shit. So I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions about the jails we have here. Then I have questions about that too when it comes to people getting violated, whether it be a young girl or a boy, or you know what I mean, a woman, male, something like that. Violation is still a violation. By all those, it doesn't matter where they come from. It's still wrong.
Watch this. Here we go.
Please, she does not deserve this. She's the sweetest person, and she prayed for you.
Yeah, how many people who've been deported are sweet people? Only about maybe 5% or fewer are undocumented immigrants and violent criminals. So that means like 95% are not violent criminals. They're all probably pretty fucking sweet. There's a lot of them. They all have backstories. They all have family members. They all have friends. They all have detailed lives. but yours is so special. Well, maybe you shouldn't have fucking voted for the guy. How about that?
To President Trump from a South Florida man fearing his life partner could be deported to Cuba at any moment. He reached out to our Christian De La Rosa to share his story and his remorse.
This has been 8 months. I didn't know a man could cry this much. I did not think that this would happen.
Wayne DeMario has been working overtime at a Southwest Miami-Dade guitar shop, trying to distract himself from his pain and regret.
I hate to see her going through this. She's my best friend.
His life partner of nearly 20 years, Yamile Alcantu, originally from Cuba, ICE detained her back in June.
8 months that she's been taken. I call it kidnapped because it basically is.
He says it happened during what they thought was just another immigration check-in.
They grabbed her, put her in shackles and chains.
She'd been checking in annually, as so many do, hoping to fix her status. She lost her legal residency and got a deportation order back in 2008 after a traffic stop.
They go through her purse, and then they dump the purse out, and 3 Xanax pills fall out.
But in those years, he says, they didn't think much of it.
Cuban's not going to get deported, so don't worry about it.
Today, DHS has her listed among the worst of the worst, a criminal arrested for dangerous drugs and possession.
Dangerous drugs and drug possession.
But I'm gonna apologize, man. I gotta toggle in between screens. I apologize. Where do I start? She had already had an order to leave, an order for deportation. Okay, that's already out there. Like, what did you expect just off of that alone? You know what I mean? So she's doing what? Checking in, okay, sure, whatever. But you go through her purse and you find Xanax, like they don't give a fuck what it is. Just because you're white and you use Xanax doesn't mean it looks the same with her. That look like something else. And it's not really. It's just fuck. Like they're gonna make it into something else. You know what I mean? What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else about this particular case. Like the way Cuz sold it, he sold it like she was just the most innocent. This is a victimless crime. Well, if it was, why did she ever order deportation? See what I'm saying? And he's like, "What did you vote?" And blah blah blah. What? And because she's from Cuba, what made you think that she was safe and not to be able to get deported? What made you think that? You know what I mean? That's crazy. That's crazy. Every crime, and the white traumatization of it all. You know what I mean? It's like extra, like super extra. Him crying, yeah, that's gonna be kind of normal. Is he going with her? That's my question. You love her so much, are you going with her?
She had 3 fucking Xanax pills. We fucking told you. When Trump was in the debate and he said, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, you know he was talking about legal immigrants. He was talking about legal Haitian immigrants. That was one of the signs of, you think I'm going to limit this to undocumented immigrants who are violent criminals? No, I'm going after everybody, bro. I'm going after all you motherfuckers. When they held up mass deportation signs at the RNC, you can't do mass deportations without going after innocent people. Here you fucking go. Here you go. Now you're the worst of the worst, according to him.
Wayne feels it's a slap in the face.
I didn't vote for this, but I definitely voted Republican.
He says both were staunch.
By the way, what did you learn? What did you learn? And that's the thing that frustrates me the most is like a lot of these people, they'll still fucking vote Republican. They will say a Republican will do the most depraved, vile shit, total scumbag shit to them, and they'll still go vote for them. This is being uber cucked. You are the ultimate simp cuck. You don't have a functioning brain anymore at this point if you're still voting Republican.
I voted Republican.
They march your wife off to the death camp.
You're getting.
Right? So will they say, I don't know, I didn't pre-watch this, so we'll learn at the same time. But are one of these going to come out and say, I'm done voting Republican? Are you going to say it? Are you going to say it? Let's see. Let's see.
Supporters of President Trump.
When you said I didn't vote for this, what did you think you had voted for?
I really thought this was just going to be something organized, but it's obviously not. They just blanket everybody.
Alcantu, calling from her detention facility in Louisiana. She says in her 8 months detained, she has not seen an immigration judge. She stresses she's not a criminal, and her biggest fear, being deported, especially to Cuba.
And now they might deport her to Cuba, where Trump is doing a total medieval siege and not allowing any fuel into Cuba. And so as a result of that, the country is fucking crippled and starving. So he might deport her. He might illegally bring her in, deport her illegally, and then have her starve to death over there. This is what Trump is. Do you get it yet? Do you get it yet? Do you understand what he is? Do you understand he's a destroyer? That this is what a fascist does? This is what imperialist does? Do you understand that? This isn't about building.
He said he was going to do all that. He said it. If he didn't say it, then you should have read all his websites. Okay, if you didn't want to read Project whatever the fuck in the 900-page fucking phone book, all right, fine. Then you should have read the website. So you should have listened. He said he was going to do all of this. You know what I mean? He made it. He was like, it was so transparent. I don't understand what the problem is. Like, now we're acting like, oh, I didn't know what I was voting for. I mean, I voted for Republican, but I didn't vote for this. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Because that's what he wrote on. That was his main premise. All those town halls and all those rallies and shit was about deportation. You know what I mean? Cleaning it up. The Biden migrants and all this extra shit. You know what I mean? They just left it wide open, right? There's criminals. They just dumped out the asylums. Right? All that shit. You know exactly what the fuck you voted for. Now you can't. Now look, you're not even really crying. He just got his glasses up on his forehead. Cuz ain't really crying. He's over there like, I mean, I voted Republican, but I didn't know he was gonna do all this. Yes, the fuck you did. I mean, if you didn't, then I guess you're not a Republican or a conservative or whatever. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. You know exactly what the fuck you're doing. You know what you're listening to. She knew what you were voting for. She knew, and you still voted Republican. So essentially, you signed your own old lady to get deported. You should feel a little guilty about that. You did that. That's all you. You know what I mean? She knew what that was about. You know what I'm saying? You know what you're doing. You can't have it all. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't have them clean it all up and close it off, you know, and give everybody a fucking break. You know what I mean? And deport everything, right? You can't have it that way. And then when it touches you, you can't feel some kind of way about it. Because you knew what you were voting for. Everybody knew what he was about. Everybody, the most ignorant motherfucker knew what he was about. The most ignorant, political savvy individual who watches the news once a week knew what he was about. Okay? So you can't pretend, you can't play like that's stupid. And if you didn't, she did. She knew, and she still let you go stand in line or put it in the mail. Still let you get off that vote. Especially right there in Miami-Dade. Right there. You know what I mean? You're worried about going back to Cuba. And you essentially signed your wife over. You basically said, yeah, you go ahead and get deported too. I'm just gonna send this ballot and vote Republican. Doesn't matter even if you voted Democrat or regardless. It doesn't even fucking matter. At this point, some way or another, there wasn't gonna be real tangibles for anybody. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter really. But in this case, you were wearing the hats, you were at the rally, you know exactly what you were getting into. You can't even pretend. You can't say I didn't know it was gonna be like this. Yeah, okay. Sure.
Holding anybody up. This isn't about creating a better future. This is what fascists do.
Your story, hear other stories like this, and say, "Well, you voted for this."
Yeah, I've heard that from people.
What do you tell those people?
I'm sorry. I didn't know that this was going to happen. This is about human beings. It's not about left or right. It's about right and wrong.
Now, guys, this is the problem with Republicans, and I'm sure
you see. See, for once, me and this dude agree. I was like, now when it touches you, now you're gonna feel some kind of way. I want to know if he's going with her.
You've all experienced this. It's only when it happens to them specifically do they go, oh shit, it turns out this is fucked up. Oh, really? Oh, really? It's like we've been warning everybody. It's like when we talk about Gaza. Hey, look, another story of innocent women and children getting carpet bombed and murdered by Israeli thugs. Okay, we bring that up and they don't care. So many just don't seem to care on the right. They act like, whatever, it's not me. But that's the point, is it could easily fucking be you. It could be any of us. They've now destroyed international law. They've destroyed U.S. law. Now we live in the, might makes right law of the jungle type shit. And none of us are safe. That's the point. That's the point. And it had to happen to him directly before he realized the humanity of immigrants. There's always been humanity there. You just refuse to see it. Oh my God, bro.
Alcantu's record does have.
I just want to say, like, what does he mean by not all of us are safe? What does that mean? Yeah, like, I don't sign up to that fear mongering shit, because as far as I'm concerned, what really can you do to us if you don't see us? We ain't out there doing all this extra political theater. So what does that mean? What does that mean? If anything, they're going to shut the lights off and electricity and shit. Might have to suffer a little bit, but it doesn't mean that we haven't been making inroads for decades to be self-determined and take care of ourselves. I mean, it's all we do is take care of ourselves. What is he talking about? None of us are safe. In what way? What are you doing wrong?
Other violations on it, misdemeanors like petty theft dating back to the early 2000s.
Oh, she was cooked. There was no way they were going to let her stay in this country. Right. You kidding me? Some Xanax pills and petty theft? Oh, you're donezo.
DeMario says he has spent his entire life savings on legal fees trying to get her back home. His friends have a fundraiser underway if you'd like to get involved.
Nope.
There's always been humanity there. You just refuse to see it. Oh my God, bro.
Alcantu's record does have other violations on it, misdemeanors like petty theft dating back to the early 2000s.
Oh, she was cooked. There was no way they were going to let her stay in this country. You kidding me? Some Xanax pills and petty theft? Oh, you're donezo.
DeMario says he has spent his entire life savings on legal fees trying to get her back home. His friends have a fundraiser underway if you'd like to get involved. The link is under this story on our website, local10.com.
I didn't hear him say, I'm done voting Republican. I didn't hear him say, I'm voting Democrat. This is just so crazy to me. This is where it is now. This is where we're at now. But you know what? As I told you guys the other day, Gallup stopped doing presidential favorability polling. And I genuinely think the reason for that is because they had a Trump 28% or 29% poll. And so he actually is hemorrhaging support. He actually is. And we'll see how low he can go. But, this should be a wake-up call. We're talking about concentration camps. We're talking about concentration camps. We're talking about...
Because seems to just get away with all kinds of madness. If they think that just shut his executive orders down like they did last time, they ought to come up with another creative executive order for 90 more days. Like he just did. He's going to find a way. He's going to through it all. You know what I mean? It's going to be another 3 years of him doing way worse shit. You know what I mean? That we've probably seen just the last time. I would like to say that are these people going to go with you? You're talking about I couldn't believe this and that, but I didn't hear a dude not say fuck if he's going to switch over to the dark side of the Democrats. Who gives a fuck about that? Is he going to go with his bride? Or is he just going to keep spilling money to try to get her out when there's no hope of getting her out? Although, let me take that back. There is. In our state, the biggest bullshit thing that upset me the most was when an activist that was in a sanctuary, it was hiding in the church, yes. Been there for like 2 years, whatever. Couple years, whatever. Activists from another country, always speaking on how situations, yes. Whatever. I think I met the broad once, a long time ago. She was picked up. She was placed in the ICE thing. Then you had all the 501(c)(3) activists out there, and this one particular group. I would say I didn't have thought we were beefing with them until I know we were beefing with them. You know what I mean? Advocate for old girl, whatever. But it was a legislator that really is some white legislator that did a private bill and made that pass along with an attorney or whatever to get her out. And I was like, this is one of the first people they picked up here in the city. I was like, what was the fucking point? Because she violated her. She was set up for deportation She wasn't supposed to be here. She did come back. There was a whole bunch of shit that she did wrong. You know what I mean? And that she just didn't have no guilt about. Even now, she's out still doing the same type of bullshit, which I'll get into in a little bit further later on in the show. You know what I mean? Just when it comes to what Denver is doing about the ICE and whatever, which I think is some more bullshit. But yeah, she's out there just out in the street, just willy nilly, you know, just living her best life, even though she's not, she's like kind of like I want to say waiting for an next court date. You know what I mean? Either way, what was the fucking point? What was the point of arresting her? You're just gonna get her out? No, you shouldn't be able to. The whole point is you shouldn't be able to get out. Like, you should be able to get deported. She's in there just hanging on, man. And what drove me crazy about this shit was the same activists that house the unhoused, right, and connect resources, are the same advocates that are activated for the migrants, okay, for the migrant situation. And so as me and my mate are constantly, at odds with the migration situation, mostly because they broke the infrastructures and shit. And they take away from Black people getting their needs met in our city. Constantly, we realize we're constantly at odds. This topic that we're at odds about, migration. You know what I mean? Because they're like, everybody needs a place to live. Sure, yes, you're right. You're right, but you're right. However, not like this. You see what I'm saying? Some things are not like this. Like, you flee a country out for whatever reasons, especially when you're coming this way. There's other countries before you get here. Beautiful countries. You know what I mean? You didn't stop and even explore one before you just head here in a caravan of 8,000 walkers. You dig? And then with all the demand and force of the world, you're like the entitlements and whatever. And that's what's been given, is there's been an answer to the entitlements. That's what drives the conversations me and my mate have with city council, which is so described as very negative, and we don't care about them, and they have all kinds of ugly names for it. Which hindsight is, somebody has to say the truth, you know what I mean? And I feel some kind of way about it. Just certain groups of groups of migrants, you know what I mean, that I've seen that really put a strain on our particular infrastructure for the most vulnerable. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't all the types of migrants that came in. It wasn't. We had different types, different facets of people. It was mostly from the Latin diaspora, like 2 places in the Latin diaspora. You know what I mean? And it was intentional. That's what it is. And then the push to be a sanctuary city. It's like, it's one thing that you don't want to be open and everything. That's great. That's good. That's good. We help refugees and all kind of shit. It's good. At least we can have a plan, and we know that they're going to give the money back, that they're going to pay it back federally or whatever, you know what I mean? So all kinds of stipulations. Okay, that's one thing. But you can't be a welcoming place when you can't take care of the people you have here. You can't feed them or house the people you have here. You know what I mean? Where you'd rather lock them up and out of sight, out of mind, and accuse them of everybody being on drugs or whatever to suit your narratives. It's like, that's crazy. And lie and say that you housed everybody when in reality you have to factor in all the unhoused migrants that came, that you put in our numbers. Nobody's really bringing it up. They try to, gloss over it and whatnot. So yeah. But that's happening with it. You shouldn't be able to get out. You should, especially when you have not one, but this like a multiple. That lady had at least 2 orders of deportation. The first one and then the second one. And she managed to ski skirt out. But what really upset me was that there was a legislator that put a private bill through, and they barely spoke about it on the news, and it just went through, and only in the newspaper did you hear about it or read about it. It was so quick that you blinked, and then a month or two later, that problem was out. And just like that, when we can't get anything to go in our direction without any other buffer race or buffer class to take over and undermine the situation. That's what drives me. That's what does it. You know what I mean? See what this is getting. Let's see what this is about.
Hi, it's Monday, February 9th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America. I'm your lawyer friend, Legia Miller in Minneapolis. 2025 was the deadliest year on record for ICE detainees. 2 cases of measles have been confirmed at the Dilley Family Detention Center in Texas. DHS has recently partnered with the Navy to buy up massive industrial buildings to be turned into immigrant detention facilities. Headlines like this have cropped up over the last week that, taken by themselves, are pretty horrific. But I wanted to connect some dots so we can get a bigger picture of what's going on in the increasingly opaque world of immigrant detention in the United States. Reportedly, over 70,000 people are in immigrant detention in the U.S. right now, an unprecedented number and a 75% increase since the beginning of Trump 2.0. And by all accounts, that number will continue to grow as ICE uses its bloated budget, thanks to the big, beautiful bill, to erect more and more hastily built facilities to shove people into under abhorrent conditions. The increased funding through 2029, along with newly uncovered government contracts through the Navy, usually meant for foreign disasters, could create, as one reporter put it, a ghost network of concentration camps on U.S. soil. The work is already well underway, but the worst is likely still to come for the tens of thousands of people, immigrants and U.S. citizens alike, who are being disappeared from our streets and secreted away to facilities that the Trump regime doesn't want anyone to know about. Thank you to my partner on today's video, PDS Debt. Credit card debt sucks. I have struggled with it. I know how shameful it can feel and how stressful and overwhelming it can be to watch those debts pile up. And it's so hard to live your life under the constant strain of worrying about credit card debt on top of literally everything else going on right now. And of course, it's the credit card companies that win when you have to keep paying them huge amounts of interest every single month. So it can feel so good to finally take back control of your life by tackling those big, scary debts, especially if you can get a little help along the way. If you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, you need to check out PDS Debt. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation, and they have a team of people ready to help you with your debt journey. They understand your specific scenario and will help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free. PDS Debt is offering a free debt analysis. It only takes 30 seconds. Head over to pdsdebt.com/Miller to get your...
Anytime you throw in Americans being able to suffer the same kind of consequences or whatever, like she did, it's fear mongering, and I don't subscribe to that shit. So that's the part I'm gonna say that I don't subscribe to it. That really make me a believer, and I say that because people who've been arrested or multiple times, whatever, been in the system on any kind of levels, whether it be misdemeanors, felonies, petty crimes, whatever, they've been fingerprinted, things like that. So legitimate citizens, like I say myself, right? I'll use me for an example. You can only hold me for so long if you were to pick me up. And my prince would probably just easily let me out. If not my prince, then defining characteristics. If I couldn't, obviously carry my stuff on me, but they use facial recognition of fingerprints and shit. You dig? So none of that, right? I mean, the level of lawsuit that would come from it would be ridiculous. So we would be hearing about people, American citizens, suing the shit out of these type of situations for being picked up and kept for long periods of time. So, I mean, like kept in jail. Or even if they were deported, you know what I mean, without no question of whether they're an anchor baby or, tethered by foreign family, like foreign immediate family members, or you know what I mean. It's just crazy. It's just like wow. Like even the people that have been, like even the children that have been here for like 30, 40 years, and all of a sudden they're in a country they don't know nothing about. That shit is wild to me too, because What did you do to get in that kind of trouble? That's people are being banned for like 10 years. What did you do? And how come your parents didn't make no in-ways? I was watching something the other day about that. No in routes for you to have your paperwork handled. You know, because some people, they were here with their parents. The parents never got their paperwork situated. Next thing you know, they're shipped off across seas. They're like, hell, no. Why? That's something you need to ask your parents about. Surely it's come up, right? Surely you're in the last 30 years, somehow, some way, somebody has brought that up. How did you get to school? How did you get a driver's license? You know, I got questions. You know what I mean? You just can't survive like that. You got to register for school. You got to register at the doctor's office. There's all these things you got to sign for. Like, you know what I mean? You can't just drive without doing the proper the proper paperwork and all that shit at the DMV. You know what I mean? You got to know the rules. Do they still do tests? Don't they test? I got questions. I got lots of fucking questions. Why didn't anybody do that for some of these people, right? And if you know that it didn't happen to you, you got to question why are your parents hiding out and letting you get deported? What kind of work have you been? I got questions. But in this case, when she just let out and same thing with Kyle Kalinske or whatever his name is, you know, letting out these little pieces of propaganda, like fear-mongering propaganda, you know, and us too. No, we can't get deported. And if we could, you really think that there's going to be us sitting back like, yeah, they deported me. I'm not going to do nothing about it. I'm just going to, it was a horrible time. All my rights were just taken away. They didn't let me bathe. They didn't let me put deodorant on. They barely let me eat. They didn't let me look at the sun. I was looking at the walls with fucking 50 motherfuckers in here trying to talk to me. I'm just getting my physical exercise in and was whooping ass. Like, come on, cuz, like, for real, I got on the plane and I got shipped out. I came back there. You know, and we're not going to do nothing. Not going to do nothing. Like, not going to be able to make a phone call at least to tell somebody so somebody get it crunk outside. Well, we wait to get shipped off. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Please. Don't let me get to one phone call. Just one. I just need one if I need that. Or I can't mail a letter out. Just one letter. Right. There. And I'm just going to allow that to, like, we're going to be silent on the way to get deported, right? The whole time I'm just like, I'm going to be silent all the way. Yeah, right. You see what I'm saying? You would hear more about this if it was really, truly happening to legitimate foundationals, okay? It's not. It isn't. And if it is, we're not hearing enough about it, and there's no real lawsuits going up against it, where they're like, yeah, they deported me and I'm an American citizen. I didn't do anything. Not one thing. You know what I mean? Not one thing. I've been saint. I'm a saint. Yeah, right. Come on. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not happening to us, but it's white people instilling that fear, right? They want you to get involved. So don't feed into that.
Your free debt assessment today. You'll receive a full breakdown on how to save on interest each month and the quickest way to take care of your debt. There's no minimum credit score required. Whether your credit is bad or fair, they're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, in your savings account. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, boasts hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google, and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. And getting started is easy. Go to pdsdebt.com/Miller to complete your free debt assessment in just 30 seconds to see what options are available to you. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/Miller. Thanks, PDS Debt. Before we continue, let me clarify two things because the trolls in my comments section are fucking idiots. First, being inside the United States illegally is not a crime. It is a civil offense. It is a misdemeanor to enter into the United States, cross the border illegally. So is speeding or running a stop sign. But many people who are undocumented in the United States entered legally and their visa expired or the Trump regime revoked their protected status. That is not a crime. That is a civil offense. No prison time, no criminal prosecution. While the Trump regime claims it's removing the worst of the worst criminal aliens from our streets, immigrant
I'm gonna look that up right now, family. A misdemeanor when you fucking illegally cross over? That's a misdemeanor.
Detention centers are not part of the criminal justice process. Immigration detention is categorized as civil detention, meaning people detained there are not meant to be detained as punishment. It is simply a place to hold people while their immigration case moves through the system. The system is incredibly, horribly backlogged. So that can mean people stay in immigration detention for months or more. Some may be able to make bond and be released pending their hearings, but many cannot afford bond. Because this is not criminal court or imprisonment, people moving through the immigration system have the right to an attorney, but one will not be provided for them. They have to access and pay for one themselves. This means that many people moving through the system are self-represented. They do not have lawyers. This includes unaccompanied children. So there are 5-year-olds just appearing in immigration court without lawyers representing themselves. According to DHS's own data, which I think any data coming out of the federal government at this point should be taken with a grain of salt, but even by their own data, only 5% of detainees have been convicted of violent crimes. 5%. About 26% of detained immigrants had a criminal conviction, though it's unclear for what crimes. Again, speeding is a misdemeanor and technically a criminal conviction. And another 26% have pending criminal charges. Again, remember the whole innocent until proven guilty thing. This could mean they have an outstanding traffic ticket or charges that they will be acquitted for, or bogus trumped up charges because the regime is quick to charge anyone with assaulting an ICE officer if they even look at them the wrong way. So again, 5% of detainees have been convicted of violent crimes. 95% of detainees in the immigration detention centers in the United States have never been convicted of violent crimes, and they are being held in detention centers in civil detention, which is not meant to be punishment. Just keep that in mind as I'm talking about this, okay? And then second, for the idiot trolls, the U.S. Constitution does not just apply to citizens. The Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable searches and seizures says it protects people, not just citizens. The Fifth and 14th Amendment due process protections extend to people, not just citizens. So shut the fuck up. Okay, now that that's out of the way, let's get into connecting the dots between the headlines. First headline, Congress is continuing to fight over DHS funding. Democrats are holding out, seeking greater regulation of DHS officers, requiring identification, mask removal, judicial warrants. I talked about this last week. And while I do think Democrats should use this little leverage that they do have and milk it for all that it's worth, in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to ICE detention facilities, this fight is irrelevant. The big, beautiful bill, that spending bill that passed last year, included $65 billion.
All right, so we pulled it up. All right. She said it's a misdemeanor. Let me read it. I asked, is entering the USA illegally a crime? If so, what level? Right? So it would be fair to partial. Okay, well, shit. Let undo it then, bitch. Hold on a second. I'm talking to the speaker. 1 second. Make sure I'm not on mute so you can hear me. So I don't want to read this over again. Good bet. All right. Okay, so I asked, is entering the USA illegally a crime? If so, what level? Yes, entering the United States illegally is a federal crime, but the level depends on the situation and whether it's a first offense or a repeat offense. Here's the breakdown under U.S. law. First, illegal entry, federal misdemeanor, a federal misdemeanor, not just a regular misdemeanor. Under Immigration and Nationality Act, B8 U.S.C.S. 1325. I need glasses, y'all. Forgive me. Crime level, federal misdemeanor. Penalty, up to 6 months in federal jail and or fines. Applies when someone crosses the border outside of legal port of entry or enters using false information or evades immigration inspection. This is the most common charge for the first illegal entry. Illegal re-entry after deportation, federal felony. Okay, it gives the statute. Crime level, federal felony, penalty up to 2 years in prison normally, up to 10 years if prior serious crimes, or up to 20 years if prior aggravated felony. Hold on, let me power this off. 1 second, family. I'm sorry. I apologize. The distraction. Okay, shut off. Shut off. It's gonna go off here shortly. little speaker. All right. Now let's turn it down so it didn't disturb us. Okay. Now, 3, civil violation versus criminal crime. Not all immigration violations are criminal. Illegal entry, crossing the border unlawfully is a criminal offense. It's a misdemeanor or a felony. Overstaying a visa, usually civil violation, not a criminal offense. Someone enters illegally with a visa but stays too long, civil immigration violation. Someone crosses the border unlawfully, criminal misdemeanor. 4th, federal classification hierarchy. From lowest to highest seriousness, infraction, minor, no jail time. Misdemeanor, illegal first entry first time. Gross misdemeanor, or it's a felony, illegal reentry after deportation. Enforcement is federal, not state. Illegal entry is enforced by federal agencies such as U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and Department of Homeland Security, not state or local police unless cooperating federally. Summarizing, first, illegal entry, federal misdemeanor, etc., etc. Visa overstay is usually civil violation and not criminal. Okay, so in lieu of all that we just learned right here and stuff that she didn't mention, that's the problem with the way Trump and everybody's been selling it. They didn't mention all of this. Like, that probably would matter to some of the outrage. You know what I mean? Because people are expecting some major dramatic punishment. And in reality, excuse me, it's just a minor misdemeanor, federal misdemeanor, really punishable up to 6 years. 6 years in jail, right? 6 months to 2 years. You know what I mean? Depending on the crime. So, see, there's kind of like an understanding to why there's all this upset. However, it wasn't explained right, correctly. You have to go in and actually look. You see what I'm saying? People like this, I'm like, yeah, take everybody, fuck it. And then there's all this fear surrounding it. When in reality, everybody should just calm the fuck down. It doesn't seem like it's too heavy. You dig? I mean, I would know. I would know because of experience. I'm not illegal, but I would know about that. Somebody coming back, re-entering and shit. I'm not illegal, nor have I. You know what I mean? I'm a legitimate, born on the soil type of motherfucker. So, but I would know firsthand. I just like, well, they caught you, they put you in fucking federal prison. So, federally, so I kind of knew it was federal thing, but I was just like, whatever. But I think that it wasn't explained appropriately. Like, where's the explanation? So you got all these people living in fear. These people living in fear. You got white people in an uproar. It's not that bad. When in reality, it should be worse. Like legally, federally, it should be a lot worse than what it is. Maybe it is bad for people who've never been, locked up or fucking. Maybe it's just horrible. I don't know. Maybe it's like 6 months to a year, to 2 years. So you can't do 2 years. Like, calm down. I think it wasn't explained appropriately. No wonder there's just reading it. No wonder there's a little upset. It's like, God, maybe they should explain things better. Like, this is what it really means, instead of just saying this, like they're criminals and all this extra shit. If that's the case, where do they fall? They fall under up to 10 years in prison if that's like that. But apparently they're not collecting people like that. They're just collecting regular people who overstayed their visa. Because there's all this uproar, and it can happen to us too. Calm down. Oh my God. I think they explained it to everybody appropriately. I don't know. I took the couch. Wasn't for me.
$1 billion for ICE to build more detention facilities through 2029. Already passed. This DA appropriations bill is separate and a fraction of the size of the funding provided for in the big beautiful bill. Increased funding for ICE has also led to hiring of more ICE officers and expansion of operations to include more raids and more expedited removals. We know this. Typically, expedited removals are reserved for the worst of the worst, but because the Trump regime has deemed all immigrants the worst of the worst, that policy has expanded so now 5-year-olds can be sent for expedited removal, which provides for even fewer rights and less access to due process than is offered under the regular removal process. Those increased operations have led to an increase in immigrant detention. As I said, a 75% increase from around 40,000 before Trump took office to over 70,000 people in immigrant detention now. The type of detention varies. In the case happened.
Look, the big thing was everybody kept saying they're breaking up families. They're deporting families. They're doing all this stuff. And Tom Homan was everybody could go together. But now we're going to be upset about the children. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. Children were going to be picked up with their parents. Remember, everybody's like, you're breaking up the family. And then, so what did he say? No, we're not. They can all go together. You see what I'm saying? So now we're going to be upset about children, 5 years old, because the other little boy, which they let out, by the way. They didn't keep him in there that long. They let him and his father out and took him right back to their house. So, you know what I mean? Realistically. Now we're doing it. Like, I didn't see more on that. Like, I just go believe it because you say it. Here, I want to see more because that'd be some outrageous shit. We'd see more people talking about it other than, a couple of bloggers or whatever.
Happening here in Minneapolis, where there's a surge of officers arresting everyone from plumbers.
There you go. There's the agenda. It's in Minneapolis. Well, that's where the little boy was taken, from Minneapolis. So there's the propaganda.
To protesters, there are shorter term holding facilities where people are really only meant to be held for 12 hours or less while their case is assessed and a longer term holding situation is identified. Or if you're a citizen protester, until you're randomly released some hours later with little explanation. Then there are larger facilities meant to house immigrants for longer periods. DHS can hold immigrants while their case plays out, and once a judge orders that an immigrant be removed, DHS must remove that person within 90 days or provide a good reason why they're just holding on to that person. The system for holding immigrants is really haphazard. Sometimes it's local jails renting out their space to DHS. Sometimes DHS facilities are run by private prison companies. Sometimes the facilities are owned and operated by the federal government. And sometimes, like in the case of Alligator,
it's incentivized. Don't get it twisted, okay? That she's not saying is that it's an incentivized situation, right? So meaning there's an incentive to do all this. And no, we got a detention center right down the fucking street from my crib. Okay? I would say right down the street. I would say maybe if we had to be in a car, maybe 15 minutes during traffic. Okay? Maybe. I say it's right down the street. I mean, it's right down the street. It's literally, right down the street. In my mind, I could get there. That's right down the street in my mind. Right, but it's maybe about a mile away, okay? I don't even know shortcuts to get to the bitch and through the neighborhood. That's how serious, that's how close it is for me in my brain, okay? I'll take a shortcut back streets just to get over it so I don't have to be on the main street, right? And we got a detention center. We don't have little housing sections to where we hold you for like 2 weeks to figure it out or a week to figure it out. No, you're going straight to that damn detention center. That's been there since at least as long as I was like 16 years old. I had my first little boyfriend went up in there. He got picked up. We went up in there. Yeah. So I was 16 when that shit happened. It's been there for a long time. I'm 46 fucking years old, and they had plenty of space up in there. And at that time too, they were doing some fuck shit in there, even then. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. And Tom Homan said everybody can get deported together. So, in the little spot where they had the little boy at, yeah, of course he's going to be depressed. Of course he's going to be, feeling some kind of way, lethargic, want his mother type shit. I mean, he's just a little boy. What can you expect? He's in there with his father. It's not like he was in there by himself and his father was running the streets and hiding in basements and shit. No, they got his father and him. And, if your mother and shit is afraid to open the goddamn door, well, then what do you expect? If the news picked it up and they made it seem like, one part of the news makes it seem like, oh my God, we're arresting children and shit. And the other side is like, look, what are we supposed to do with the kid? His father was running down the street. Where we tried to take him in, but they wouldn't open the door. You know what I mean? We didn't feel like kicking the door down right in front of him. We gave him lunch, come on, we can make sure he was warm, toasty. Like, what do you say? Like, who do you believe? Either way, he went with his father. What I didn't like was they shipped him out of state. They didn't leave him there in Minnesota. They shipped him to another state, like immediately. That right there was suspect. See, those are the kind of things you should really find kind of suspicious. You know what I mean? But if he was in his own state, like Minnesota, and he was in the little section where they house the little children at, and they're outside playing and on little signs looking at the drones, that's a whole nother situation. He went to a whole different state. That's something you should be really questioning. Why did that have to happen? You know what I mean? And then they brought him back home. That's another thing, right?
Alcatraz, the facilities are wholly owned and operated by the state. There's technically a guide that says the conditions under which immigrants are required to be held. They're required to be provided shelter, food, water, recreation area, a sanitary environment, and access to healthcare. Again, reminder, this is not imprisonment. This is not punishment. This is a civil confinement. But these guidelines have never been codified into law and are therefore just suggestions that are self-enforced by DHS itself. So it's a haphazard system already that has seen a 75% increase in detainees.
And they showed it. They showed that when they showed the alligator Alcatraz up there by the swamp. They showed that. They walked through there. It was very put up real quick. It was like it was under tents. It was like, it was bunks and no real water-ish areas in there, no real facilities to speak of. Where was the doctor? They showed that as they walked through, and Nome and everybody was so happy about it. They showed that, so this outrage now is like, you know what I mean? They showed that. It's not like they didn't do a walkthrough and everybody didn't watch that happen. Yeah, of course that's happening. And of course they'd be doing all that. It doesn't surprise me, not even a little bit.
There is a 3.5 million case backlog in immigration court, which is why expedited removal is so enticing for the Trump regime. If you deny people due process, then you don't need to hire more immigration judges. You just need to put people on planes and get them out of the country as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, again, as I said, those pesky constitutional due process requirements do apply to non-citizens. So that has gotten the Trump regime into a lot of hot water. So they need
also offered self-deportation. Okay, they also offered self-deportation through an app with guaranteed money right there. So it's there's going to be an issue. You know what I mean? There's going to be a problem, and you don't want these problems. Like they did give you the option. You know what I mean? You made it difficult, like hiding under the guise of sanctuary. Which I've said many times, it's like a fucking suggestion. It's not a law. So I mean, I don't live in a sanctuary city. Denver is a sanctuary city. I live in a municipality, in a home rule. We're not supposed to have those kind of things going on yet. There's some changing of the rules over here in Aurora, which is kind of like, oh man, you see what I'm saying? But again, Trump came here to Colorado and said what he was going to do. And everybody was on board. I mean, there was a line outside of fucking Latinos and white people trying to get into this motherfucking rally where that's all they were talking about. You see what I'm saying? And people were out there. The local, I want to say the local cultural center. I was gonna say that Coon Jafar and fucking Buck Broken Deontay, where they're doing interviews over there as they walked in. They were talking to all the people, and everybody was voting for everybody wanted to vote for the same thing: immigration, get everybody out. And even Latinos, they were like, yeah, we agree. We want to vote for him to get all the bad ones out and make us look bad, all the bad ones. Okay, well, this is what happens. But if they would have explained it like, look, it's a federal misdemeanor, but we're going to hold you, woo, woo, you know what I mean? This is the consequence, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of things that, and I can see that. I can kind of see some of the outrage. But again, you can't have it both ways.
Beds to put people in, even the ones that they're hoping to shove on planes as quickly as possible, which means there's a bottleneck problem in Trump and Stephen Miller's grand plan to arrest 3,000 immigrants a day. Even with the increase to 100,000 immigrant detention center beds that Trump has promised, with 3,000 arrests per day, which is also promised but not yet realized, those beds would fill up in a little over a month, further requiring an expedited removal process to keep those beds available. As it is, even without reaching the 3,000 per day promise, the existing facilities are incredibly overcrowded, with reports of horrific conditions inside. And so the Trump regime is attempting to solve that problem by buying up abandoned warehouses that they can turn into detention facilities. These are like Amazon-style giant.
Before all this even happened, they could have addressed the fucking backlog before they even started that. So if you had people waiting to be deported, you should have got rid of the fucking the ones that were waiting to be deported before you started loading up the facilities as they wait. You know what I mean? So there was no address of the previous people waiting. If it was so backlogged, right? Everybody says it's so backlogged. I want to audit. This is where audits come into play. You know what I mean? Because why is it backlogged? What's the laziness behind it all? And immigration judges should be just like when you go to the regular city or municipal jail, in regular jail, you see a judge at the jail. So you get picked up on the weekend, you see it fresh on a fucking Monday. And then you know your fate right then and there. You know what I mean? They'll tell you right there where they're booking you, whether you have bond or not, no bond. Whether you're eligible or you're not eligible for bond. You know what I mean? Right when you're getting booked in. So it should just be just like that. And so it baffles me that they don't have immigration. Allegedly, they don't have all these immigration judges, and they're in such a disarray of backlogged cases. Why, though? If your only job is to basically see immigration cases while they're in there, why do you have such a heavy backlog?
E-commerce warehouses that DHS wants to throw some cages in and call it a day. Their other tactic is using military bases, some of which were the very sites of Japanese internment camps 80 years ago, and erecting soft-sided.
What the fuck does that got to do with anything? That got nothing to do with anything. No matter what was there before.
Tents, often in the arid desert, to hold people in. According to reporting from Bloomberg, the Trump administration has attempted to buy up giant warehouses in at least 24 communities, many of which have seen huge backlash from community members, including in Republican districts. Here in Minnesota, a planned warehouse detention center was scrapped in Shakopee, a suburb south of the Twin Cities, after local residents protested the sale. But protesting the creation of these facilities is like playing whack-a-mole. The federal government is intent on finding the space, and there are a lot of giant warehouses that are owned by people who would probably love to cash in on a sweet, sweet government contract. And that's a common theme that you'll see throughout this discussion. There is a lot of money to be made on government contracts for these detention center facilities. According to Bloomberg, quote, on January 16th, the administration paid $102 million for a site near Hagerstown, Maryland, according to a local court filing.
Our own state, like I said, I'm in Colorado, so our own state down south where the prisons are, a gentleman was trying to offer up his facility to house the migrants as they wait for deportation. It was heavily incentivized. It's like, man, I wish Trump would pick me. That whole pick me attitude. And yeah, this major incentive to have a facility. Yep, just like putting up a prison. You know what I mean? There's incentives, there's tax breaks, there's all kinds of things like that to do that. So yeah, even in our own state, even in my state, down south, up west, up north, there's people that own warehouses or that their prior businesses got shut down. Yeah, of course they're ready to give it up and bring in another revenue under the premise of the town is lacking revenue and work, and they sure could use it. You see what I'm saying? So go ahead, let's make it into a immigration facility, and so that the town could benefit from the money being generated, and there could be some work established, for whatever needs they may have, whether it be guards or security of some format, anything. You know what I mean? It'll bring income, revenue, and work. So yeah, of course, there's an incentive to do that sort of thing.
Week later, the government paid $70 million in cash for a warehouse in Surprise, Arizona. Surprise! The price tags, roughly in line with the industry average for the warehouse market, cover just the acquisition of the sites, which are currently empty shells. ICE still has to pay companies to outfit the buildings with toilets, showers, beds, dining and recreation areas, and then run them as detention centers. A third site in El Paso, Texas, meant to house up to 8,500 people, has also been secured, though the purchase price has not been disclosed. Another pattern you'll find here: lots and lots of obfuscation by the Trump regime. The more people they detain, the more opaque the entire immigrant detention apparatus becomes, whether you're trying to locate your loved one in the database or you're a Congress member attempting to exercise your legal right to tour the facilities in your jurisdiction. The Trump regime has made every attempt to keep these processes under wraps, which means the reports that have already come out of the abhorrent conditions in these facilities might only scratch the surface of the horrors happening behind closed doors. One facility with some of the worst offenses is called Camp East Montana, located at Fort Bliss near El Paso, Texas, and the U.S.-Mexico border. This is an example of the soft-sided tent facilities that it appears DHS is planning on expanding upon. A report from the Washington Post back in September cited 60 violations of DHS's own detention standards in the first 50 days of the center being open. Detainees were being shuttled into the detention center in the middle of the desert before construction had even completed. Violations included a lack of access to phones and lawyers, huge tents housing hundreds of migrants that were so loud and so bright at all hours of the day that no one could sleep, seeping sewage, spoiled food, denial of access to basic medical care, and more. And Camp East Montana is not an outlier. These complaints, overcrowding, no access to lawyers, unsanitary conditions, spoiled or insufficient food, and denial of medical care, are common and recurring across DHS facilities. Here in Minnesota, the surge in ICE activity has meant a surge in need for holding cells for immigrants and citizens alike. Numerous detainees report being held in horrific conditions at the Whipple Federal Building, where ICE has set up headquarters here, including being shoved with 50 others in rooms meant to hold half as many people. One woman reported being held in a locked bathroom with 3 men, and then when the men were removed, with another woman and her infant child who was sick with the flu and forced to sleep on a bathroom floor for the night. In 2025, at least 30 people died while in ICE custody, the deadliest year on record, even including during the COVID pandemic. Already this year, 6 more people have died in ICE custody. That number is guaranteed to rise and likely surpass last year's record. At least 3 of last year's deaths occurred at Camp East Montana, that soft-sided tent camp that was hastily erected in the desert outside El Paso. Most of the reported deaths occurred because of reported lack of access to medical care. And now CNN and Immigrant Insider report that there will be a new infusion of cash into these soft-sided tent camps thanks to a backdoor contracting system set up between DHS and the Navy. According to reporting by Pablo Manriquez for Immigrant Insider, quote, a massive Navy contract vehicle, once valued at $10 billion, has ballooned to a staggering $55 billion ceiling to expedite President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda. agenda. The mechanism for this expansion is the Worldwide Expeditionary Multiple Award Contract, originally designed for military logistics abroad. In a move to bypass traditional competition delays, the Navy's Supply Systems Command has repurposed the vehicle for Titus, territorial integrity of the United States. This $45 billion increase, published just weeks ago, converts the U.S. into a geographic region for expeditionary military-style detention. It signals a massive, long-term escalation in the government's capacity to pay for detention and deportation logistics. In the world of federal contracting, it's the difference between a temporary surge and a permanent infrastructure. What this means is that companies with existing Navy contracts can bypass the lengthy bidding process, and the public gets shut out of notice and comment periods, allowing for expedited federal contracts to pass on a moment's notice, meaning there can essentially be a ghost network of contractors at the ready to erect camp cities as quickly as possible. And these contractors are often experienced with military-style foreign missions and emergency situations. And the line items detailed by Manriquez indicate these would be permanent structures with medical facilities, mess halls, security apparatus, and chillingly, medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators. With a bloated $55 billion budget for these facilities, the American Immigration Council estimates that in short order, the Trump administration could have upwards of 135,000 immigration detention center beds fully funded from now until 2029. Reminder that there were 40,000 total when he took office. And as I've said, reports coming out of these facilities are damning, from maggots in food to seeping sewage to children contracting measles. We have gone so far beyond family separation and children in cages.
Let's stop playing.
And that's just what we know about. There's a reason Kristi Noem and the other goons are doing everything they can to keep the public out of these facilities. However, last week, a federal judge in D.C. ordered that Noem cannot bar lawmakers from entering detention facilities in their jurisdictions. Noem had argued that despite what the law says, actually they can bar lawmakers from entering facilities because the law requiring lawmakers to be able to make surprise visits was a separate spending bill, but now they're operating with big, beautiful bill funds, which didn't have any such requirement attached to it. As the federal judge ruled, the law requiring
First of all, it's just what are they really costing what's the real cost other than gas for the legislator to go down there and check it out? That's like a lie. Like, they costing them shit but time and fucking gas money. That's bullshit. They just don't want to open the fucking doors to let them in, right? To see whatever. But also, too, they weren't really trying to make their way over there. They're acting like that. The legislators, the ones that go do that, some of them, except for like, I think one that I've seen, right? One that I've seen was not doing it for no photo ops. And it was I think he was a white man. Everybody else was doing performative theater. Look it up. Look it up. Not even making it up. Performative theater, meaning they were getting into physical altercation right outside of the gate and still expecting to be let in. You know what I mean? They were protesting with the protesters outside the gate, talking about, I'm a legislator. Woo. You're outside protesting and getting the physical altercations with the security right there. So there's a lot of photo ops and a little bit of propaganda talking about, they won't let us in. They won't? Or did you, it only became a thing like after the fact, like months and months later. These motherfuckers just want to go see what's really going on, how bad the conditions were. And they come back and don't really have nothing really to report except it's kind of the conditions, woo. But they weren't making like a big old ordeal out of it. You know what I mean? Like some of the things, are most likely very true. As far as the conditions, as far as bugs, maggots, poor hygienic conditions, poor plumbing, stuff like that. That's probably most likely very true, because if you have that in regular municipal jails and prisons where people die all the time due to the conditions and not having the proper care, then you got to think that most likely it's very possible, almost extremely true, that the immigrant holding facilities are being done the same way, except probably even worse because they don't care. You know what I mean? They're just there. So you got to think that that's most likely probably very true. What else was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. That the lady said that kind of triggered my thought process. It'll come to me. Let me see. Maybe I can go back like 10 minutes. Let's see. Go ahead.
Able to make surprise visits was a separate spending bill, but now they're operating with big, beautiful bill funds, which didn't have.
Right. So yeah, that part. Like there shouldn't be any financial bill to this because it's not going to cost the legislator anything but gas and time and money. You know what I mean? Or time. So what bill are you really referring to? You know what I mean? Like why is that there? Why is that implemented there? That's another question I got.
Have any such requirement attached to it. As the federal judge ruled, the law requiring lawmakers to have access to facilities still stands because it's not actually possible to parse which dollars DHS uses are big, beautiful bill dollars and which ones are from other dollars, because that would be.
I think that they should be able to go visit it if it's in their jurisdiction. It's in their district. You know what I mean? If it's in their ward or their district, they should be able to go over there. That's part of their real estate. You know what I mean? Since everything's about real estate and business and shit, corporations. It's in there. If it's in their district, why can't they go? Why should it be a big old ordeal unless you're up to no good and you're doing photo ops and shit? You know what I mean? You're like I said, you're doing something else, trying to raise awareness or whatever, create some sort of narrative. You know what I mean? To push an agenda to get votes possibly later on, you know, like that's showing you that you're doing something about it. Aside from that, I mean, you should be able to, if it's in your district, if it's in your area, you know what I mean? Like, I'll give you an example. I don't really think that the legislators in the district and the ward that this sits in, because it's like right on the cusp. I think it's like either Ward 1. Wait, let me see. I want to say it's either in Ward 1, which is Aurora, or it's right on the cusp of Denver. I have to look it up. If it's still in Aurora, then it's in my ward. Right? I don't think anybody from my ward has ever went to go see it. You know, the activists have been to see it. I know, like, you know, which is really fucking crazy because if it's in our side of town, if it's in Aurora, then there's no sanctuary to protect it, right? Because all the illegal immigrants in our city or in this state were under Denver. Denver is the only spot that has sanctuary city rules or sanctuary city suggestions that they kind of tweak as it gets worse or whatever, right? But Aurora does not. So where this immigration facility is, it's been there forever. I believe it's in Aurora. I'm gonna look it up right now as this lady talks, and then I'll get right back to you about that.
Be fucking stupid. And obviously the intent of Congress was to require DHS to allow lawmakers to tour facilities whenever they want. That doesn't necessarily mean that now all of a sudden ICE is going to throw its doors wide open to the public, but it's important to get these things on the record to show every time the regime does break the law. It's unclear how this latest ruling will impact lawmakers' actual ability to enter ICE facilities, but every time a Congress member is denied access to tour an immigration detention center, that is against the law. I'm hopeful that that means there will be a push now from our Congress members to make routine visits to DHS facilities to document what's happening in there. Because again, what we already know about is harrowing, especially considering these centers, again, are not meant to be punishment. And even if they were, I don't think it would be a stretch to argue that this is cruel and unusual punishment, which is against the Constitution. There have been a lot of comparisons drawn between these detention centers and the concentration camps during the Holocaust, as well as the Japanese internment camps in the US, also during World War II. I don't think these comparisons are particularly apt, and I think that they do more to instill fear in people than anything particularly constructive. But what I was wondering in researching all of this is how much people knew during World War II of the atrocities being committed by Hitler as it was happening, and even here by the US government. The internment camps in the US were not the same as the death camps in Europe, but they were certainly racist and violated the human rights of everyone who was held there. And much of the worst of the atrocities committed by the Nazis were made apparent after the death camps were liberated. So how much did people know as it was happening? How blindsided were people when images of starving prisoners being liberated began to surface? Will we have a similar situation where it'll come to light only later the extent of the horrors being committed by the US government against detained immigrants? And here's what I learned. People knew. Everyone knew. They knew at least as early as 1941 that Hitler was executing Jews en masse. In August 1941, Winston Churchill made an address to the public announcing that Hitler was exterminating entire districts in Eastern Europe and executing thousands of civilians in cold blood. By spring 1942, US journalists who had been kicked out of occupied Europe reported that Hitler had already exterminated 500,000 Jews. And that summer, papers across the world reported that 1 million Jews had been killed. By December 1942, Edward Murrow of CBS Radio reported, quote, "What is happening is this. Millions of human beings, most of them Jews, are being gathered up with ruthless efficiency and murdered. The phrase concentration camps is obsolete, as out of date as economic sanctions or non-recognition. It is now possible only to speak of extermination camps." And as for Japanese internment in the United States, not only was it public knowledge, it was an incredibly popular policy. A poll taken in March 1942 asked respondents, quote, "Do you think we are doing the right thing in moving Japanese aliens, those who are not citizens, away from the Pacific coast?" 93% said yes. Only 1% felt that interning Japanese immigrants was wrong. The poll went on to ask, quote, "How about the Japanese who were born in this country and are United States citizens? Do you think they should be moved?" 59% said yes, and only 25% believed that US citizens who are of Japanese descent should not be interned. Never underestimate the power of racism. History doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. Despite the horrific conditions in immigrant detention facilities today being documented across the United States, despite the deteriorating...
I always want to talk about the internment camps, but they don't want to talk about the prisons that they put the slaves in. Or they've been incarcerating men forever. Okay, bringing up families. I always want to bring up the internment camps. I always want to bring up this whole Holocaust shit. I always want to bring it all up.
Public opinion when it comes to the most egregious ICE hostilities, the ones that result in white people dying in the streets, there is still a shockingly large population in the United States.
She said the most egregious, what? Where white people are dying in the street. Like I said earlier in the broadcast, I feel nothing about this. If you are in a place you're not, if you're following federal agents or the police and they know you're following them, or you're spying on them, or you're interrupting or impeding whatever the hell they're doing, or obstructing, impeding, obstructing, those are like little crimes, okay? Like obstructing the sidewalk is a little misdemeanor, but you can go to jail for it, right? Obstructing police from doing their investigation, meaning you're not allowing it to happen. You're in the way of it. You go to jail for that, right? A little misdemeanor, whatever, depends on the level, right? So these are all things. You're in the middle of a protest. You get in your vehicle, and you're asked to stop by agents, like federal or police legally. I don't know. I treat everybody like the police, so it doesn't matter. Any sort of law enforcement, they ask you to stop, and they get in front of your vehicle, and they're telling you to stop, and you try to still move your vehicle, which only white folk do. Let's believe we're not doing any of that, because they'll shoot you through the window, right? You're gonna get shot and killed anyway. So if you're trying to take off, and you get bucked from the window because they told you to stop, you still try to take off in your vehicle, then that's something you caused to yourself, right? So I can't feel nothing. First of all, why were you there? You shouldn't have been there anyway. Where was your wife? Because your wife was there too, but where was your wife at the time of the fucking protest? Not trying to tell you to stop or do anything, but because you think that you have the complexion for the protection, that at the time that they tell you to stop, you want to go ahead and, knowing good and goddamn well, lie to their face and talk about you're just going to work, knowing good and goddamn well you're there to protest and then go to work. Same thing with him. You know what I mean? He was whether it was a couple days beforehand or whatever, he was doing the most outside, kicking cars and spitting on shit, and he, like, look, you that angry that you kick out a headlight or even kick out a vehicle, which is still their property. That's something to be said, right? And if they remember you're still on their face and talking to them, and you're like, it's kind of like that right there is like harassment. You're all in their face, you know, you're not giving them any space to maneuver while they came there to do something or a job or whatever the fuck they're doing. You're impeding their work, right? Now, what happened with him? And that was a lot. That was a bit much. Was he supposed to be there? No, shouldn't that motherfucker be at work? What is he doing there, right? But he's there, right? Okay, and then you know like I said before, he helped the broad, you got pushed on the ground, and the same thing, like, yeah, all this shit's happening in front of a vehicle. But inside that vehicle is a white lady with a camera filming the shit and not honking the horn or preventing it. And another white lady directly across the way filming them get killed. And then turned around and sold it for interviews 2 weeks later. You know what I mean? And then everybody wants to be in this outrage, right? And all these white women are all agitated and super amplified, and knowing good and goddamn well that when it comes to anything else, they're not really that amplified. Trust me. We saw the protests. We were outside. It wasn't like that. If anything, it was a tokenized situation. I literally watched protests happen in our state where they let the children out to go protest. You know, they didn't get no permission slips for that shit. And if they did, like, let me see. So children were outside protesting. You could have went left anytime. And these, like, it's like when you see white people arguing over immigrants, you gotta really wonder what the fuck is really going on, right? And angry to where they're putting their hands on other white people during a protest, right? I watched this shit happen with a podcaster in our state, or a blogger, journalist, whatever. He has a big following, and it was an older white gentleman. He just happened to be out there that day. He had a little bit of maybe he has a paper in his hand for notes or whatever. He's asking just who should get deported and who shouldn't, and mainly he was referring to another man who in our state, in Boulder, set fire to a whole bunch of people and killed a couple, you know, and they kept hitting that one of the people that died was a Holocaust survivor, right? And others, they really kept hammering that down, right? But he literally set fire to a whole bunch of people. He was tripping, okay? From a whole nother country. Not only did they pick him up, but they went and got his family too, okay? He's facing 100 charges, serious charges. So the blogger is asking other white people, women, men, you know, he's walking around talking to them, and they're on some paid protester shit, talking about don't talk to him, or taking shit out of his hand, or shoving him, or trying to bully him out of the park where everybody is allowed to protest peacefully. He was walking around peacefully, just asking general questions of who was out there, which is what the press would do, right? They're physically getting physical with it. And he's an older gentleman, again, an older white gentleman. Not siding with the Caucasians about the shit. I just found it kind of odd, you know what I mean? And the one person he's talking to happens to be a teacher in the Denver public school system who decided to go out and protest, but left the students back there and said, well, fuck it, everybody takes a walkout day. So you got students out protesting about however they feel, right? Mostly white students from like middle school to, you know, high school, walking around like, I don't know why that didn't get checked. Why nobody said anything about that? Because aren't they supposed to be at school since we have a fucking high illiteracy rate? B, whose parent said it was okay to go on a field trip with your teacher who wants to ditch work to protest and be ampy and Karen like downtown to express their views about migrants and immigrants and shit that normally good and goddamn well she could care less until it's all over the TV and made into a big thing. Real shit. Who signed off on the field trip paper? Because it could have went left and these students wouldn't have been nowhere with their teacher. Something could have happened. They could have been hurt. You know what I mean? And no parent has raised an uproar about this at all, which I find incredibly outrageous.
That result in white people dying in the streets, there is still a shockingly large population.
I'm upset that white people are dying in the street.
In the United States, many of whom I'm sure you'll find right here in this very comment section, who are applauding this, who read the reports and say, good, serves them right for coming here illegally. Even as reports and images and videos of the emaciated prisoners in the concentration camps became public at the end of World War II, there were still many Nazis and Nazi sympathizers who thought Hitler was right, who looked that.
This is not the same fucking shit, cuz it's not the same thing. It's not even it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Inhumane, barbaric treatment in the face and said that was right. Today, history is rhyming. We have children getting measles in a country that eradicated the disease.
First of all, they came with the measles. Let's just keep that 100% honest. They're not vaccinated in their country when they came over here. So measles was a thing. Yes, we eradicated it because you can't send your kid to public school without being vaccinated. You don't have to do it if they're homeschooled. But if they're going to be around other children, right, they need to be vaccinated. That's just kind of like the unsaid rule, but the rules, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, they came with the fucking measles. And it wasn't just 2 cases. It was a multitude of cases that have been going on for at least the last year. There's been a fucking big outburst of measles, okay? Chickenpox, measles, but mostly measles, right? And that's because they weren't vaccinated and they came here. They put a strain on the infrastructure, the indigent infrastructure to put them in school. And there was such a rush to put the children in school that they didn't vaccinate them, or they were kind of like half-assy about it. You know what I mean? Maybe it wasn't even a suggestion. Maybe it wasn't even an offer. Do we even really know? But we know that they came here with them. They came with the measles. They came with chickenpox. They came with these kind of little sicknesses and shit because they weren't vaccinated in their own countries. They weren't vaccinated. Simple as that. Talk to the other country why they don't vaccinate. I don't fucking know. Not my business. I don't have a kid in school at all. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying that, let's be honest, they came with it. They didn't get measles from being over here. Everybody knows, at least if you're American and you put your kid in regular school, public school, you have to get your kid vaccinated. Or unless you're homeschooled and they don't see a lot of children, they just maybe see the casual ones they see at the park or whatever, that you have to get your kid vaccinated if they're going to be with other children. That's just the rules. I don't even know if this is the rules. It's just what we know and we do. You see what I'm saying? So, see, honest, they came with the fucking measles. They came with that. It's just this. I don't know. Talk to the other countries. I don't know what the propaganda is. Why they didn't vaccinate their children or whatever. I don't know. It's not my business. Not my kid. You know what I mean? So I got vaccinated 3 times in the same fucking year because my parents kept losing the paperwork. You see what I'm saying? I'm overly vaccinated. I think I'm good. But just know I had to go to public school. That was just the thing. Get vaccinated every year before school started, just like you got your school clothes and your supplies.
A quarter century ago, while the regime sits by and says, well, at least they're not autistic. We have human beings being detained, beaten, held.
You shouldn't even be worried about that. You should be worried that the children in our own state can't read, write, or do math.
An overcrowded facility.
Right? Let's just worry about the literacy rate. Then you got other podcasters talking about adults are illiterate as well and can only read about a 6th grade level. Their level of comprehension is just as bad. So while we should be talking about these are our problems. Whereas like what she's talking about, she's trying to make it seem like woe is me type shit. You know, it's not the comparable thing.
Facilities, dying of medical emergencies, living in the seeping, oozing sewage of their fellow inmates, while the regime says, well, they're criminals, the worst of the worst. They're not humans. It's fine. Look away. But
they don't have the same energy for the people going through city and county and prison. That same type of shit that's happening right there that she's describing is happening in prison and in the county. You know what I mean? Women lose their babies for no known reason, right? They just go eat, and the next thing you know, they're losing full stillbirths or actual miscarriages. Saw it in the county. Okay. What else? There's bugs sometimes in the food. There's all sorts of unsanitary conditions. You can get MRSA from just taking a shower. You know what I mean? You're wearing other people's clothes and shoes. You know, you come out with all kinds of shit like scabies and fucking sorts of skin infections and fungus. When fucking coronavirus was happening, they wouldn't even let the inmates have masks. Here, inmates were ripping up their shirts and shit to cover their face, and they had to sleep in the same unit as people who were dying of COVID. See what I'm saying? There was no vaccination option for them. So people were dying right there inside their pods. And they were just shipping them out or banging on the door to get a medical assistance. Wouldn't even let them have masks. There's a shortage of masks. But if you tear up your shirt, your city issued shirt that they give you when you go into the city jail in the county, you know, then that goes, you know, they tax you for that. You end up owing the jail money, like, you know, aside from that, yeah, right? They charge you for everything when you get in there. You got a booking fee, you got a fees for this, fees for that. If you send a $7 kite, that gets taxed. You know what I'm saying? So ripping up a T-shirt to cover your face to keep you well when the first people they had caught COVID was the unhoused. And then they got arrested because they can't be unhoused, right? So out of sight, out of mind, just goes them to jail. They put a person with COVID inside the city jail and infected the whole jail. Just like that. Just like that. Because it was airborne. You know what I mean? And because it was homeless, and that's just the way it went. And the inmates weren't, as soon as they said the inmates couldn't use the cleaning products to disinfect their cells and they couldn't cover their face, they said, fuck that, covered their face and did their best to keep their cells clean. And they're, especially the ones that weren't in cells, they were in open pods, like their beds were right out in the open. So they could just walk out and there was no door covering them. So they couldn't protect themselves. So yeah, they were ripping up their shirts and shit. And then they were dying, and people were just coming up like nobody was being told that they were dying. Yeah, real shit. So I'm saying? These conditions, nobody raised an eyebrow then, right?
I encourage you to not look away. Bloomberg published a list of places where DHS is attempting to procure warehouses to store humans in. Some of these have been shut down, like the one attempted in Shakopee, Minnesota. Some are moving forward. I encourage you to do some Googling for your own area to see if there are reports of DHS attempting to find facilities near you. Putting up a stink has proven to work. Make it as hard as possible for DHS to find anywhere to put people. I
don't think it really matters because they're going to, it's all about the money over here in our state. Like, if you watch the Revolutionary Agenda all the time, we just got data centers coming up and they're incentivized. They don't care. They want the money. They'll sell us any kind of lie. But there's people over there trying to get trying to be helpful.
Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Like I say, I want to welcome Jesse Rabinowitz, Communications Director for the National Homeless Law Center, to the show. And Jesse, you were just telling us, but I don't think people heard it. They're in Utah is planning some type of camp for
this is what Chewbacca's always talking about with the homeless.
Unhoused people. Tell us what you know about this.
We know that this camp and this idea should send chills up everyone's spine. We should not have to be saying out loud that forcing people into a camp is a bad idea, but that is where we are yet again in this country. Utah's governor, inspired by the Trump administration's attacks on homeless people, is proposing to create what will be the largest government-run detention camp for homeless people, with upwards of 1,300 beds, including 800 beds where people will be forcibly held against their will. This diverts funding from proven solutions to homelessness, like housing and support, to instead build a literal detention facility for people who just can't pay the rent. It's shameful, and it must not happen.
What is the authority to? Is this a jail? Like, what is the authority that Utah has to put people in a concentration camp?
I love that question. So there is a growth of anti-homeless laws springing up around the country that largely stem from a billionaire-backed right-wing think tank called the Cicero Institute, which was founded by Palantir CEO Joe Lonsdale. And the Cicero Institute has been moderately effective in passing anti-homeless laws at the state level, including in Utah. So Utah has a law on the books, thanks to these billionaires, that says it is illegal to sleep outside. So now what Utah is going to do is say your choice is either to go to jail or your choice is to go to a detention camp in the middle of nowhere. Those aren't real choices, and they don't solve homelessness. They make homelessness worse.
I remember that name because it's so, egregiously libertarian sounding, the Cicero Institute. Because last year, I remember there was a story about this guy in Texas and how effective he had been. I believe it was in Austin, right? This the tech billionaire Joe Lonsdale, who's his data stuff has been used by ICE, the CIA. Mm-hmm. He did a documentary with PragerU. So this is like deeply, deeply right-wing stuff.
Okay, but back to the point of the thing, like, how long will people, like, okay, you get a jail term and someone says you have broken the law because you have no home. How long are people forced to stay in this concentration camp?
We don't know.
So there's just no structure to this whatsoever. Like but the law is on the books that you can go to jail. So are they putting people in jail right now in Utah?
Well, what they're doing right now, the governor released his budget, I believe, last week and included $45 million to fund this detention camp. And right now it's our understanding that there is still a significant chunk of cash that they need, and we expect them to be asking HUD to fund the rest. I want to remind folks that HUD Secretary Scott Turner was asked during his confirmation hearing if he supported forcing homeless people in detention camps, and he failed to answer. We believe that anyone who cannot unequivocally say forcing people into detention camps is not only not fit to run HUD, they're just not fit to run the federal government. But it's important that we remember Trump has talked about this for a long time. This is something he has campaigned on. And now these billionaires at the Cicero Institute are really shaping homelessness policy. It should scare all of us. And honestly, everyone who cares about justice needs to be mobilizing against these attacks on people who can't afford rent.
And so they have tens of millions of dollars. They're looking for federal grants to build this. I assume this is all going to some type of private prison company that will build this facility. Have they started to build it?
They haven't started to build it yet. They're still waiting on the rest of the funding. So the governor's budget came out a few weeks ago, and that was the first indication that this was a top priority for Governor Cox. So now we are looking to see where they plan to get the rest of the funding.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to know a little bit more about that connection then with the Trump administration. Like, how intimate is that connection? Because it appears like, based on what we've been speaking about, that this is pretty directly linked to some of Trump's top donors.
Well, I want to say two things about that. One is that Donald Trump is using homelessness as a wedge issue to enact his authoritarian takeover of the country. Where I am in DC, it is no secret that his federal occupation of DC began with attacks on homeless people. And I was there when federal agents harassed homeless people and when the government threw away people's belongings for sleeping outside. And when we think about Trump's attacks, we often think about his attacks on immigrants, his attacks on trans folks, which are urgent and demand focus, but we also need to focus his attacks on homeless people. And then Joe Lonsdale, the former Palantir CEO, billionaire, is good friends with folks like J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel. And when we see the homelessness policy coming out of the White House, it has the Cicero Institute's fingerprints all over it. Billionaires are the last people in this country who should be shaping homelessness policy because they don't care and they don't know what it's like to do the work or to experience homelessness. We know that despite what these billionaires say, the solution to homelessness is housing and supports, not handcuffs or detention camps.
Is there any attempt by in Utah? And I imagine this is like, what we're seeing is a proof of concept type of program, right? Like a pilot program for the rest of, I would imagine, mostly red states for the most part. But are they expending any money to build housing, to provide housing, to in any other programs for unhoused people in Utah?
Utah has a definite lack of shelter capacity and a lack of housing that people can afford. One of the things that's so insidious about this detention camp is that it actually will take the money that should be funding housing and supports and also mental health care, and instead redirect that funding to the creation of a detention camp. So they're actively taking money away from the solutions to fund this cruel, inhumane, and ineffective project.
It's almost like a blend of debtors' prisons, which are supposed to be illegal in this country, and involuntary commitment to mental institutions from the 20th century. That's what it feels like, a combination of, and it's federalized, or at least it has federal backing.
I think that's absolutely right. We know that in no time in this country or in history has rounding people up and forcing them into camps been a good thing. But that is exactly what Utah, with the backing of the Trump administration, is working towards. It's shameful and we have to stop it. Thankfully, there are amazing advocates in Utah working at the city and state level to stop this, and we're honored to support them in their advocacy and working to make sure that this deranged plan in Utah doesn't go anywhere else.
We got Utah, and I guess on the IM saying that there is at the package stores or liquor stores, the government one, the state-owned ones, there's an option to round up purchases to help with homelessness services. Is that where this money is going towards? Are they building a fund right now to build this camp, or do you not know?
I don't know. I'm not certain, but I know that small little changes like that are not actually going to fund those solutions to homelessness. In order to solve homelessness, we have to fix our housing system, which right now only works for people like Joe Lonsdale, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump. And we have to build a housing system where everyone, regardless of what they do, what they look like, or where they're from, has a safe place to live. That is not what Utah is doing. Utah is showing us the exact wrong thing to do. But I know that in cities and states across the country, more and more people are recognizing that the rent is too damn high, and that when the rent goes up, so does homelessness. And we are going to force our elected officials to focus on real proven solutions to homelessness, like housing and support.
Where is there a state in the country that is actually doing stuff that you, I mean, I imagine a lot of your time is spent like talking about stuff that is like scary like this, frankly. Are there states that are doing it correctly?
There are cities and states across the country that are doing the best they can with limited resources. And we know that when folks get housing and support, they don't experience homelessness anymore and they thrive. I used to be a homeless street outreach worker in DC And watching my clients connect to housing was transformative for their lives and for the community. But the truth is, more people are entering into homelessness than we can support, because the federal government has abdicated their responsibility, not just under the Trump administration, under many previous federal administrations. We have to stem the flow of people into homelessness, and that requires fundamentally reshaping our housing system and moving it away from a profit-driven housing system and one towards a realization that everybody needs a place to stay and a place to live. But housing first, this idea that we can match people with housing and support, works. It has over a 90% approval rating. I'm sorry, not a 90% efficacy rating. The only people who are trying to poke holes in that are people like the billionaires at the Cicero Institute who have an agenda to gain.
And you know, that 90% effectiveness, it seems to me that one of the talking points that we hear on the right is focused on the 10% that it's not effective for. There are people who have serious mental or emotional challenges who are on the street. There are people who are on the street who don't want who don't want to be in a house. But again, I would imagine that the percentage of those people who have some mental or emotional challenges is pretty high. What that seems to always be put in the sort of the front of the line in terms of like saying, well, this is why we've got to send everybody to some type of like a concentration camp or, a mental facility. When in fact, about 90% of those people would, if you gave them the opportunity to live in a place, and they would, maybe even higher. But what do you do about those remaining things or those folks as a way of addressing what seems to be the big talking point on the right?
Well, first, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If you were on a lifeboat and there were 10 people in your lifeboat and there were 5 life rafts, 5 people drowned, 5 people survived, you wouldn't say the life vests don't work. You would say we need more of them. But right now, the right is trying to say, throw away all of the life vests. That won't work. Number 2, stop making homelessness worse. Stop cutting budgets that force people into homelessness or force people who were homeless and now stably housed back into homelessness. Stop passing laws like these aggressive anti-homeless laws that we've seen spread across the country since the Grants Pass ruling about 17 months ago. But everyone needs a place to live, and a place to live is the foundation for getting your health back on track, finding employment, reconnecting with your loved ones. And we know that getting someone in housing first and then surrounding them with the wraparound resources that they want and need works time and time again. We also know that most people who have a mental health issue or a drug use issue will never be homeless. And most people who use drugs or have mental health issues will stay in housing for their entire lives. So we have it backwards. We're looking to blame people for individual failings, but the fact is our politicians are asleep at the wheel. Half of people in this country struggle to pay rent. Housing is too expensive. Healthcare is too expensive. Food is too expensive. The solution is to help people, not to force them into a literal government-run detention camp. But again, that is exactly what Utah wants to do. I have to say that as a social worker, this idea of forced institutionalization is deeply, deeply unsettling. It is unethical. But we also know it doesn't work. Emma was talking about these debtors' prisons and these institutions. We used to do forced institutionalization in this country, and we don't anymore. We stopped doing it because it was ineffective and it didn't work. But again, the Trump administration wants to bring us backwards to a time where you could throw people in jail for being poor, sick, and disabled. We must not let them.
Jesse Rabinowitz, Communications Director for the National Homelessness Law Center. We'll put a link to that organization. Folks want to help your work. Really appreciate you coming on today.
That's a serious thing. And that right there is something that I'm just trying to pay attention to. Because that right there, when they were doing the mayoral campaign, the city of Denver, one second.
People, a brilliant mind and a clean soul. She's standing up to the evil and making sure that we all grow strong enough to break these chains we in. that keep us in this painful condition. She give us truth and division. That's why we listen. She break it down.
I also subscribe to Tether Activity. It's a B1 Black First platform, foundational Black First platform. So just putting it out there. I'm subscribed to Tether Activity. So if it starts leading to that, we've already seen the Caribbean fucking music. It's like, yeah, whatever. But if it starts to lead into that, some propaganda or fear mongering, we're dipping because let's subscribe to that.
Yes. Welcome back. You are listening to Larry Daniel Favors on SiriusXM's Urban View, where talk empowers and becomes action. I hope everyone is doing well. We got a lot to get to today. Hello, YouTube. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Let's talk about concentration camps. I know it's everyone's favorite topic to not talk about, but I think it's important that we do so. And I've talked a little bit about this before. I just want us to take people seriously. Right? Not take me seriously. I know that you all do that. I want us to take people seriously. Welcome back. You're listening to Larry Daniel Favors on SiriusXM's Urban View, where talk empowers and becomes action. And we got to begin really thinking about what's the end game here. Because it's one thing for me to come on every day and share with you all the things that are happening. And I get it. I understand that we all got a lot of things happening. We got to get to work. We got to get the kids to school. We got to, make sure the doctor's appointments are completed. All those things. I understand it. I get it. But, if we're not considering the end game and how the end game might make all of those other things that we're worried about irrelevant, then I think we're missing the plot. I really, really do. And so I want to start talking today about what's happening with these concentration camps. And as one Twitter user, Brad Offlit, I don't know who this person is. I just happened to see this. And I was like, yeah, Brad Offlit, that's exactly how I feel. He said, quote, "You don't build gleaming investor grade concentration camps when your end game is to empty the country. You build those when the real business model is keeping the beds full and the stock price fat. Deportation, that's the press release. Human warehousing is the quarterly earnings call. Wake up." And the reason I think this is important is because we have been covering a lot about the way in which the Department of Homeland Security has been spending the goo gobs of $50 billion of money that they got in July when the Republicans decided that they were going to take away all of our health care, our food stamps, our housing supports, and all of our social safety nets, and basically give it to ICE and their billionaire donors. And they did that effectively. And ICE got so much money that they are now spending hundreds of millions of dollars on warehouses that are worth a fraction of the price. I saw an article yesterday that was talking about the fact that there was one warehouse that had been purchased 2 years ago by a Russian. Oh, I'm sorry. He's not a Russian anymore. He no longer has Russian citizenship, but he was a Russian. He plays a lot in Moscow. Okay. And he had purchased this warehouse 2 years ago for like a couple $1 million. And then ICE just paid him $100 and some odd million for the warehouse that he's only earned for 2 years. It smells like money laundering to me, but what do I know? I just pay attention to the news, both domestic and international. But when we think about the fact that America began really as a penal colony, much like, the Australians the whites who were sent from the European nations, if you were sent here, it was because either you were a second son and not going to inherit anything from your father. It was because you had been committing crimes, right? And the crimes back in Europe, they were brutal, right? They were very, very criminally minded when it comes to how they punish people. And so if you had stolen some bread, if you had stolen some cheese, if you had stolen something to eat because hunger was a real issue, because Europe, not only did they not have soap to wash themselves, which is why they kept getting the plagues and this, that, and the other. Not only did they know like basic hygiene, they also didn't have good food supplies and good food sources. And think about it. They didn't have a whole lot of agricultural sciences. They had spent hundreds of years living in caves. I mean, I'm not making this up. Like, y'all should do the research so that the things I say don't shock you and don't feel hyperbolic towards you. Because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just telling you the truth of what it is. And if the truth is disrespectful, well, then y'all should deal with that in your own time. But my point is that when you were in Europe, if you were very poor and you had committed the crime of stealing food, you could be sent to jail for life. You could have parts of your body removed. And when you think about the brutalities of what colonialism looked like, it makes sense. Like when you have a King Leopold who was telling people that if you don't produce certain amounts of raw mineral harvesting, that I'm going to cut off the hands of all your children. And then he is shown with baskets of African people's hands and limbs cut off because the person in the family who was working in the fields didn't make enough money or didn't pull in enough resources. Then it makes sense when you think about how diabolically evil these people actually were. And so in their criminal system, if you were guilty of stealing something or if you were guilty of a crime, and you could either go to jail or you could be sent to the colonies. And being sent to the colonies was where they sent the worst of the worst. So America is really not only started as a business, but it started as a penal colony. And it's very important for us to remember that when we consider that they are returning to their original roots. I want you all to take a listen to this clip. This is a person who was speaking my language in some really, really powerful ways. And she was talking about the fact that right now we are in a situation where, frankly, we got to do the math. Y'all, there's ICE math that we have to do. We have not been doing the math. We've been talking about the integers. We've been talking about the functions and the way that the math operates, but we haven't actually been calculating the ICE math. And in this video clip, she is going to ask us to do exactly that. And I want you to pay attention to what she says. Now, she got a lot of cussing in the video, which is one of the reasons why I thought she was a kindred spirit. I want you all to take a listen to this woman as she describes the ICE math that not enough of us are engaged in. And that should scare a lot of us. So let's hear what she has to say, and then we will unpack it on the other side. Let's take a listen.
Guys, do the math. If the borders are closed and there are no more undocumented immigrants crossing the border, and they are deporting all of the undocumented immigrants, why the fuck do we need permanent structures to house human beings? Are they not deporting people and they're just going to keep them in these warehouses permanently? Or are they deporting people or killing people and then they're going to put other people in these warehouses? This is fucking World War II Germany shit. Why are they collecting information on dissenters? Why are they subpoenaing information from tech companies about social media users who are actively opposing ICE? Why are they declaring radical gender ideology and anti-Christian sentiment to be domestic terrorism? Do the fucking math.
Do the math. And I did not go to med school because me and math didn't get along too well, nor did I get along well with science. But I know enough to add this, and it's adding up to Fugazi. And one of the things that we also have to remember is that we've already seen examples of what it would look like for the Americas to operate as a penal colony. Remember CCOT in El Salvador, the prison that basically is a prison that they constructed. They put, once you're in there, the idea is you don't come out. You are there for life. It is a brutal, absolutely brutal space. In fact, you can see the documentary that the video that CBS 60 Minutes had done on it, which they did not air in this country except on YouTube. They aired it in Canada, which was a mistake on their part because then everybody got to see it. But CCOT is brutal. And the idea is that Americans took people who were in this country legally. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was in the country legally. He had been legally seeking asylum in Donald Trump's previous administration. He had given, the Department of Homeland Security had given him permission to be here. We talked about that extensively. But they took Kilmar Abrego Garcia and a whole bunch of other people who were in this country. And we know they were here legally because most of them got arrested at their court dates where they were in the immigration asylum seeking process doing exactly what they were supposed to do. They took those people and then they sent them to places like El Salvador where they were locked up into CCOT. They sent them to places like Djibouti. They sent them to places all across the world, places that they had no necessary connection to in many instances. And then what happened? There was an exchange of money. We send you the bodies, you give Americans the money, and once you have the bodies of the people that we sent you, then they are incarcerated and worked for life. That is slavery because they're working for free. And then when you're sending them to different jurisdictions where they don't have any legal recourse, they have no way of addressing the courts or getting any actual hearing that would allow them to have some sort of fairness in terms of due process, that is a slave trade. And if America is creating permanent CCOT-like facilities in this country, then let us be clear that slave trades can also work in reverse. Other nations can also send their undesirables to this part of the planet where they can also be housed alongside all the dissenters, alongside all the people who talk too damn much, the people who criticize ICE because they're already searching for our social media, and which is why I said, you ain't got to search for mine. Mine is out there. It's out there. It's clear. But we got to think about what that math means. Also, we got to think about what it means in terms of remigration. I've talked about this before. Just as a reminder, remigration has three basic component parts. Number one, and again, this is a European philosophy that basically says we're creating white manistan, whether you like it or not. And so remigration has this first point, number one, closing the border, preventing anybody else who is not white from coming into our borders. That's the first phase. And we've already seen that being implemented. The second phase is to get rid of the brown people who are
already here, the Black people who are already here, the non-white people. Get rid of them by any means necessary. By any means necessary. The third component is to then get rid of the righteous whites who are not in alignment with the provinces of white Manistan. That is a theory and a philosophy that has been taking very strong root once again throughout the European world, and that includes America, because America is led by people who want white Manistan. Keep in mind, the Trump administration already established an Office of Remigration within the State Department. They were talking about doing that at this time last year. And so think about what that means if you got a whole lot of non-white people still in your country, a country you have decided is going to be white Manistan, and you can't get rid of them soon enough. Wherever could they go? Whatever should they do? What should you do with all the non-whites that you just can't get rid of? If only you had a place to store them. I'm sure the Americans will figure that out. But one of the reasons this is also an issue is because we're seeing how the pushback is really ramping up. We've got people protesting this all over the place. We've got MAGA people. I shouldn't say MAGA people. We've got Republicans. I don't know if they're MAGA. Frankly, I think all of you who are Republican are MAGA, but I understand that there are some distinctions without difference. But we've got white people who are protesting this. We've got children, school children all across the country who are protesting this. My daughter goes to a school that is fairly racially diverse. There's a good sizable portion of Black students, but it's a very diverse school. They are actively talking about and discussing in middle school what is happening with ICE, what is happening with France. They have been doing drills to prepare what happens, because we now know that there are facilities that are being constructed nearby in surrounding areas. So I want you all to listen to how the Trump administration is responding to questions about this. Caroline KKK Lyon Levitt had some things that she wanted to say at a press conference when she was asked about this, specifically about school children all across the country who are also engaged in protest against ICE. And let's listen to how she fumbled and stumbled.
There's been a series of walkouts from public school students that have been sort of provoked by a number of public school administrators. What are your thoughts on this? What's the administration's thoughts on this? Will they be taking any actions on these walkouts against ICE?
Look, I think obviously the president and the administration support the First Amendment rights of all American citizens. And if they're peacefully protesting, then that's their constitutional obligation and right and responsibility to do so. Of course, the administration also wants to see American school children in school learning and educating. And I think it does speak to the left-wing bias that is unfortunately very present in our nation's public school system. And it's something that Secretary McMahon has been working very hard to root out of our public school system by ensuring that local governance and local control takes place over our nation's public schools, and that parents and educators closest to students have a greater say over curriculum and academia in our country.
Now, what's really weird about that is that local control is already how schools operate. The federal government does not dictate curriculum. Local communities dictate curriculum. And so the fact that she's talking about that feels really out of place and out of touch with what's actually happening. And what's actually happening is so bad that you've got white men who don't do protests very much in their white male feelings about what this has unleashed across the country. I know some of you have already seen this, but this was a video clip of a gentleman out of New Jersey, and he basically is out protesting. He says he don't protest. Protesting ain't what he do. But because he has seen so many school children, videos of school children running from ICE, and there was a really tragic incident in New Jersey a couple of days ago where ICE shows up at a bus stop where little kids are at, and the little kids are like, ICE, 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 and they start running and scattering and running, and you hear one of them who says, they didn't catch me, they couldn't put no handcuffs on me. And you see how the children are now responding. Listen to the impact that video had on a white man who is so white, he's at a protest with his American flag. Let's take a listen.
Tell me again why you said that you came out tonight.
So I've never protested before in my entire life, but sorry.
It's all right.
I watched 4th and 5th grade kids run away from our own government. I never want to see that again. And I'm not going to stand by and watch my neighbors run away scared. It's not Camden County. It's not New Jersey. It's not the United States. I love the United States. I love New Jersey. And I love Camden County. I love Lindenwold too. But that's not what we are. It's not who we are. And I decided I to come out here and stand with you guys and be part of this. Because I never want to see a child ever run away from our own government ever again. Sorry if I get emotional.
That's okay. Tell me again.
You know, it is actually who we are. I hate to quibble with the man in pain, but it is actually who America is. And if it took you seeing your own neighborhood children running for you to understand that, I get it. I understand it. But yeah, it is actually who America is. We're doing ICE math now. And so we got to not just be surprised that this is what America does. We have to locate this within the context of American history. And that's why we actually need effective leadership that is going to be able to push back and unapologetically, unabashedly say the things that need to be said. And that's one of the reasons why I love this sister. I don't know her, but Juliana Stratton, who is the lieutenant governor of the state of Illinois, I almost said the state of Chicago, the state of Illinois, is currently running for Senate. She's one of 7 Black women running for Senate right now. And the way she has been speaking out against ICE and the way she has been speaking about her stance in opposition to the other Democrats who are running, one of the Democrats on this debate stage that she actually then addresses. I want you all to listen to this because this is the sort of leadership we need to be demanding. This is what we need from the corporate Democrats, because right now the progressive Democrats, I sense that they're already there, but this is what we need from the leadership. Chuck Schumer, if you can't say this, you do not need to be majority leader. You don't. You know, when it comes time, if y'all are ever able to take back the Senate, you can't hold that position, and you cannot say what she is saying in this moment. Let's hear what the current candidate for Senate for the state of Illinois has to say. She's also the current lieutenant governor of that great state. Let's hear it.
I'm making it clear I want to abolish ICE. Period.
Come on.
And we need to make sure that I would not give my vote to fund ICE. I want to see ICE and CBP out of our American cities. They've invaded and occupied our American cities. I don't want them to have any immunity. And any of those federal agents should be prosecuted, investigated, and prosecuted for breaking any laws. We're seeing the terror that they have inflicted upon our communities. Border Patrol should be at the border. We shouldn't see Border Patrol agents walking up and down Michigan Avenue, for example. So we need to completely, to me, it's not about an overhaul of this agency because I don't see this agency as being reformed. I do want to just say to Congressman Krishnamurthy, you know, you talk about wanting to see it, you know, abolish Trump's ICE, but we also know that you have voted to thank ICE, you voted to fund ICE, and you have taken money from ICE contractors. That does not give anyone confidence that you're going to be someone who stands up to ICE.
Because he ain't. Because he's a regular schmegular degular Democrat, and we need people who are actually going to stand up and speak truth to power. I saw that in the chat. Somebody had said in the YouTube live chat, oh, he wasn't protesting Sandy Hook. Listen. Y'all got jokes today. But this is why we have to have clear understanding as to who is ready for this moment in leadership and who is not. And if you have candidates who are on your ballot who are not taking a Juliana Stratton approach to ICE, then what are we doing? What are we doing? Now, it is also important that we realize that there is some FAFO happening right now. This is a slight deviation from this particular topic, but it's very important because our veterans, a significant percentage of whom voted for Donald Trump, are now joining the white farmers in their regrets about what's been happening. You all may recall that Veterans and the Veterans Affairs Administration is a part of the federal government. And there has been previous moments wherein the Veterans Affairs has basically been gutted in terms of workers. At one point, Donald Trump's regime was trying to get rid of, 80,000 VA employees. This is where our veterans get their medical care, their mental health care, and all the supports that they need, which they desperately need and are deserving of because they literally do put their lives on the line. I have never served. Everybody in my family except my mom has served. And my uncles, a lot of my uncles, maybe all of them at some point in time served. All my siblings have served. Everybody. So I get it. My daddy, my stepdaddy, everybody was in the military in my family except me and my mom. And mainly because I disagree with empire and military, and I would probably have gotten kicked out of the military if I had been forced to enlist. So that is what it is. But the military has also been one of those spaces where even though the VA has been severely underfunded for a really long time, and it wasn't that it was fully funded under the Biden-Harris administration, but they weren't planning to cut 80,000 workers. They weren't planning to get rid of the mental health supports that literally veterans desperately need. And yet we are now in a situation where y'all's president has decided to really show his entire ass. As Senator Ruben Gallego announced, quote, the Trump administration just rewrote Veterans Affairs rules. So your disability rating is based on how you function while you're medicated, not how severe your condition actually is. It forces vets into an impossible choice: get treatment and risk losing the benefits you earned, or protect your rating and skip the care that you need. As a veteran who lives with PTSD myself and who has watched my Marine brothers fight their own battles long after coming home, I know how dangerous that is. I'm going to fight to reverse this. So this is what y'all's president is planning to do. They are planning to say they've rewritten the rules such that if you are a veteran who requires medical care, if while you are receiving the medical care, while you're on the medications, while you're on the treatments, you seem to be fine, then they're going to say, well, dog, you fine, but you don't need us no more. Get out there, hoo-ah, and do what you got to do. Or hoorah, I can't remember how it goes. You know what I'm saying, because again, I didn't serve in the military. And if you think this is a bit much, I want you all to take a listen to this military spouse. And this even though I did not serve, I have benefited from all of us have benefited from the service of people who were in military. And I'm not even just talking about defending the nation. I literally was only able to get to school with I had a lot of debt coming out of school. I ain't even gonna hold you. I had a lot of debt. Financial aid did not do what they said that they was going to do. Shout out to Penn State's financial aid system, which was trash. But I had a whole lot of debt. One of the reasons I was able to make it through school was because my dad, as a veteran, had dependents benefits. And so I was able to use that money to help me finish school. So this isn't even just about solely the individual veteran who is going to get shafted by this rule. It's also about what's going to happen to the families as well. And considering many of the veterans voted for this, including one Trump voting member of my own family. He is part of the percentage of Black men who did not vote the right way. Also facing disability, also getting benefits, and also now in the crosshairs. Let's take a listen to how one military spouse described the problem.
I've been waiting for the VA to come out and go after the veterans, and they are. They're basically stating now, a new letter has come out saying that from now on, disability ratings can change, even if you've already been given your disability rating, unless you're at 100%. There's a little bit more trickiness that goes behind that. But if you go in and your medication is making you appear normal, they can lower your disability rating, which if you don't know what that means less money per month for your family, for their families. My husband has a disability rating. So this is really frustrating to know that you all voted, that so many people in the military actively voted against their own interests. We knew they were going to do this to you, and you thought, oh, the people that already have their disability rating, they'll be fine. They're not fine. They're not going to be fine. And all future service-connected disabilities will be judged on whether or not their medication helps, which that is insane. We are going after veterans to take money to pay for billionaires to commit crimes against humanity per the UN. That's what we're doing. They're going to take money from our military servicemen who receive disability and give it to the rich. That's as simple as it is, and we told you it was going to happen.
Sure did. 5-4, motherfuckers, 5-4, hoo-ah. And the reason that this matters is, as she mentioned there, crimes against humanity. I know y'all's president thinks that he's getting away scot-free with the fact that he has been named in the Epstein files tens of thousands of times. In fact, 38,000 times y'all's president has been named. Ted Lieu and other representatives who have looked at the Epstein files have credibly said on the record explicitly that in those files, Donald Trump is listed thousands of times as having raped children, thousands of times as having attempted to, planning to murder children, talking about murdering children. If you have not read the Epstein files, and as somebody said on Karen's show yesterday, don't download it to your computer. Do not download it, because then you could be possibly investigated for possession of child pornography. There's that. But also what we know is that the extremities of what is contained in those files, for those of you who have not read it, it is so bad that the United Nations has said that this system that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were fundamentally identified as being part of within all these files and being in control of and presenting and preserving and pursuing, it is so bad that it could amount to crimes against humanity as it pertains to the thousands of women and girls who were negatively impacted by that. I want you to think about this. A nation that is already building out the penal system infrastructure in order to house all the people that it does not want to be here. A nation that is willing to say to the people who fought to defend the nation, if you look all right, you're going to be all right. We ain't going to give you no more benefits. So I hope you didn't need that mental health support. I hope you didn't need them actual benefits in terms of prescription drugs, because you ain't going to get them anymore. They are also willing to do all of this with their full chest. And this is why they're getting desperate, because they know that nobody likes what's happening. And we have all these reports about how they are now ramping up investigations into naturalized citizens. And they've got millions upon millions and billions of dollars that are going to investigate whether or not people who became citizens after coming to this country committed voter fraud before they got here. Now, we can save them those billions of dollars, and we could actually take those billions of dollars and give it back to the VA so that the people can keep their benefits, or we could take those billions of dollars and give it back to the health system that you all stole it from, so that you could give it to your donors and to the elongated muskrats of the world. And we could do that because we know, even from groups like the Heritage Foundation, which is one of the most conservative of conservative groups, which actually put out Project 2025, according to them, between, what was it, the years of 2000 and 2024, there was 24 instances of that sort of voting fraud happening. And in those cases, what was happening was people were registering to vote. They didn't actually even vote. They were just registering to vote because they thought that because they were in the registration process for their citizenship, that they were able to. They had not actually cast any votes. We actually know where these people are. This is not a mystery. You don't need billions of dollars for this, Donald Trump, unless it's another grift. Unless it's another grift. And so the White House hunting for voter fraud by naturalized citizens is the next phase of this. And all of this is designed to create a lot of fear around the elections. It's designed to amplify this conversation about Trump deploying federal agents to poll sites. All of this is happening because they're getting desperate. They realize how bad this is. There are people getting arrested today all across the world for their involvement in the Epstein files. We now also know that the Americans have been ramping up military presence all around Iran. All around Iran. And what we know is that as soon as the pressure on releasing more insight and accountability as a result of what's happening in the Epstein files, as soon as that happens, Donald Trump acts militarily to take our attention away, to create another squirrel to distract us from what's really going on. If you are looking at the amount of ships and movement from American military personnel and apparatus that is going towards Iran right now, it should concern you greatly. I would bet you $2 and a donut this man is planning to go to war before the elections. I don't know why I feel that way, because I'm reading the tea leaves, but I would bet you $2 and a dollar that this man is planning to escalate in some way, shape, or form war-type activities in order to distract what's happening. Prince Andrew got his ass arrested. And it's not just, it's sultans that have been forced out. It is people getting in high positions, getting forced out all across the world. It is only a matter of time before those circles start closing. And that's when they get really violent. That's when the people in charge in this country get brutal. That's when the people in charge of this country do everything that they can in order to distract us from paying attention to what's happening, which is why we have got to pay attention to what's happening. So we're going to hold it there. I wanted to also talk briefly about what's happening in addition to the SAVE Act, which we've been talking about a lot. Oh, I have a minute or two left. I'll do this really, really quickly. In addition to the SAVE Act, which we've been talking about a lot, and for those of you who are new to me, this show or this topic, the SAVE Act is legislation that the Republicans are pushing that would basically say you have to vote in person. So no more mail-in voting, no more absentee voting, which is going to be really hard for our military personnel overseas. Another way that they're shafting veterans and active duty personnel. But you also have to present documentation that confirms you are a citizen when you go vote. Now, the nation is not planning, the regime is not planning to give everyone who is a qualified.
First of all, that shouldn't even be a complaint. That should be like right on, spot on. Before mail-in ballots, everybody walked their motherfucking fat ass stand in line. And you had to have your ID. And your ID better match the motherfucking signature that you used to register. So I don't know what the fuck the mail-in ballot is like a convenience because you don't want to stand in line all day and wait for a little motherfucking stickers that says you voted. That's all that's about. Okay? When it first started, it was everybody standing in the poll lines, waiting, hours and hours and hours, standing there, just waiting to get in, to drop your little vote in the box, check the little things. That's it. So this right here, this shouldn't even be a fucking complaint. This should be a welcome fucking situation. Like, all right, no more mail-in ballots. Okay, I guess then, that's really gonna help us for us not voting for untangible situations. It's really gonna help us stay on the couch, which is cool because there's nothing tangible to vote for just yet. There's nothing. There's not a fucking interest in the world right now that's really gonna incite us to go stand in the line. I know what she's saying. I know what I'm saying. And I don't yet see them cutting no checks or doing crime bills, reparations of any sort. I don't see any tangible reason to go vote right now. Currently, both parties are shit. You can't convince me with the socialist shit either, because you're watching it fail as it's happening. Like, they barely let independents get on the presidential ticket. Everything's about money, money, money. How much money can you raise versus what your policies are? So a lot of shit. It's just bullshit. Sit on the couch. It's not really. None of this stuff is going to be. So far as we speak, nothing is really giving black foundational black interest right now to go stand in line and vote. So this is kind of like adding to our sitting on the couch chilling, kick back and you know what I mean? Like, so far, things could change. So, we'll just have to wait and see. But we're advised to pretty much stay at home and chill. But I don't think there's a problem with showing your ID or any of that shit. I don't think there's a problem. I don't think if you're an American citizen and you can vote, even if you're a nationalized American citizen and you can vote, go ahead and show your motherfucking ID. What's the big worry? I think that's a good idea. I think that's a really good idea. I got a problem with the elections divisions, in Democratic cities, but that's because I've seen what I've seen firsthand, as Jesse was running for political office 3 times. So I have seen it firsthand, the disrespect, you know what I mean? The shadow banning. I want to say shadow banning. I have seen it firsthand. So they can lie all they want, but you can't lie to motherfuckers have seen people actively being disrespectful and intentionally, you know what I mean, to cause someone not to be able to gain a footing in the process of trying to get elected. So yeah, I've seen it.
Qualified voter access to a document that confirms they are a citizen. No, that's going to be on you. And if you are a person who, like the women, the 69 million women to be specific, who changed their name when they got married, the only thing that most of us have to prove we're a citizen is our birth certificate, because your birth certificate proves that if you were born in this country, we have birthright citizenship here. If your birth certificate is an American birth certificate, that is how you can demonstrate you're a citizen. But according to the SAVE Act, you can only vote if the documentation you're using to establish your citizenship matches your current name. So if you have changed your name like a JD Vance many times, if you have,
I don't know if that's even that. Like, I changed my name and I'm registered to vote. Well, I have to recheck my register because I haven't registered this year. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure I was registered last year. I didn't vote though. I haven't voted in 2 elections. I'm just a general principle. You're just coming to Black vacation now. Like, you're late. I've been here for 3 years. You know what I mean? But nonetheless, I don't know what she's talking about. Like, I don't gotta show shit. Like, especially if my married name came out of my divorce. I ain't gotta show shit except for my ID that shows my legitimate, legalized married name. You know what I mean? That I kept. I'm not married no more currently, but the name I carry is it wasn't the name I was given at birth. That doesn't mean dick. So I don't know what the fuck she's talking about with that. I've had that name for a long time. I can't even tell you how many years I've had that name. Because I don't remember. I don't really remember when I got that last name, to be honest. Lots has happened. I don't remember when I got that. However, I do know it's legitimate, and I do know that I don't have to take my whole birth certificate and all that shit down. I just got to show my motherfucking ID. And for somebody who has had any of the subsidies like TANF, SSI, anything like that, food stamps, in every couple of months they send you a form with your renewal package, your recertification package, to register to vote. It just comes with it. So, I don't know about this year, 2026, if I have to re-register or not. I don't know how long it lasts. And I think that my ID will be coming up for renewal, I think in 2027. So I have to look into that one more time. However, I'm going to show anything else, especially for a married last name. Like, come on, cuz I think this is a bit of a reach. Like, you shouldn't have any problems if you're an American citizen. The only problem you should have is whether or not you can get to your polling location, if it's easy for you to get to. Or if you need help, how can you get those resources? How can you get somebody to help you to get there? And they're probably saying that you can't drop off your ballot. Okay, so you got to stand in line. So that's going to be a real taxing thing for our elders and disabled folk. You know what I mean? They can't get there just like that. And they might need rides and wheelchair access. There might be something like that. You know what I mean? So accommodations might have to be made. Might have to open up multiple sites, things like that. Just to make it easier for the population. That would be something. But let's just see what this lady has to say. So far,
change your name for any reason, including getting married or just wanting to rename yourself and to revive a different part of yourself, or whatever your reason might be. If you don't have a passport, which is the other document that confirms you are a citizen, an American passport, you're not going to be able to vote. But in addition to that, what they're also doing, a new portion of the SAVE.
If you're an American citizen, passport's kind of like a choice. If you're going to leave the country, or you're going on a cruise, or you're going outside of the United States, passport is like it's a choice. If you choose to go somewhere else, you're going to need the passport. But we don't need passports. Like, I don't need a motherfucking passport to go vote. You see what I'm saying? I'm from the soil. I'm from California. You know what I mean? Raised like from the soil. You know what I mean? Both my father's passed on, but my mother's from the soil, from what I understand. I mean, I can't really, I can't confirm or deny, but I'm pretty sure she's a fucking American citizen. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I didn't need no motherfucking passport to go through the fucking system as a ward of the state. So I'm pretty sure she was good on that. So I don't need a passport. Now I would know that I have friends that have been nationalized and they're American citizens now. So they may have to use their passport, but their ID should have been good enough, especially since they can register. They have a driver's license. They're able to get car insurance, regular jobs. They don't even need all that. Like, we don't need all that over here in Colorado. So I don't know. Like, that's kind of a sus thing to say. Like, especially if you're a FBA system, you really don't need all that. You just need to make sure your signature on your motherfucking ID and the signature you use when you register match. That's really all it is, because when you sign for it, it's going to have to match. Just like if you sign a petition to put somebody on the ballot, your signature needs to match your registration. That's one thing I learned as I was protesting certain fuckery that was happening. Well, my mate was running for office. You know what I mean? They said this, I said that, and then I gave them a little grace. Maybe they had the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they were right. Maybe they're wrong. Who am I to say I'm for the fucking streets? I just know what's wrong is wrong. What feels right, what feels like lies. You dig? So, but giving them grace and seeing for the outside looking in, they could have been right. They could have been wrong. Who the fuck knows? All I know is that just to be on the safe side, if someone is saying, hey, flyer, gathering signatures to place Joe Blow on the motherfucking ballot, woo-doo-woo-doo-woo. Do you live in this area? Blah, blah, blah. Can you help a motherfucker out? You know what I mean? Can you let, help them get them on the ballot? Yeah, you should be a legitimate citizen, legal citizen, right? U.S. citizen. Should have a residence that matches your registration. You know what I mean? I went as far, like, when I was running, to start asking motherfuckers to show me their ID, Just because I didn't want no misunderstandings when I turned in my signatures, even though they wouldn't allow the doll to run before anybody else turned in their signatures. Just straight no. You hear me? However, it doesn't matter. The fact is that I try to go above and beyond the Call of Duty to make sure that everything aligned itself with the rules and regulations so that they couldn't kick out all my signatures or half my signatures like they did with my mate in Denver, which was really devastating, really fucking devastating and ugly and wrong. You know what I mean? Because let me tell it, with the highlighter, they were kicking out people that we knew lived in these particular addresses. They were elders, and let me tell it, they all had Muslim last names or Muslim names. You know what I mean? And that right there, I felt it was discriminatory, especially when we knew all the elders in the goddamn building. So we knew that they lived there. They knew they were registered. We knew they wanted him on the ballot. We knew those people personally. It's not like we went and just, was dealing with strangers. You dig? The people that he knew, we knew. You dig? So for them to be kicked out or denied based on, let me tell it, it was a discriminatory thing. And the motherfucker running the elections division really got a problem with us personally. So it was nothing was gonna get passed. Just like me making a hot boy statement last election season talking about anything that passes is because dude was over there fixing it and make it happen. That's a hot boy statement, that pretty sure I'm gonna stand by if somebody ever asks me about it. Because that's how I feel. Because that's what I feel like he does. You know what I mean? Because that's pretty much how it went down. So let's see what else she says.
Act, which was not in the previous iterations. They recently just added this. They are basically going to require all 50 states. They're trying right now to get that data. We talked about this earlier this week. The regime is trying to force all of the 50 states to give them your personal voter and identification information, the information that you use to register to vote. Keep in mind, the federal government does not administer state elections. They do not have the authority, nor the power, nor the expertise to do so. They want access to all of the unredacted voter files, which includes parts of your social security number, your driver's license, and other personal identifying data, which they will then be able to match with all of the data that elongated Muskrat stole when he and Doge was going through the business of the business of the government. And then
pause right there. They don't even have to ask anyone. All these fucking data centers that are holding every single thing you have. I was just making a comment on the newspaper as okay. All these data centers are holding everything you put in the fucking internet. Your wallet, your social security, anything you sign up for, your email, your phone number, your fucking face, dirty pictures, whatever you're looking at on the internet, your movie preferences, what you listen to, what you watch on YouTube, what you subscribe to in your email, any kind of list that you're on, shit you just casually Google and you're looking into, Chat GPT, any and fucking everything. Okay? Anything. How many times you get on the internet, what you talk about, who you talk about it with, everything is stored in data centers, right? So they don't even have to ask. Asking is like a motherfucking courtesy. All they got to do is just take it from the data centers. Your registration, okay, your voter registration, your ID information, your social security number, your banking information, anything that you do that's of easy convenience like DoorDash, Uber, any of that shit, right? Any of your auto paid bills, all that, your Hulu subscription, your motherfucking Instagram, Twitter, all your fucking accounts, everything you fucking have is on the internet. Your email accounts, all your Google forms, everything is in a data center. Chilling. Okay? Everything. So they don't even gotta ask you for the shit. They can just go get it. Right? So that whole thing with Elon, yeah, it was a big thing. Yeah, that nefarious shit is happening, but it could happen with any of these things. Motherfucking, like, think about it. If Amazon got an Amazon doctor, where you think they got that information? If everything could be online, right? COVID isn't a thing anymore. We could officially go outside and touch grass, right? But everybody's so intent. They were in there for COVID. Now they don't leave their motherfucking house to do anything. So everything comes there. Trust me, I know. I'm fucking sick. I'm disabled. I have all kind of shit coming to my house. Like, if it's not Temu, there's Walgreens. If it's not Walgreens, it's fucking King Supers. You know what I mean? If it's not King Supers, it might be something from Home Depot. Something I can't possibly go and get for whatever reasons, whether it be I'm too sick or I've got too much fluid on my body and I can't pick myself up and move easily. Whatever, okay? It's all right there in data centers. They don't even gotta fucking ask. All they gotta do is just go get it. It's all right there. They're just right there. Okay, there's no protections. Just like they could tap into any kind of phone, fucking anything. Just be there, listening, watching, doing whatever. All these cameras everywhere. Everything's all stored right there. So all that shit with Elon, whatever. Yeah, they don't need to ask you for it. They could just take it because it's right there. It's so dependent on it. Nobody can just log off and go outside. No one can leave their phone. I'm a Generation Xer. I don't really need the phone. I like, if you see me at my home, like, I think the phone is in airplane mode and I'm watching movies that I'm streaming or whatever, right? Why? Because I could go without the phone and the internet. Really, I know how to read books and entertain myself. I'm born in 1980. That's pretty much what we did. Knock on doors and go look for your friends, right? So without a phone, it's convenient. It's helpful, I guess. But I don't really use it unless I'm looking at reels or Temu or fucking paying bills or whatever. Like I said, all that shit, even the phone, everything's connected. It's all right there, stored in a data center in your area that you're not only paying for through utilities and water and being overtaxed for and lied to. It's all right there. Either way, the consumer is being fucked. Either way. So this shit right here that she's talking about, just an added piece to the fuckery. See what else?
Sold on the secondary market to companies like Palantir. And so when you match all of that data together, it will allow them to have the greatest voter suppression.
Palantir has contracts with everybody. And Palantir even moved out of our state. You know what I mean? It's not even in our state right now. If you look at the news, everybody's in an uproar like, why did they leave? They felt like they got broken up with. Palantir did a thief in the night move. You know what I mean? They're like, well, looking in the information, see what he did with all his 500 workers, 500 gig workers, 500 data hackers that could stay at home and do the same shit. You know what I mean? They go to where they're right there. But they're all, well, if he leaves, then what are we doing wrong? How can we make it attractive for people like him to stay? Look, business is business, right? But you see how upset Colorado is about Palantir leaving. I was more upset that he bought my monastery. Like, fuck. And he got anybody who got contracts with everybody and everywhere is a thing. Plus, it's not really looking good for Palantir anyway, according to certain circles. So, you know what I mean? It's competition season. But yeah, she's right. They don't have to go get anything. They can just go get it. They can just go get it. Because these data centers are there. They getting tax breaks and all kind of extra shit. Of course you can just go in there and get data.
Suppression tools possible. And what they're also doing now as a new part of the revised SAVED Act is they're going to force all 50 states to take that data after they give it to Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump is going to run it through a system that they say confirms citizenship. Only it fails miserably, and it has been called, quote, not ready for prime time by Republicans because the system is so faulty. But they want to run your information through this faulty system and then give the states 45 days to purge you off the rolls. These people are desperate. They know that.
They've been doing that, though. They've been doing that. Just like they've been collecting data on every immigrant child they find or whatever. When they were coming through, they were putting a little database together, free, whatever. They don't even have to do anything. They're gathering DNA and fingerprints and all kinds of shit for future possible crimes. Yeah, watch some hearings, man. You know what I mean? The Senate Congress hearings for future possible crimes, right? All these things have all kinds of, we'll go with the grace of unintended consequences, but really are intended consequences and thought crimes. You know what I mean? The future's here, thought crimes. You leave your house, by the time you get to your next destination, a camera, like 200 cameras that saw you and hit you up, and they've already placed the little factors in how you walk, how you look, your mannerisms, your location, how you travel, what routes you take. Cameras are everywhere. They're on the doors. They're on fucking people's houses. Drones in the sky. Okay, so that's just another level of data entry. That's why, like, there's certain things that people don't want to do, as far as like DNA and shit, because it's all being stolen anyway. It's all being used anyway for all sorts of fucking future nefarious purposes. So yeah, they can just do it. They don't have to tell us. Telling us is like a courtesy for them, so they can have a little bit of outrage. They probably have already been doing it.
They done did some evil ass shit. It's coming back for them. You got
shit. I remember when I first became homeless and I went into the rescue mission. I went in there. You got to get you sign up. Like as soon as you sign in, they give you like a little ID, right? So you can go in and out of the rescue mission. Women, it's up until like 4 p.m. Right? And you get that little ID and it shows it. You come to the rescue mission often, whatever, right? And as soon as I went in, I didn't even have a chance to say my fucking name. I was standing at the counter. They looked at me and they told me my name. And I was like, how the fuck do you know that? Because, the police brought me there and I thought the police dined me out. Like, like we were bringing a lady over there who first she'd been swept off the sidewalk. Her name is such and such. But I promise you, I didn't hear that. You know what I mean? So, like, I didn't want to go over there. I thought there was the fucking rapey men over there. But no, they told me my name. And that was a long time ago. While I was over there counting all the Halo cameras in the fucking area that I used to sell crack in. Come on now. They've already had this information. They've already been, evolving. So,
the UN calling what happened in the Epstein files crimes against humanity. Do you know how long it took for them to say that about this enslavement of Black people? Crimes against humanity? Are you serious? I mean, yes, but are you serious? So that lets you know, for those of you who have not read the Epstein files, including my family member who voted for Donald Trump as a Black man, who insists that the Bad Bunny halftime show was one that was designed to promote a gay agenda. Meanwhile, the man he's supporting is in the Epstein files committing crimes against humanity, allegedly, reportedly, supposedly. We got to do. And the ICE math.
Even if you read that shit, it doesn't matter unless somebody does something about it. And they lock him up or they take away his presidential powers or whatever. They strip him of that or they force some sort of whatever to get him out. It doesn't fucking matter. Just like all these people, nobody's enforcing them to. Nobody's doing any enforcement. Nobody's locking anybody up. So what happened in the UK with the prince is like, whoa, they're taking it seriously, sure. But here in the United States, where degeneracy and fucking ugly shit like that happens, no, they're not gonna get punished. They're not. It's gonna take it. Not even an act of God could have punished him the last time. You know what I mean? Yeah, they impeached him. Sure, they impeached him. Didn't they impeach him like 2 times? You know what I mean? They didn't give a fuck, and they still voted for him. They still voted for him. He was still the choice, even though, like, everybody knew the first time it happened. They had to act like, well, that's the first time. Let's throw it in the back of the back of your brain and not think about it. Fuck it. It's a new Trump. Okay, yeah, he's just a little bit more sassier than last time. A little bit more saucy. He's just doing a little bit more saucy activities. He's a fucking pirate. You know what I mean? Trying to bully everybody. And little by little, this shit gets shut down. It's more for it's causing harms and whatnot. And no one's enforcing it. And who has to enforce it? They do. They have to enforce it. They're the Congress, the fucking federal government. They have to enforce it. He's not above the program. He's not better than the program. You know what I mean? But no one's going to enforce it. Whether I don't even think it's fair, really, why won't they? You know what I mean? I don't understand why should, if he's like how she's expressing herself, if it's like that, then why haven't they got him? Crimes against girls and children, that's a fucking crime. You know what I mean? That again, fucking United States is full of them being degenerates and perverts. You know what I mean? So like why hasn't that happened? Why won't they? It's not like they need testimony. They have files apparently with pictures and videos, lots of pictures, lots of videos. So if you have all of that, why hasn't anybody fucking slapped the cuffs on him and put him under the jail amongst that and all his cohorts and whoever else participated in it? Because it's just hot air, it's just talk, and something to be distracted by. Like, look, she's all wound up behind it. There's way more important shit happening, especially with the concern that should be towards Black foundational Black Americans. What do we do? You see what I'm saying? Fuck what the whites are doing. We've been knowing what the whites do. They're playing the long game. What do we do? Where's the solutions there? Remember? Although this was a rather entertaining a little program, I do have to say.
Indicates that this country is headed to be returned to a penal colony, and they're going to use the vote in order to do it. We got to hold it right there because we're going to commercial break. 866-801-8255, 866-801-TALK is the number. YouTube, we appreciate you. Please like and subscribe and share the video. Also,
I did enjoy the content. I'm not gonna lie, she was rather entertaining. But she was pretty entertaining. Kind of did enjoy that.
The idea that overnight your driver's license no longer matches who you are, or your government doesn't recognize you as a legal person, sounds like a dystopian movie. But that is exactly what is happening in multiple states across the country. We are seeing a heap of anti-trans laws being passed in Republican-led states that doesn't tackle people's access to bathrooms or their sports participation. It tackles who they are as a legal person itself. They're redefining sex at the state level, which can lead to a heap of different discrimination in housing and employment. If you watch Kat's video from Courier about an anti-trans law that was passed in Kansas overnight, that story was not an outlier.
It's not because it's really interesting to me. It's just something that came up across the feed that I was like, huh? What does this mean? So I'm going to find out with you. We're going to find out together because I don't understand it. I don't know what's happening. So we're going to find out together as it came across the feed as something to, I mean, look, it sounds pretty fucking nefarious. Kansas anti-trans bounty hunter bill, now a blueprint for new states. What does that mean, right? Bounty hunter bill. That sounds nefarious as a motherfucker. So let's find out together. Let me see. Okay. Here we go.
The idea that overnight your driver's license no longer matches who you are, or your government doesn't recognize you as a legal person, sounds like a dystopian movie. But that is exactly what is happening in multiple states across the country. We are seeing a heap of anti-trans laws being passed in Republican-led states that doesn't tackle people's access to bathrooms or their sports participation. It tackles who they are as a legal person itself. They are redefining sex at the state level, which can lead to a heap of different discrimination in housing and employment. If you watch Kat's video from Courier about an anti-trans law that was passed in Kansas overnight, that story was not an outlier. That is the trend for what is starting across the country.
Wait. So, okay, here's a question, family. Black family, here's a question. Are we not supposed to go with what the president says, right? The president says there's only two genders, male and female. Are we not supposed to, acknowledge that? A, B. Okay, if there's all these laws and protections for this particular community, right? Meaning they get incentives like housing, things like that. They can have their own community. Basically, if you dead name them, whatever the fuck that means, that's a hate crime. Trust and believe. I did that shit just recently. Man, I called this broad a fucking agenda trying to pass an agenda. That's what I said, right? Because that's what she was trying to do. And I wasn't with it. So like pronouns. You don't get the right pronouns or the acronyms or all the, all that shit, the alphabet. You don't get it. I mean, it's literally say that, but there's a legitimate reason for it. There's all sorts of, I don't want to say intersectionalities or whatever, but it's all sorts of definers for this particular group of people. Okay, so if you do anything like that, you misgender them, right? Which, in my defense, okay, I'm just going to take it as case by case situation. If you present as a certain thing, I'm going to address you as a certain thing. Meaning, if you're a male but you're presenting as a female, I'm going to address you as a female because that's how you're presenting to me. But if you're halfway in, halfway out, meaning that you're like, in a dress, but you got a full beard, I mean, that's complete confusion. How am I supposed to know? You know what I mean? What do I say? Like, come on now. Where you come from a generation where there's no ins and outs like that. There's no halfway out. Because it became like you're either living as such your whole life or you're not. You see what I'm saying? Whereas this later last maybe 20 years, people have been utilizing the trans community as a crutch to get out of jail or to not go into certain areas when, you know what I mean, to be treated a little bit different, to get housing, to have certain types of entitlements. Not everybody, but some, you know what I mean? Some people have done that. And it's been known, you know what I mean? Where they get locked up with women and next thing you know, some of the population comes up pregnant. And they went in a full thug but came out a broad. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's been known to happen. Things like that. It's different. I look at it in two different ways. I look at it from a person that has family that is gay or lesbian. And so I looked at it like that. I looked at it as people who dressed up and, did drag differently, because I grew up with people who did drag on the weekends, performance-wise, whatever. And they were comfortable in that way. They were performing. They were, making a little side income. They had a little following. It's beautiful. It's whatever, you know what I mean? It's a great thing. Back then, that's a whole separate issue. Then they went to work regularly. You see what I'm saying? They had regular lives. But you knew what was going on, right? So then you got this new generation of over the last 20 years where social media kind of took over and has produced this other level to it. And the other level to it is what causes a lot of the dysfunction and a lot of the ugly remarks and things like that we have, you know what I mean? Because it's performative, or it's another way to leapfrog over the black plight. You see what I'm saying? Whereas black LGBTQIA people are often utilized as mascots or to promote an agenda versus being able to live their truth or whatever. You did. So there's all sorts of low-level discriminatory things happening. Okay, but how this is framed is like, look, if the president said this and this, that there's only two genders, aren't we supposed to listen to the president when he says that and kind of like abide by whatever the president's saying is the new rules of the land? you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, You know, so we're just supposed to ignore that part, right? So that, you know, people can continue to leapfrog over certain other facets of things, right? They get legislation. They got a whole crime bills. Like you can't say anything. Like even when I was over there pressing the envelope, and exactly what the fuck I was doing. Why? Because they were disrespecting. Like is it okay for certain members of that community to disrespect black people? Shouldn't it work the same way? It's a hate crime. You're showing your anti-black racism, right? Versus they'll say it's bigotry or I don't know, some sort of phobia, when really it isn't that. It's something else, right? Altogether. So the way they're framing it is like somebody's denying them. They're framing it like in a different, like as a regular person. They're not saying, "Oh, this is a trans thing," you know, where they're changing their name, or you see what I'm saying? They're making they're dehumanizing this situation, when I don't really think it's like that at all. I think it's something else. I think there's an agenda about to be told to us. You know what I mean? I can foresee it. I can feel it coming.
According to new reporting from the New York Times, Republican-led states are expanding transgender restrictions beyond minors and athletics and into core areas of adult life. This article is titled, "With New Momentum, Republican States Push Broader Limits for Trans Americans." In states that once focused mainly on healthcare and sports for transgender minors, debates now revolve around the validity of transgender identity. This is exactly what LGBTQ advocates have been talking about ever since trans people started becoming a focal point of political debate. Trans people have existed for thousands of years among different cultures, different countries, but they've only recently come into the front and center of political conversations in the United States since about 2016. Since then, they have been debated whether or not we should give them rights, whether or not they should be recognized as people. And conservatives have done the exact same playbook that they've always done to attack civil rights, say this is for the children. Trans people can't be recognized for their humanity because it will confuse the children. It's all about the children. Children, children, children. We don't want to attack adults' rights. Adults can
Look, okay, you're right. He's right, but only in the sense that there's certain things that shouldn't be taught to children at school, and social media being allowed to be looked at in the as children are going to school and you know, socializing. So yes, there in that aspect, yes, it's a big issue when it comes to school children and them being pre-programmed, because there's some programming going on right there. You know what I mean? A person, like, look, all back like maybe 3-4 years ago, you had transgendered individuals coming to read to the children books or whatever that they wrote or that they came across, which there's nothing really wrong with that. What's wrong with that is that, you know, some parents may not feel that that's the right fit for their child, but it might be too late. Might have already happened. You see what I'm saying? That they didn't have a notice that, you know, there was going to be a reading of a tale, and the person reading it is going to be, you know, a person, transgendered individual in full drag coming to read to the children. If they knew, then they have a choice of whether or not they could either write their child out for that period or what. You know what I mean? They have a choice, because the parents should be able to have a choice of how they rear their child until the child can leave the nest, right? So they should be able to have a choice regardless of if the child is presenting a certain way or not. You know what I mean? There should be some sort of understanding or like conversations or whatever. It's not necessarily like that, you know, like I'll give you an example. I had sons and I had a daughter. Oldest son and the daughter are like gay and lesbian, okay? Knew from the start, knew from their little tiny kids, right? But I couldn't tell my son to get out of my dresses and put down my motherfucking makeup. He's a boy. You know what I mean? Like boys wear jeans and tennis shoes. You know what I mean? And my little girl want to wear tennis shoes and jeans when I'm trying to put her in a goddamn dress. You see what I'm saying? That's just my choice. When they got old enough to make their own damn decisions, I'm sure they talked to me. I had a discussion with them. I had an understanding because it wasn't like they came out. I already knew. You see what I'm saying? I already knew. I have family members that are either gay or lesbian. It's not like it's a fucking secret. Okay? So it's not like they were trying to show me something different. The thing is that programming is programming. You see what I'm saying? Not like I wasn't understanding or I don't have an understanding of said issue. It's just that they have their thoughts. They're programmed by other people in other situations. They don't give a good goddamn what I think. In fact, they think the worst shit of what I think. They go along with whatever people say it is, which it really isn't phobia or it's not bigotry. It's just, look, man, I just want to know what's going on. That's all. And we can't ask questions. Over the last, since 2016 till now, it's impossible to have a discussion with your child because they don't want to discuss anything with you. They don't want to talk to you. So you can't really find out what's really going on. And they hate you anyway. They talk bad about you that you don't understand that they want to be this or that. And their fucking mind's all whatever, right? And first of all, boys being in girls' sports, regardless, it's a whole look. I'm gonna say this: how far women had to come to have sports of their own, right? Man, it's just a man bigger, stronger, faster, right? Some cases, it's very difficult for a woman to compete in the same fucking arena in the same sport as a man coming from their own sport, right? We used to look at it as the men they came from their sport over to women's sport as motherfuckers who lost their shit too much and they have to come over so they can beat women so they can feel good about themselves. It's wrong. You know what I mean? A man, a man that's still intact being in a woman's bathroom or a woman's locker room getting dressed is still something that women don't want to see. It's not a private place. Women walk around in gyms and shit, bucket naked, trying to get dressed and washed up and shit so they go to work and take care of their lives, right? But to see a grown ass man who's a man still intact or whatever, as he's getting dressed in a woman's locker room to dress as a partially half-ass female, is kind of like something women don't want to see. You know what I mean? Women don't want to see that shit. Women don't want to have to argue with a man as he's talking in a high-pitched voice, talking about he's better than them. Because that shit happens all the time. So there was a situation on TMZ recently, like over a couple months ago. And his sister was going off about it, but let the motherfucker she was going off about, just a white man in a dress, he was like, she had the problem. Did she have the problem? No, it wasn't her. It wasn't her. It was the fact that this dude wanted to push his lifestyle on everybody else inside the gym, inside the locker room, get bucked with the sister, and have ugly interactions every time they saw each other. You see what I'm saying? And that right there is wrong. But God forbid black people say anything or is looked at as homophobic, bigoted, non-inclusive, disrespectful. I mean, I can go on it because they talk about it all the time with being Jesuit. So it's a list of things, you know what I mean? When it's not even nothing like that. It's just that there's a leapfrogging over fucking black interests and black agendas that are getting prioritized versus the actual needs, of the people they're leapfrogging over. Half-assly, too, by the way. So, yeah, I think if they gave the parents a choice, like let them know ahead of time, you used to be able to send notes with your children a week in advance if you were going to see if there was going to be a guest speaking in the auditorium, or they're going on a field trip, or they were going to have a different type of teacher for the day, or if there was going to be something like that happening, and they wanted to promote all inclusivity and the getting to know of other people's cultural beliefs or lifestyle choices. You know what I mean? Then then it would be okay. But there's none of that. There's none of that. There's none of that happening. You know what I mean? So there's none of that. So people come off with it's against our religious beliefs. So it's some sort of other bullshit. But if they came correct and told the truth, motherfucker might be more interested and be like, I guess it'd be all right for you to understand other people's lifestyles. I'm gonna go ahead and sign this. But the moment you start to feel uncomfortable, raise your hand and let somebody know. You know what I mean? How simple is that? Easy peasy. But it don't go down like that. Instead, it's designed to create ugliness. That's all this shit is.
Do whatever they want. It's the children. That is all a lie. And that's what we're seeing right now with a lot of this legislation. This was never about the children. Using the children was always a scapegoat to attack the humanity of people who are gender nonconforming. I have a list of different anti-trans bills that we'll go over now regarding each different state. In Kansas, the state is moving to invalidate gender marker changes on driver's licenses, and lawmakers have overridden a veto to require bathrooms in government buildings to match sex assigned at birth. In Idaho, officials have begun to prohibit changes to sex on birth certificates, and lawmakers are advancing measures that would increase liability for businesses over bathroom access. In Utah, lawmakers are debating removing anti-discrimination protections in housing and employment. In Oklahoma, officials are exploring expanding restrictions on gender-affirming care beyond minors and into adults. Across multiple states, all of these bills have similar results in how they affect both transgender minors and adults. Whenever you put restrictions on gender-affirming care, that is restricting medical access to people who need that the most, not just trans people who do need gender-affirming care, because all of the evidence points that it decreases suicidality, but even those that are cisgender, if somebody has low testosterone and they need testosterone boosters, we've seen these types of anti-trans laws in Texas remove or limit the access for cis people to get that medicine. Gender-affirming care happens in so many areas of life. Men have gender-affirming care, women have gender-affirming care, and it's not just for trans people. So the fact that we are trying to limit that simply because Republican lawmakers.
I'm a real woman, a real breeding woman. I can breed and have children. Actual woman. I never heard of my medical care being gender affirming care. I mean, I have a whole mate, a masculine mate, and a brother, a masculine brother. I've never heard them refer to their male health care as gender affirming health care. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. They're regular women loving men, cisgender. I don't even know what cisgender means. Excuse me. Regular non-homophobic men, men that like women, excuse me. Forgive me. It's late. Men that like women, okay? And don't do anything else but be with women. And that go for regular male checkups with actual male doctors, okay? American doctors, right? Both my mates have black male doctors. Both my mates. Both my mate and my brother, have foundational doctors, right? And never have I heard them come back and say, I got my gender affirming care done. They checked my stuff. I've never came home and said, hey man, a bitch was all in my shit and I got my gender affirming healthcare done. No. I'll be like, man, that ratchet wrench, kind of fucking position. That shit bitch was over there all up in my shit. You know what I mean? That's how you're gonna hear me say it. Right? But I'm not gonna say gender affirming care. And if you had a low testosterone, nobody say, I need that gender affirming testosterone pill to boost my no, cuz come on, be realistic. We don't talk like that. My testosterone's low. Told me to wear better drawers. You know what I mean? My estrogen level's low. Told me to start taking my hypothyroid medicine. I got too much testosterone going on. A little bit managed this month. And then I'm gonna hear me say, tell me to take my fucking thyroid medicine. Stop fucking around. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna refer to it as a gender affirming healthcare. Since when? Never. Right? Never. And I got two masculine people in my life, right? They don't talk like that. And one's not gonna talk about it at all. He's gonna, but yeah, I went. Yeah, got my yep. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it. And the other ones were like, shh, you don't even know what they did, Mimi. You know, he's gonna tell me all the business. We're gonna laugh and giggle about it because that's what me and my brother do. Okay, but he's not gonna refer to it as gender affirming care as a male. No, he's not gonna say that at all. He's gonna say cuz did the worst. He's gonna make a joke out of it. No way he's gonna say gender affirming care at all. So that's that agenda pushing language. No way is that gonna happen.
Makers don't like trans people is not only discriminatory, but it's just not effective. We've seen anti-trans.
That's not true because they got trans legislators now. They got like one or two legislators that are I forgot what they said. They're legislators. Come on now, there's a couple of them in there. So let's not play games. Let's not act like they're not allowed to be in legislation. That's a lie. And let's not act like they hate this community. That's also not true. The Democrats love this community so much. They make all kinds of bills and possibilities happen for them particularly. So let's not put it that way. And as far as the Republicans do it, that's just what Republicans do. They don't believe in that shit. They're just, you know what I mean? Done some old Christian nationalism shit at all times.
Trans discrimination before, but this phase is different in 3 distinct ways. First, they're no longer using the children language. It's not just, oh, we need to limit it for kids, blah, 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 blah. It's for the kids. You need to protect the kids. This is explicitly saying anybody who's trans, we do not want you to be able to recognize who you are. The state will no longer recognize that you are a woman or that you are a man. You have no control over that fact. The second thing is these are retroactive. It affects people who have already got these changes done. In places like Kansas, people who have followed the legal process for years to update their documents are now going to be seen as legally invalid. And 3, it targets legal identity itself. And that matters because of how much daily life depends on government ID. Driver's licenses are required to get hired, to rent housing, open a bank account, travel, access healthcare, and in many cases, vote. If your ID no longer matches who you are or it becomes invalid, the impact isn't just symbolic. It's not just Republicans saying.
First of all, that's a personal maintenance thing, right? So if you know you got this little situation going on with your ID and your name and your identity, then you should stay up to date on that. You should make sure that you changed your name legally, right? To go along with, if you went all the way with a full blown, transformation, then you make sure that that's reflective, right? So if you're it shouldn't even be an issue. If you kept up to date with your documents, then not only do you have proof of that through your medical care, but you've changed your name legally to reflect that, right? So that means it went with you had to show your birth certificate, right? Social and shit. And all those things were changed at the same time. When you change your name, you got to change it. When you change your name, you got to go to the Social Security office too to do that. You know what I mean? So it reflects everywhere. So if you're working under, this new person that you feel like you are, that reflects everything. That reflects your Social Security, your Social Security number, all that shit. That means that, when they go fingerprint you, if you get pulled over, you commit a crime or whatever, that happens too. They fingerprint you and they say, oh, okay. Do you go by any other alias? It's a question. There's a question. Like when they arrest you, there's a question. Do you go by any other aliases or identities? You know what I mean? And they ask you right then and there. Yeah, my name is Ralph such and such, but now my name is Rhonda. I changed it. You know what I mean? And then they ask you more questions like, okay, well, are you going to need specific things? Yes, I've been transitioned, a full transition. Ooh. Okay, well, we're going to put you in this special little section over here. So you're not necessarily with the women and you're not necessarily with the men, but you're more right here in a protective little space. So they do have protective areas for vulnerable people, because in jail you'll be vulnerable, targeted and things like that. So they put you somewhere else. They put you with people just like you, or gay, lesbian, you know what I mean? Whatever. You know what I mean? They put you there so that you're not like in an area where you could be targeted to be harmed in any way. You know what I mean? So they don't want that, because that's ugly, that's horrifying. And nobody wants to feel like that. Okay. So they have you in a little protected section, right? So all these things, they need to reflect. Like, they just can't be doing all that. Like, I don't want to say, look, when you do all that and you're starting that process, you should be making those in routes. You should know that you got to change your name on your ID. You got to change your name on your social. You got to change your name with the postal service. Okay, so that you're getting mail under that certain name. All that shit has to reflect. When they do the census, you got to make sure they know. Because all these things have to line up. When you register to vote, all that has to reflect your voter registration. Normally nobody's going to ask you if your name was Ralph or, whatever before this. Nobody's going to ask you that unless there's a reason to ask you that. Like, you know what I mean? So when you get a job, sometimes they don't ask you who you were before. Like, they never asked me for my maiden name. Just ask me what my name is now, currently. My name reflects both my social security card and my ID, any of my banking information, any of my when I apply for resources, housing, anything, it all matches all up. See what I'm saying? And I changed my name a long time ago. I can't remember when. It was a long time ago, right? So it all matches up. I did it all like that. I did it when I got married. I switched it over, even if the marriage didn't last so long. And I had a divorce decree to give it up. I didn't, but it's whatever, right? It's mine now. Shit. I'm the one that has to live with it. For whatever reasons. But I changed every single thing to be reflective of it. When I go to the hospital, it all matches up. When I go to jail, it all matches up. When I deal with anything legitimately or legally, like for example, emails and whatnot, it all aligns itself. So it shouldn't be that difficult for this particular community either. So I have to wonder if this is just propaganda.
In that they recognize two genders. It affects how people function day to day. There's a clear pathway between the states and federal policies under this administration, said the Reverend Jasmine Beach Fervara, executive director of the Campaign for Southern Equality, an LGBTQ advocacy organization based in North Carolina. Our general analysis is that they will go as far as they think they can in enforcing what's fundamentally a very narrow ideological position, that being transgender does not exist. That is not a reality. So this reflects a broader strategy that conservative lawmakers are taking to move the discussion away from individual policy debates and into redefining sex within the state law itself. Rewriting the state laws specifically affects multiple industries, including identification documents, employment protections, housing rights, healthcare access, and public accommodations. We've already seen this at different state levels. In Iowa, they removed gender identity as a protected class in civil rights law. Several states now prohibit changing sex markers on birth certificates, and others require official documents to reflect sex assigned at birth. In other words, this is not a series of isolated bills that will have to fight and debate and deliberate throughout different state assemblies. This is a structural shift in how states define identity under the law. All these legal changes do.
When President Trump got into office, he made certain to say that there's only two genders. There are only two genders that are going to be recognized. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah, men doing this and that, and in women's sports. He made it very seriously clear that that's how he felt about it. And everybody was in lockstep in motion with that. So you have to really, if you want to issue blame, you need to issue blame towards that direction and the people who find it distasteful. You know what I mean? Or whoever put it up, for that. Because it wasn't just the president. I mean, it wasn't just Republicans. You're talking about anybody who had a problem with it, that protested against it, put petitions out there, whatever, you know what I mean? People who addressed it as a reason to not vote for a certain candidate. You know, you see what I'm saying? If it was on their platform, things like that, you got to really adjust that portion of it. Because the way he's making it sound is like nobody wants to see trans people alive. That's not true. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. There's just certain things that that people find not okay. You know what I mean? Like women's sports, women's bathrooms being put in public, like being able to, them utilizing the bathrooms in public schools. As far as boys that are transitioning or whatever, living a certain lifestyle. When I say transitioning, young children shouldn't be able to make that kind of decision. You know what I mean? Till after they've grown up and, became like adults. Should be making that kind of decision to be taking hormones as a teenager. I mean, it's kind of like, you see what I'm saying? Somebody has to sign off on that. You know what I mean? What happened to the dysphoric test? Like, where's the sign off on this? Man, it's complicated, but I think that they're I don't want to say they're over dramatizing it, but aren't we supposed to listen to the president when the president says this and that? We're just supposed to say fuck it and buck the system regardless of what he says. Because if that's the case, none of you people would have voted for him. See what I'm saying?
Is incentivize further discrimination. When we see anti-discrimination protections removed, 3 big industries are affected. The first one's housing, where landlords can not only deny transgender applicants from being able to rent from them, but they can also evict transgender tenants, even if they're following their lease agreements. Because the landlord can say, hey, I don't want this person living in my house. Their identity documents don't match who they are. They need to leave and get on the street. I don't really care.
That's fucking crazy, because when they rented their place to them, they knew exactly who they were getting. So miss me with that bullshit. It's not like they came in as one thing and in the midst of the night they're living a whole different lifestyle like that. So that just means that you're not keeping abreast of your situations. That's why they're mad. No, that's not it. Motherfuckers know when they rent their places, they know exactly what type of tenant they're gonna get. You know what I mean? Whether or not they're being incentivized or not. This particular community, there's all sorts of benefits for housing for them. Just like if you had contracted, say, for example, way back when people were contracting HIV and AIDS, there was a lot of programs and housing and stuff set up specifically and particularly for this type of these people that that needed housing, that needed jobs, they needed this, they needed that due to whatever circumstances, right? So there was already stuff in line for that. I'm not saying, I'm just using that as an example. So there's all these protections and incentives for this community. They all get they can qualify for housing. They don't have to be overburdened or being outside in the street. They can get all these programs easily because they're a protected class of people. So you understand what I'm saying? So when these people when they're renting places, the people who rent to them, they already know that they're transgender or gay or lesbian or going through whatever. They already know. They know when they're signing the papers and they're physically talking to them. They know, and they let it happen. So by kicking them out afterwards, then it becomes something else, like discriminatory or some sort of other reason. Then it becomes something else. But prior to that, the landlords, they all know what type of people they're getting. Every landlord I've came across knows what type of motherfucker I'm going to be. They know what type of individual rents their apartments. You know what I mean? Everywhere you go, they know. this building. They know what type of residents they have here. A building across the way knows what type of residents they have. The building that's in the definitely across the street is very expensive and gentrified. They know what type of people they have based on their income, so they could be extra judgmental. So you see what I'm saying? These are things that are already pre-knowing. So it's kind of like
what happens to them. Same thing with employment. Employers can now fire people just for being trans, and they can claim that they're committing identity fraud by
look, that right there again. They know when they hire them. You know when you are hired. It's not, you shouldn't, first of all, you shouldn't be faking the funk when you go get a job. That way there's no misunderstandings, and you can't accuse the employer of being discriminative. You know what I mean? Or practicing discrimination. You go as you present. You know what I mean? If your shit is in alignment, your names match up with your social and everything else, you changed it, you done the work, shouldn't be a fucking issue to apply for a job and present as you are. And that person who's hiring you, qualified, you're able to do the job regardless of what the fuck it is. You know, they shouldn't have a discriminatory thing on it, unless you're faking the funk, and then all of a sudden you came in one way and decided the next day you were going to do this. You know what I mean? You're faking the funk, and now they're questioning it at work and dialoguing, you know, at lunch and shit. If you came in the way you came in, there shouldn't be any fucking question to who you are and how you present. So again, that's just, I always say, miss me with
not having proper legal documentations. Businesses can refuse service to trans people, simply saying, I don't want to serve to them. They're not presenting who they say they are. All of this has much broader implications.
That's true.
Than just
There's a lot of discriminatory businesses that may not want to serve. You know, there's like I said, we had a case here where motherfucker did not want to make a wedding cake for a couple, right? And they had to go to court and everything. And they found out that the man was in his right. He could have said no. He said no, right? No means no. But it took a long time to get to that level. You know, that is true. There's a lot of discriminatory shit, but it's not just them. I mean, it's not like, you'd be upset. With a protected class that gets more incentive and more benefit versus where we don't even get that. Sometimes just no.
Conservative saying they want to protect children or whatever it is that they say. It is about removing people's identity and their humanity by isolating them from broader society. If you haven't watched Kat's video yet, she made another video with Courier that was specifically going after Kansas's bounty hunter law that explicitly asked for private citizens or random people to patrol bathrooms to look for trans people and report them to authorities. That is absolutely insane. But it's important to see that context because it shows how quickly a lot of these bills can actually move, sometimes with little public attention that's passed secretly overnight, and how they affect real working people as they go to work, their housing, or their everyday life.
Illegal.
And what we're seeing in Kansas was not an isolated case. This is the type of legislation that is trying to be passed in multiple states across the country. As we gear towards the midterm elections, we know that Republican attacks on transgender people are only going to continue to intensify. And that's why we have to demand that progressive politicians or people who believe in the rule of law and equal protection under the law should advocate on behalf of trans individuals who are explicitly being discriminated by Republican lawmakers. This new legislation really marks a turning point when it comes to trans visibility in the country. Conservative lawmakers have taken the mask off and are openly saying it's no longer about sports participations or minor gender affirming care or school usage. It is explicitly about erasing trans people from state law, regardless of whether or not somebody's already gotten recognition from legal entities and institutions. They want to take that away retroactively, and they want to prevent trans people from being themselves in the future. Because by limiting freedom, Republicans can seem like they have control over the political narrative and everyday life. And we are firmly saying that that needs to stop. This is no longer an isolated case in different states. This is a national trend that is openly defining how people are able to move about the life in a way that makes the most sense for them.
I don't know, because I don't think so. I don't think it's like that for real. Like, and if you know you're in the state,
you got me saying this shit.
Hold on.
Love it though.
My fault. That's the opening song. If you know that it's like that, then why don't you move to a more liberal democratic state where you don't have to worry about that? I mean, that qualifies as a sanctuary city laws. That's why we got a whole fucking community that nobody wants to talk about. That's trans LGBTQIA, people live there, in a little community in the downtown area or whatever. You know what I mean? They have a whole little enclave. They get all the little benefits. Trust and believe. We had one day of fucking Juneteenth. They had 3. They had all down there 3-4 days. You know what I mean? Of pride. I felt like pride was all month, really, if you want me to be honest about the shit. I felt like every day was pride. You know what I mean? So let me stop sharing. I gotta go to the other page. You know what I mean? So I just felt like miss me with that bullshit. If you know you live in a state like that, first get your shit together and fight that or move, one of the two. The Democrats have been actively giving it their all and fighting for that particular I don't know. I really don't want to listen to this dude, but I feel like we might have to. There's some stuff going on, so hold on one second. Do we want to talk about what's going on in Colorado? Let's see the other page holds. Hold on one second. One second. I got 2. Hold on. Pull this one. Yeah. Let me look real fast. Let me make sure. We got like 2 more topics. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do this one. It's gonna be easy. I bet. Okay. Hold on one second, Bradley. I'm using a wireless mouse and it's not picking up, but Jesse left his little do-rag over here, so it's kind of, I'm using it as a mouse. For some reason, the thing isn't picking up. It picks up, but it's kind of slow. So, give me 1 second. Gotta get to maneuver. 1 second, Billy. Just give me 1 second. It's gonna share the screen. They even stay with me this whole time. I only get to do the revolutionary agenda when I could squeeze myself in. So, things if you're able to watch it, good. That's great. Because we're not on my normal scheduled revolutionary agenda channel, which is on my personal channel that I use to chop it up with the New Black Media and wherever else I decide to go. Look at stuff, And I'm glad you're here. So glad you got to see some stuff. Hopefully you're learning something. Let's see. Okay, I bet. All right. Let's start from the bottom. This is what we're talking about. Let's see.
Hey, Trump, yeah. Who was the worst president in U.S. history? Biden.
Joe Biden, the worst president in American history.
Yeah, run with that narrative. Yeah, go ahead and run. Nah, I just want to, you'll see when you come back. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Street Politics. And we got a moment of silence. The Board of Peace had a moment of silence for the passing of weirdo J.D. Vance's lame joke. Dead silence. Even they hate that guy. Come on. It couldn't have been that bad. I mean, it said board of peace in the back of there. We know who's on that board. Everybody should have been in a laughing mood.
Thank you, Mr. President, very much for your leadership, but also for the kind words about me personally. I knew exactly what I wanted to say, but then after the president said that I was so smart and that I didn't want to repeat our congresswoman who froze for 20 seconds over in Munich, now I'm tempted, sir, just to freeze for 20 seconds and just stare at the cameras, and maybe they'll say nice things about me like they do about Congresswoman Cortez. But I have 3 very brief messages.
Yeah. I might have to be silent for the whole rest of this recording. That was tough. JD, you didn't ask Erica Kirk to help you with no jokes? I know she got jokes. I seen that TPUSA halftime show. Huh? Y'all fell out? What happened? You went through her phone?
We are all now at the point where we realize there's just more than meets the eye with Erica, full stop. And there's been some life lived. I think that's putting it mildly. There's been some life lived, and I'm uncomfortable with the amount of inconsistencies that have presented themselves in her story. The connections with so much sex trafficking. I've even got something that I'm going to reveal tomorrow about her parents having worked with somebody that was accused, something to do with children. It's just it's a bit too much.
Wow. Yeah, that was quite the 4 a.m. argument. Now, I thought I heard some noise. I thought I heard some noise. Now I know what all the commotion was about. Well, look, you in the Trump administration, so y'all get over this kind of affairs and nonsense quickly. You know what? Why don't you do the Elon Musk and just have another kid? Oh, she is? JD and Usha are expecting another child. I guess she wore that thing he likes. Nope. Ain't no way. You know she wouldn't have put on a brown couch. Ain't no way. That would have been a white sectional. Come on. That would have been a white sectional. He does like the brown. Oh, because it hides the mascara and the makeup don't stain?
Okay, Usha, just do it. You've got to do it. You have no choice. After that hug, this is the only option. Okay. Fuck. Okay. God, I don't want to. Okay. No. God, this is embarrassing. Damn it, Erica Kirk. Okay. Oh. What have you done with your life, Usha? Oh. Okay, hang on. Is this good? Okay. My kid's gonna. Okay. Hey, JD. I have something special for you.
I will tell you that was pretty good quality. That was pretty good quality. You got to send a note to Goodwill when you donate that, though. You can't just donate it like it's regular. You know, that's wow. Yes, you coming up nothing but L's, JD. Ever since you got booed at the Olympics, nothing but L's. Yeah, I seen you on Fox News.
So I want to just put up a poll. This shows congressional vote preference. This was at the end of January, so just a few weeks ago. Of all voters, Democratic candidate preference at 52, GOP candidate at 46. We've got a long way to go, but obviously that number would not be good for the majority.
That would not be good. I will say, as much as we love Fox News, we always think Fox News has the worst polling. Me and the president agree on that. I'm sorry.
I can show you other ones that are very similar. But since they're ours, I show ours.
But you sure, JD Vance? Oh, man. I ain't been this tickled since Wall Street Journal aired out Kristi Noem. Yeah, let him fight starting early this year. Oh, no, he was crying on the inside. I know he was crying on the inside. And he gonna cry in the car.
He gonna cry in the car.
Oh, no, it's more where that came from, JD. Rasmussen polls are the most Republican-leaning, Trump-friendly pollsters in the U.S., especially in presidential approval ratings and election polling. Post this everywhere. They chose to get on this Trump-tanic. Who did a better job as president? 48% to 40% say Joe Biden from Rasmussen. Man, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That's like on Change Your Heart where you say together and she had to change her heart. That's it. Hey, Rasmussen had to change her heart. They had to change her heart. And apparently so did Fox News. And don't think you just go and fire them, because that's part of the problem. Jobs added, Biden in 2024, 1.46 million. Trump in 2025, 181,000, an 87% decrease. Hey, JD, you better go on and jump ship. You better go on and declare and jump ship. You're going to end up like Pam Bondi. I'm telling you that right now. If only we had just a proper moment to commemorate just how far the Trump administration has cratered with the people.
President Donald John Trump. Look at this. I got 4 numbers across.
Hey, Harry Enton, you got Yahoo up there. You didn't want to put in Alta Vista or Lycos or nobody? AOL don't got a poll nowhere?
For you on this screen here, they are all second-term lows for the given pollster. What are we talking about? AP North, 26 points below water. NBC, 22 points below water. Yahoo, YouGov, 20 points below water. Quinnipiac, 19 points below water. So we're ranging from negative 19 points all the way to negative 26 points. You know, Kate, there's this question that folks keep asking.
What does Hotmail have to say about Trump's approval?
You know, where is the floor for Donald Trump? And I'm not sure there is a floor, because if there is one, Donald Trump, at least in term number 2, has just fallen through it to another low level.
You cooking. You cooking, Harry Enton. You cooking now. A sub-basement. Can we call it a sub-basement? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Underground tunnels. They exploring underground tunnels underneath where the former approval floor used to be. Trump spent so much time underground, he done expanded the DC metro system. He got the purple line opened up and everything.
How does this compare with his first term, and how does this compare with Joe Biden?
Okay, so we look at these numbers right here. One of the things that Donald Trump had been arguing, his proponents have been arguing, oh, you know what, he's doing better than he was doing in term number 1. No longer is that the case. What are we talking about here? Okay, net approval rating at this point in the term. Look at this. 22 points below water on average when you average all the pollsters from the last slide. That is actually lower. That is lower than he was at this point in term number 1, when he was 17 points below water. So he's doing 5 points worse, and he's doing way worse than Joe Biden was doing at this point in his term number 1, when he was 13 points below water. So the bottom line is this: Donald Trump is setting new records for himself in term number 2, setting new records for himself compared to where he was at this point in term number 1, and he's doing worse than Joe Biden, which is, of course, the comparison that Donald Trump does not want to be, because we all know what happened to Joe Biden. His party lost the House in term number 1, that midterm elections, and of course, Joe Biden was not reelected to another term. At this point, the numbers are no bueno for the president of the United States.
Hey, Trump, yeah. Who was the worst president in U.S. history? Biden.
Joe Biden, the worst president in American history.
Yeah, run with that narrative. Yeah. Go ahead and run. Nah, I just want to. You'll see when you come back. Also notable, why is it all the minuses on the screen for Trump 1, Trump 2, and Biden? Then the last 3 presidential elections we had, just a bunch of minuses on the screen. Out here looking like my 2K ratings if I played in the league. We need Obama back. I mean, really. Obama, don't tease us. We got 3 minuses on the screen since you left.
What's driving this that you're seeing right now?
Okay, Kate. You know what? This is the segment. We have done it over and over and over again because he keeps setting new lows for himself. What are we talking about? Well, we're talking about independence. We're talking about independence. When you lose the center of the electorate, you lose the American people. Trump's net approval rating among independents, you know, at this point, you go back term number one, he was 17 points below water. Now, according to Quinnipiac, he is 27 points below water. I don't understand how this works out well for the president of the United States. When you are 27 points below water, underwater, with the center of the electorate, with independents, you lose, your party loses. You know, I've made the comparisons before, you know, oh, he's more underwater than Greg Louganis. I've made the comparisons with all those different divers. And the bottom line is this, you can continue to make those, but over time, when you keep making those same comparisons, they run a little bit old. But at this point, I don't really know who to even compare Donald Trump to because he's just so low, and he's so low with the center of the electorate.
Can only be compared to himself.
That's correct.
He more underwater than Cuba Gooding Jr. in Men of Honor. Anybody seen Men of Honor? What, we can't have a Black Diamond movie? I mean, come on. Trump. That's crazy. Hey, you can only be compared to yourself. That's how bad it is. You out here moving like somebody intentionally trying to get somebody to break up with you. I'm just going to keep, you know what I mean? I'm just going, the bottom done falling off. I'm just going to get worse and worse.
City boy, city boy.
Now, here's something that rubs me wrong about all of this, because Trump is setting new lows when it comes to people's dissatisfaction with his performance in office, only breaking the last time that he was in office. In the time in between him being in office, we saw the full ramifications of the pandemic that he mismanaged. We had a whole insurrection. He picked up 34 felonies, went on the campaign trail with concepts of a plan, gave up towards the end and just started dancing to YMCA and openly flouted his relationships with billionaires, with Elon Musk propping him up and jumping up and down completely uncoordinated on stage. And then the second he takes office, we see even worse approval ratings than we saw the first time before he somehow pulled states that he was never able to pull in 2016. And that's before we get to the Butler, Pennsylvania, and the Charlie Kirk of it all. No, that don't smell right. That don't smell right at all. And there's a reason why come January 6th of 2025, I was beating that drum on why we didn't hear more on getting full verification of what happened in November of 2024. Go get Kamala. No, because she should see this.
Regrets of some folks had a few. What are we talking about here? Well, let's just take a look here. Okay, choice for 2024 presidential election. The actual was Donald Trump winning by about 1.5 points. It rounds to a point. But take a look here. In a polled redo between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris in April of 2025, it was within the margin of error, right? Kamala Harris by a point. But look at where we are now, according to an NBC News SurveyMonkey poll. Kamala Harris wins in a redo, asking folks, essentially, if you could redo the 2024 election, how would you vote? She wins it by, get this, 8 points, a massive shift from what we saw back in November of 2024 when Donald Trump won by a point. And I will note that this sample was weighted to the 2024 result in which Donald Trump won by a point, but yet Kamala Harris in this weighted sample, get this, she wins by 8 amongst the sample that voted for Trump by 1.
Harris regrets. Harris now clearly leads Trump in a 2024 redo. Big implications for 2026. Dems for Congress are holding on to Harris voters more than the GOP is holding on to Trump voters. Harry, you sure there was a shift? Are you sure there was a shift? ain't a whole lot of new information been gleaned in the past year for us. So, man, nah, I'm not rocking with it. I'm not.
The good news is Kamala Harris, for her, wins the 2024 election. The bad news is it's actually 2026, so it doesn't count for her.
I would also like to add, if there's anything we learned in 2024, just because people declare via a poll that they would vote for her, given a redo, certainly does not mean that they would vote for her. You know, there's that whole thing called the Wilder effect, which those of you who don't know the Wilder effect, it's like a combination of two long-standing human conditions, full of sheet and closet racist. Okay, now full of sheet has been afflicting humans for as long as we've been able to communicate. You know, when one caveman came back and he lied and said he had 4 berries when he really had 9 because he wanted to keep the other 5 for himself and go parlay with the Neanderthals down the block. Okay, the full of sheet has been with us for that long a period of time. And closet racist is like when that caveman's partner realized they're going to parlay with the Neanderthals down the block, and she starts spreading all sorts of rumors and lies about the Neanderthals and how they move so they can close ranks. So that's closet racist. Okay, so closet racist, between closet racist and full of sheep, the combination of the two of those give us the Wilder effect. You say you gonna vote for him or her. You say you gonna vote for the Black or the Latino or the gay or the woman or whatever the case may be, but Trump 47.
He's out of line, but he's right.
You know what? Well, they did say they was going to vote for Obama, and they definitely did vote for Obama. So we probably need him back.
Okay, so you see this, and as John was laughing about, the fact is the 2024 election is good, gone, goodbye. But it has a massive impact, this voter sentiment, on what may happen later this year. Why do I say that? Because let's take a look at the vote for Congress. And this is very important, all right? 2024 Harris voters, they vote for the Democrats on average by, get this, 89 points. The Trump voters mostly stick by the Republicans, but by a significantly smaller margin, by 83 points. This means that the Democratic base that voted for Kamala Harris is sticking with those congressional Democratic candidates to a much greater degree than those Trump voters are sticking with the Republican candidates for Congress. And that is why what you're seeing on that generic congressional ballot is Democrats leaping ahead by this point by about 5 points, because at least at this point, the Trump voters are not sticking by the Republicans as much as the Harris voters are sticking by the Democrats.
Yeah, and these numbers may not look that different, but this 5 points, which is roughly what that is, that really could be hugely important come November. This is people who did vote in 2024. What about those perhaps who did not?
Okay, so part of the equation, right, is that the Harris voters are really sticking with those Democratic candidates to a more so than the Trump voters are sticking with the Republican candidates. But it's more than that. It's also people coming off of the sideline. Okay, voters' choice for election for the 2026 congressional elections. If they didn't vote in 2024, look at this. Democrats are winning that vote by a significant margin, by 16 percentage points. So you add onto that the Harris voters sticking with the Democratic candidates. All of a sudden you see, hey, this is the way that Democrats are going to get back their congressional majority. And more than that, I will note that in 2024, of course, the Trump voters, or the people who voted for Trump, he actually won a larger share of those non-2020 voters. So it's not just what we're seeing here, historically speaking, that, hey, non-voters vote Democrats. That was not the case in 2024. And when you put it all together, Mr. Berman, you put all of this together, what do we get? It's not just the House. It's the Senate as well. Democrats' chance to win the Senate a year ago was 19%, according to Kalshi, 30% 6 months ago. And now Democrats have a 40% chance of taking back the U.S. Senate.
Well, that is good news. That is good news. I was pretty surprised that many people who did not vote in 2024 are answering polls. Are y'all going to participate or not? Y'all answering polls and didn't bother to show up in 2020. Let me tell you, I'm telling you, If you did not vote in 2024 and help usher us into this authoritarian nightmare, we got banners of Trump outside the DOJ, for goodness sakes, like we straight up North Korea. But you want to answer a poll, we going to have words. That's all I know. We going to have words. Bring Ice Cube. That's fine. That is totally fine. Hold on. Now, unfortunately, that's not to say all of the news is rosy in Democratic land these days.
Governors have a whole lot of power, and there's all this talk of a Democratic wave, but the gubernatorial races nationwide should stand as a wake-up call for Democrats, because take a look here, the race raiders, governors post-2026 election, at least tilting to the Republicans. Look at this, a majority, 26. That is, at this point, the number of governors that are expected, at least tilting towards the Republican Party at this point. Democrats come in at just 20. The rest of the races are toss-up. Of course, you sum up to 50. And I will note that the Republicans right now hold a 26 to 24 gubernatorial seat advantage. So at this point, it doesn't look like Republicans on the net and the aggregate are actually going to lose any governorships. In fact, when you add in those toss-ups, they may gain. So this should stand as a major wake-up call to Democrats, because if there's a wave building, it has not, at least at this point, hit the state level when it comes to governorships.
Hey, MAGA, you remember how y'all used to believe in states' rights? You realize the governorships was to your advantage now that you have completely nuked and obliterated state autonomy. Well done. Well, you're about as forward-thinking as Trump has been in his handling of the Epstein files.
Extreme interest. This is not going away here.
No, it is not going away. If the Trump administration and Donald Trump in particular believe that they can wish this story away, the American public have a different tune to sing. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at Google searches for Epstein. In fact, in the month of February, it is higher than it's ever been. Up like a rocket, up 900% versus a month ago. And the top name associated with Googling for Epstein, well, it is Donald Trump. So the story isn't not going away. It's actually getting searched more and more and more, becoming more relevant in the minds of the American public.
It's so interesting. This is, more than it was when Congress voted to force a release, and more than it was when they actually released some of them, more than it was when they released more of them. Now it's the most it's ever been.
The most it has ever been. And the previous highs were also very high.
All right, let's talk about what this means for President Trump. How do people view his handling of the whole issue?
Yeah, this is bad political news for President Trump. Yesterday we spoke about the fact that Donald Trump's overall approval rating, his net approval rating, was at a record low for term number 2. What is the worst issue for Donald Trump of any of the major issues? Look at this. We got them all up on the screen. Immigration, foreign policy, the economy, trade and tariffs, and then all the way down in the bottom is the Epstein case. Look, he's underwater on immigration, foreign policy, the economy, and tariffs, all between -16 and -25 points. The Epstein case, though, is on another planet. Look at this. Negative 39 points. He's 39 points underwater, basically a split between 30% approve and 70% disapprove. The Epstein case is not the story the Trump administration and Trump in particular and Republicans at large want in the news, because it is a big political loser for him. And these numbers have remained very consistent. No matter which poll you look at, he's about 40 points underwater in the Epstein case, by far his worst issue. And he's not actually good on the rest of mine.
Yeah, from a political standpoint, ABE, anything but Epstein, really, for President Trump.
It's bad when you lose Sean Ryan. That's right. You lost Sean Ryan.
I've been pretty quiet about Pam Bondi in front of Congress the other day, talking about how the Dow's up to 50,000. Nobody gives a fuck, because what you should be talking about is how you are going to investigate and prosecute any that were running around on Epstein Island that you're affiliated with. But we didn't talk about that, did we? Oh, and what's the excuse? What was the excuse? Oh, if we prosecute everybody, the whole system would go down. Well, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like how Trump ran his campaign. Let's drain the swamp. Doesn't that sound a lot like draining the swamp? It actually is drain the swamp served up to you on a silver platter. But you're not going to take it, are you? You're going to protect. You're going to protect rather than go after them and hope that everybody's happy that the Dow hit 50,000. Are you out of your mind? I guess the whole drain the swamp campaign promise was another bullshit lie, huh? Man, the lies are stacking up fast. I've never seen so many lies appear in what, a year? It's only been a year. Look at all the lies.
I can tell you this, Trump. There's only one last piece of information that people need. Now that you would lose to Kamala Harris in a rerun, got approval ratings not only below Biden, but below you, which I didn't never think I would saw a president bad as you at 45. I never thought that would happen. But, you know, sometimes I watch a game and I'm like, I think that's the worst play I've ever seen. And then he come back the next year and I'm like, nah, he's worse. That's exactly what happened. That's pretty much exactly. He's not going to get better. He's definitely not going to. Like Ben Simmons. It's a Ben Simmons situation. You know, you watch Ben Simmons like, I ain't never seen this before. And then the more you watch him, he just shows you, he explores the studio space of stuff you didn't think was possible in the worst way. So there you go. Between a year plus of your administration, between y'all getting dog walked and all of these special elections we've seen and all the midterm projections, it's only one other piece of information that your voters need to hear. But, you know, they're not going to listen to me.
Don't vote. Do not vote in the midterms. The Republicans have to lose. They have to lose. They have to crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot be fixed. F them. Trump, MAGA, all this stuff. It can't be fixed. If it could have been fixed, it would have been fixed in 2025, but it wasn't. They made every mistake. Liberation Day, disaster. Doge, disaster. Big Beautiful Bill, disaster. Epstein files, disaster. Iran, disaster. The personnel, Mike Waltz, disaster. Ratcliffe, disaster. Rubio, disaster. Pam Bondi, disaster. All self-inflicted. Trump personnel, Trump policy, Trump strategy, Trump playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work. F you. Now we don't vote. That's the message.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Now I say let him cook. You know, send him some Lowry's and some adobo because he gonna burn that. Just send him some of the seasonings down there. I want to make sure as many people consume this as possible. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. Well, we did it. We finally hit another milestone.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, put your shirt back on. What you think, you in the cabinet?
I was laughing. You know, that Nick Fuentes loves him some black chicken. He loves kicking it with the blacks when they're cooking chicken outside in the summertime. That old Lowry's extra seasoning and shit. As he's over there shit talking. Yeah, seriously, there's reels out there with him sitting there fucking playing Uno while he's waiting for the chicken to get cooked. Yeah, that happens. The motherfucker's a hypocrite. But yeah, look at Nick Fuentes trying to take over FBA for our talking points, talking about don't vote. Hold your vote. Come on, cuz. Make it make sense. But you know, I have you know, like I said, I have a brother who's foreseen the same situation happen. The same things that was being talked about. Yeah. He said that like maybe a year ago? And I was like, I said, you know, it's gonna be a big thing when the Coyer fucking makes it that, then you know it's a real thing. Because you know how much they love listening to fucking old Nick Fuentes. You know what I mean? The whole fucking movement is just over with. Everybody's tired of his ass. He's just causing problems. Trump's just causing problems. He's like, all lies. Fuck it. It's all trash. He was so upset. When TBA did his show, like, I think it was like last week, he was talking about Nick Fuentes, because I was like, damn, Nick Fuentes sounded all defeated and shit. He sounded fed up, tired. Like, he's just exhausted from it all. He gave up. He was like a quitter. I was like, damn, man. You know, you come from a mediocre generation. When you quit like that, like, come on, no fight left. That's your boy. It's your boy. I guess now you're not boys no more. Now you're upset. Let's do Tim Black.
The Democratic Party has no policy wins, no messaging, no backing, no money, no momentum, no mojo, no nothing. But it has one move: manipulate black voters into thinking they need to get emotionally connected to an instance that occurred on a social media site for about 3 seconds that 95% of Americans never even use. Use that to manipulate them and gullible Democrats into believing they need to fight a fight or that this is even important. Folks, the one move they have left: send in this congressperson to get a photo op in front of national TV to distract from all the other no's the Democrats don't have. Yes, I'm talking about Representative Al Green and this charade, the theatrical, symbolic nonsense that took place at the State of the Union address. And there goes Al Green there.
I love it. Happy yes.
And there he is with the sign. And that's his sign. Here goes again. Al Green's sign gets pushed down, but the sign is very visible. Black people aren't apes. That's the play for the day. Black people are not apes. I guess about a month ago, Donald Trump, he posted something on his Truth Social site, a cartoon. It was about a minute long. And at the very last 2 seconds of that video, there was another video that starts to play, and it's a cartoon. It's sort of like the Jungle Book. And in that video, it has various Democratic Party elites, politicians featured. There is a likeness of Barack Obama, Michelle Obama. In this screenshot that's 2 seconds, you hear the Lion King music, or what is it, the Jungle Book music playing, and that's it. About a month later, we're still talking about this meme that was put on Truth Social, a site no one uses. And of course, Al Green is so taken back. A man who looks to be every bit of 70 years old, who grew up at the tail end of the Jim Crow era, experiencing all types of humiliations that black people felt, that we dealt with in real time. But he is so moved by this cartoon that he has to bring this to the State of the Union.
That I believe in what I did. The president should not portray persons of African ancestry as apes.
I don't believe that Al Green did this on his own. I believe he did this with the full agreement of the Democratic Party. It's a coordinated, strategic effort to shift the conversation, to make it Trump racist, Trump Klan, and get us off the fact that Democrats are out of power with no money, no messaging, no plan, looking very bad off. The Democratic Party has had all the time in the world to legislate, to organize, to demonstrate that they're going to fight for black Americans. And they do none of that. Absolutely none of it. In fact, the last 18 months, the Democratic Party has been focused on 2 things: trans athletes and immigrants. And not necessarily in that order. I think it was immigrants more importantly. Black Americans have been doing what they've always done, cleaning up the place, sitting in the background in the back of the bus. But of course, when it's time to pull out the big guns, when things don't look good, when you have nowhere else to go, nothing else you can do, you bring up some type of racial issue. Even if it's already been decided that Trump was a goofball for playing that video, for putting it on his website, even though most Americans who even know about it can agree, hey, that was out of line, that was bad taste. Who made that video? Fire whoever put that up. Whoever sent Trump the video needs to go. But it just shows the desperation of the Democratic Party that this became a thing at the State of the Union address.
He's been fucking with Obama.
And that this guy, Al Green, Representative Al Green, keeps doing this nonsense to get a reaction, a distraction is what it is, from everything that matters. And what's more upsetting about it is that there are some Black Americans that I'm sure are buying into this, and it is, once again, the easiest, laziest way to include you in a conversation imaginable. Tug at your heartstrings. Use your race, use your trauma, use whatever they can to shift the conversation to somewhere else, because at the end of the day, Trump kicked their teeth in. And even after this State of the Union address, polls show him up another 10 points because his punches landed during the address and theirs fell flat. But that didn't stop Al Green from making a round. Even Green himself says last year what he did when he showed his ass at the last State of the Union, and that was spontaneous. This time he admits it was intentional, all planned out. He would discuss it with his staff. How will I disrupt things this time? And he got what he came there for. Put out. This is bootleg Timo political theater. Nothing else. A waste of our time when we have real issues going on. It's not an act of conscience, it's an act of symbolism. By a party that has nothing left to do except play Black Americans as fools. Try to get him to put down the sign, he won't put down the sign. And this is him getting asked to leave. You know, if the Democratic Party was so upset about Donald Trump's posting a meme video on his Truth Social website, why weren't they equipped and ready with a press conference after this event, or before this event, or back when it happened? And where's the legislation? I know you're going to say you can't get it through Congress because the Republicans run Congress. That doesn't mean you don't write legislation. It means you might not be able to get it passed. But see, the Democrats are not putting in any work. What they're putting in is a bunch of wolf tickets.
That's true.
And at some point, you got to be able to say it and call it for what it is. A waste of fucking time. So as they make Al Green lead the stadium, what happens? What does this mean for us? Well, Republicans, they got to push this guy out. Democrats get to say Republicans are racist, but what do Americans get? Nothing. To show. What do Black Americans get? We get manipulated. We get used, thrown aside into the wastebasket. That's what we did. And what's the point? There is no point. That's the point. The point is there are no moves left in the Democratic Party. You're witnessing hollow gestures at our expense. This isn't new about the Democratic Party. This is what they do. They pick at the racial scar that they never let heal, and they pour salt on it. Then they have it blasted across the internet, blasted across cable news media, all for us to relive the pain all over again. Not to get reparations, not to give us some consolation prizes, not even a box of chocolates, Johnson, just to help them. Al Green didn't do this for Black Americans or Barack Obama. He did it for the Democratic Party. We get nothing out of this at all. Just think about it. Each time they go back to the well of Black grievance, Black pain, Black suffering. And not to give us anything. Not to reward us with a damn thing. Just to play us and manipulate us and believe that this is about us.
That's on his end. That's on his end.
up a sign. Big deal. You know, signs don't build schools. Signs don't bring people back to work. Signs does not rebuild a middle class or reopen doors of businesses that closed during COVID and didn't come back. Signs with clever sayings on them do nothing for us. Absolutely nothing except if you're a Democrat, maybe it makes you feel good for 2 seconds to pretend that you're fighting the power. But like they used to say when we used to go to the go-go in the 90s, you ain't got no power. It doesn't change Black unemployment, Black homelessness, Black addiction, Black incarceration, anything that Black Americans might actually care about, Black small businesses, Black investments, Black interest rates, Black home borrowing, mortgage rates, refinancing, nothing. Healthcare, nothing, not a thing on a list. It doesn't bring back a single Black woman gone missing. Number one trafficked individual in America is a Black woman. It doesn't bring any of them home. It does nothing. And where's the legislation for it? It doesn't exist. But you know what I got for you? A new slur or a new meme or a new protest. Symbolic, of course. This is right up there with the Democrats in the rotunda taking the knee wearing kente cloth. They're only more insulting than this action, this activity, this Z-level acting job Al Green did is the fact that it may have worked for some. It may have. Flip gets the Democratic Party through yet another news cycle, maybe. Maybe, not sure. Black America gets what? To stay exactly where we are. The bottom. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, the two of the most powerful people on the globe. In fact, there may be two of the most powerful Black Americans in the history of Black Americans. Do you understand this? And you know what they don't need? I'm sure there's something they need, but you know what they don't need? They don't need you or I, anybody else fighting for them. That I can tell you they don't need. They can fight their own battles if they want to. Have they even come out and said anything about this dumbass cartoon?
No.
Michelle Obama probably rolled her eyes and kept it moving. And Barack Obama, probably could be bothered to even dignify the stupidness with a response. But hey, that doesn't stop the Democrats from trying to use it.
Right.
To manipulate voters. That doesn't make it right, but that makes it a waste of fucking time. The fact that you think Black Americans need to be activated, emotionally engaged about a post that's been deleted shows exactly what the Democratic Party thinks about their most loyal voting base. What, they got some legislation to stop people from posting memes? Offensive memes? No. Well, you would think that's the least they could do is try to make sure this doesn't happen again, but no, nothing. Then why keep talking about it if you're not going to do anything about it? See, the purpose of politics is to do shit, not just talk about shit. I can talk about shit. They want you to believe that defending them is like defending yourself when they haven't defended you in years. Face it, Black America, Democratic Party has moved on. They left you a Dear John or a Dear Jane letter years ago. It's over.
Yeah, lying.
You know, you can respect Al Green as a person. I don't, but you can. See, this man does not need to be thrown out of this event, though he went there for that purpose, to get thrown out of that event. But sure, if that's how you want to feel, they disrespected him. Fine, have at it. Enjoy it. Call it what it is. A hollow, empty, theatrical, symbolic, half-ass acting job by a political party out of fresh moves, still doing the Cabbage Patch. What's the new dance, TJ? Well, they've moved on. They're no longer doing the Cabbage Patch. They're still doing the WAP in the Democratic Party, but the WAP is old. That's out. It's better just to have a seat, Democrats. The moves are dated. We're talking Keith Murray dated. Listen, it's the same old moves by the same old party. And let's just hope the results are different. That people will not be manipulated by the theatrics of Representative Al Green, and that we can look for actual tangible benefits from giving this party your votes instead of them giving you their ass to kiss and their water to carry. I'm Tim Black. You're tuned into the most dangerous show in America. Stay up, stay courageous, and most of all, stay dangerous. Want direct access to ask questions, interact, and chop it up?
Swear to God, they took
Become a VIP member. Go to
I would say stay
jointimblack.com.
dangerous, guys.
Stay dangerous.
I will. Yeah, I will. I would say it. Oh my God. Hold on a second. No way. It should be in the queue.
The Epstein hearings just backfired and exposed a whole bunch of people, but not in the way you might think.
Answer the question the way I asked it. Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many of you invited?
Again, watch this.
I'm claiming my time.
To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It is a list of names not to redact. A list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know.
You gotta come up here real quick. All right. Okay, real quick, let's go back real fast. Because it was on this page too. Let's talk about that transgender shit real fast again. Okay? This is a different perspective. This things are happening in Kansas. It's only 2 minutes, so.
Two transgender people in Kansas are suing the state after a new law essentially canceled their driver's licenses. This sweeping new bill was passed by the state's Republican supermajority over the veto of the Democratic governor there. It forces trans people to use public restrooms that might not conform with their gender identity, and lets any citizens sue someone they think is trans for $1,000 if they violate that rule. The driver's licenses are at the heart of this legal battle, with Kansas now requiring that trans people only have licenses that match their sex at birth. The plaintiffs allege that the state deprived them of their ability to operate their cars without any notice or opportunity to be heard. Our team is out to the state's governor and representatives in the Republican legislature, but has not heard back. Kate Chappell is a reporter for our.
Like I said, President Trump said there's only two genders recognized, so now that's why the changes are happening.
Our Chicago station and is joining me now. Kate, talk us through the allegations laid out here in this lawsuit against the state. I understand you're talking with one of the lawyers here.
Yasmin, that's right. I spoke with an attorney for the ACLU who tells me they filed late last night seeking a temporary injunction for now, eventually a permanent one. They call this law unconstitutional, saying it violates guarantees of personal autonomy, privacy, and equality. It was filed on behalf of two transgender men in Kansas who say they either have to drive while they're at work or in order to get to work. They filed under pseudonyms in order to protect their identities. And they say this new law puts them in immediate danger of civil and criminal penalties with no notice, and that only a judge blocking the law would prevent so-called irreparable harm. And they say this new law essentially outs them against their will every time they have to use the bathroom or show an ID in public. Here's what that lawyer had to say.
I think that puts trans people in an impossible position, right? They can use the restroom that matches their gender and risk a lawsuit like this. They can use the restroom that matches their sex assigned at birth and also risk getting sued because someone thinks they're in the wrong restroom. Or they can not be in society at all and choose to not go places where they might need to use a restroom with other people.
And transgender Kansans with those now invalid licenses will need to surrender them and get a new one reissued that matches their biological sex. Yasmin?
Kate Chappell, thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
All right, let's go right here. You gotta go to the thing I'm
So
on.
let's talk about Anthropic.
No, wait.
Okay, so Anthropic causes Chinese AI labs of distillation attacks on its models. Okay, this is a Financial Times story, and there's a couple Anthropic stories. We can start off with this one. Brian, I'm gonna come to you first on this, and then we'll go to the other Anthropic story as well. So let me see, what page is this on? Anthropic, Rob, it's
All right, bam, we got it. This is a big thing. I'm all about the data center, so always.
All right, guys, you know we have been tracking closely here some of the local pushback against data centers being located in communities across the country. And we are very fortunate to be joined this morning by a grassroots activist who has had great success fighting and stopping a data center in New Jersey. So Charlie Cradaville is a Central Jersey organizer with Food and Water Watch. He's the founder and editor of New Brunswick Today, a community news outlet that covers the city of New Brunswick, New Jersey. And he just led the successful and viral, I might add, campaign to kill AMZAC Capital Management's plan to build a new 27,000 square foot data center near homes and businesses last week. Charlie, welcome. It's a pleasure to have
Good
you.
to see you, Charlie.
I like that shit.
My pleasure. A big fan of you guys. Thanks, man.
Yeah, of course. So let's go ahead and play.
I sit on a board that's really designed to educate about all the environmental harms and whatnot. But I did a lot of research. If you watch the RBA, normally, you know, I covered all of this shit from all different types of elements of these data centers. And I live in Colorado, so water here is a big thing because we share it with a whole bunch of different states. That the amount of water that it takes to cool down these centers is ridiculous. Not just that, not only that, but it's about the energy and whatnot, you know, because I pay utilities. So, you know, the prices like skyrocketing. They don't talk about that though. And they lie. They say they take care of their own finance, their own utilities, their own usage, but that's a lie too. And legislation is a lie too. It's all lies, lies upon lies. So there's big tax breaks and incentives to put one of these bitches up. I just learned that there's one in my neighborhood, and I had no idea because it's been a hush-hush thing. They probably mentioned it twice, and it's in one ear, out the other. Didn't even know it went up, and didn't even know it's been there for like 4 years. But we've always had a problem. I live in Aurora. We've always had a conservation of water since I can remember, since we moved here. Conserving water, conserve the water, conserve the water. But they need water to run this bitch, trust and believe.
A little bit of this video, and we can take a look at this. Is some of the celebration after your successful campaign to fight against this data center. So celebrations in the street, screaming we won, they canceled the data center. And then you also had quite a viral post as well that we can put up here. I mean, just amazingly viral. I'm sure you had no idea the way this would take off when you posted it. And can see, your picture here. You say, we won, no data center, and they have to build a park. So take us behind the scenes here. What did this organizing effort look like? And what was the type of coalition that you all were able to build on the ground?
Yeah, there's something really special and unique about this campaign. Being a local journalist, I attend all the meetings. And so I just happened to be at the New Brunswick Planning Board meeting the night that they revealed that this redevelopment plan included a data center that would be right near homes and businesses. We didn't think of New Brunswick as a place where we might be having these types of proposals, but sure enough, this is the first time it's happened. And we really only had 9 days before the city council was supposed to approve it and finalize the redevelopment plan. And once it's in there, I know from experience how hard it can be to fight the site plans because they'll just say it's a permitted use in the redevelopment plan. And it was a really sloppy redevelopment plan with no limits or controls on how big it is or how many there could be. So yeah, they said a single 27,000 square foot data center verbally at this one meeting, but there would be nothing stopping that private equity firm from coming back with a much larger or a more devastating proposal. And so, yeah, I work at Food and Water Watch, where we have called for a nationwide moratorium on large-scale AI data centers, along with 250 other groups. And so I knew the right people to contact, and I knew the right information to share. And in those 9 days, we were able to build a coalition with students at Rutgers University, environmental groups around the state, and the local people who were going to be most affected. So, you know, one of those pictures, I'm there knocking on doors in the Lincoln Gardens neighborhood to warn people that this proposal's coming up and you need to call your council president and show up at this meeting. And, you know, I was expecting a big response, but certainly it exceeded my wildest expectations.
Yeah, Charlie, you are enemy number one to a lot of people in the tech industry. Many of them, I know some of these people, they view you and your ilk, as they would call it, as the vanguard of the degrowth movement, as people who refuse to accept this forward progress and productivity in their lives. Why were you even interested in blocking this data center in the first place?
Well, I know how devastating they can be from some of my colleagues around the nation that have helped fight, and in some cases have not been able to stop them. So they can be devastating to ecosystems. The noise and pollution can be harmful to humans, and it's the type of development that it's the opposite of job creation, right? Normally we are in this sort of like environmentalist versus jobs dynamic, but these facilities have, very few permanent jobs. And in fact, the artificial intelligence industry is famous for replacing human workers with computer technology and putting people out of work. Right. So those arguments don't carry water. I have gotten a little taste of how strong the opposition is. And I knew that it was something that we needed to tap into here in New Brunswick, because at the end of the day, I wanted our city council to remember this moment next time a data center is proposed, and they'll just say no because they understand that the people don't want it, at least not here in our city. And I think, Food and Water Watch is right to support a moratorium on this stuff, because otherwise we're going to be making decisions that we're going to be locked into and we're going to come to regret.
Yeah.
Let's put E4 up on the screen here, because your movement is part of a rising local grassroots push against these data centers. This was a heat map report from last month, which said amid rising local pushback, U.S. data center cancellation surged in 2025. A heat map pro review of public records shows 25 data centers scrubbed last year after local pushback. That was 4 times as many as 2024. I live in a rural community in Virginia. Virginia's really been the the epicenter of these data center locations, and I've seen the way that the awareness and the activism around these data centers has shifted just in the past couple of years here as well. Why do you think that your success, really sort of tapped into a zeitgeist, why it was so important, why people found it so important? What do you think the issues are that you're touching on that are resonating really in a cross-partisan and cross-ideological way as well?
Yeah, I mean, in New Brunswick, we have a lot of development and redevelopment going on, so I know there's a lot of frustration over it, but it's often, some people love it and some people don't love it. Mm-hmm. In this case, this is a piece of land that had been completely vacant for years. The developer kicked out small businesses to, supposedly had big plans and never delivered on them. So I knew the local people were not going to support a plan that was going to basically change what was supposed to be a park to a big data center. I also knew that more broadly, people are very frustrated with artificial intelligence and the impacts it's having, how we're seeing so much misinformation and slop in our feeds that we didn't see just a few years ago, and how it's ultimately a big moneymaker for the extremely wealthy, and virtually nothing is trickling down to regular folks. So different people have different reasons for opposing it, but it is definitely something that is widely felt, and we're all sort of on the same side, whether...
He ain't lying. He's not lying. He's not lying at all. There's one more.
We've all heard how AI is going to take over everyone's job, and we need to build a gazillion new data centers to house our new digital overlords, or we'll fall behind. And the amount of electricity to power these cities of silicon and copper is absolutely staggering. And to feed these beasts, nuclear power plants are being restarted, and new nuclear power plants will be needed. Or maybe we can power them with renewables. But you're not being told the truth, which is dirtier than you'll read in the press releases. Today on Decarbonize, we're going to talk about a loophole in America's energy system that developers are using to build these data centers fast and dirty, something called behind the meter. Let's set some background before we dive deep. Data centers can do lots of different things. Post YouTube videos about decarbonization, support remote working through tools like Zoom and MS Teams, and store your photos so you don't lose them even if your house burns down, and lots of other things. But for the sake of this video, I'm going to focus on one use, artificial intelligence, or AI. We have enough data centers for all these other uses, but AI is just insatiable in its demand for computations. So for the sake of this video, a data center is a building with specialized computers that do one of two things: train AI algorithms or use those algorithms to answer a question, which is called making an inference. An example of an inference would be you put a prompt into Midjourney and you get out an image. AI is nothing new. It's just a very clever combination of linear algebra and calculus that allows us to train algorithms to make inferences. In the past, we've used terms like machine learning or neural networks to describe these algorithms. These systems work best when you have a data set that covers the possible input and you know the correct answer for the input data. My first job was working on a device that scanned pap smears and used what we called then a fuzzy classifier to identify cells that suggested the patient might have cervical cancer. In those days, we needed a rack of special chips designed just for us in each machine. And we had a team of cytologists who would capture the images of pap smears and identify cells that were problematic. And from this, we could train our algorithm. The chips have gotten cheaper and faster. The algorithms have gotten more sophisticated, and we have more tricks on how to efficiently train them. We've also gotten better at being able to ask questions that aren't in the training data sets, which is how generative AI tools like ChatGPT work. AI has lots of problems, like hallucinations and using copyrighted material for training without permission, that I'm not going to get into. If you ask me, the value in AI is where it's always been, solving problems that are well-defined with a curated data set that can be provided for training. Generative AI can create a lot of output, but it's low value. People with 6 fingers, documents that sound like a legal brief, but reference cases that never happened, or deep fake porn videos. As a person who spends too much time on YouTube, I've come to hate AI slop, low-quality AI videos created for YouTube. I wish I could exclude them from my feed. Do you hear me, YouTube? Can you help a brother out? Can you make it so that I can filter on that? Anyway, back to the AI data centers. An interesting thing about a data center is how one expresses its size. You'd think they'd use something like floating point operations per second, but they don't. Data centers are measured by the electricity demand. They're listed in megawatts and even gigawatts for the largest ones. So if you have any doubt of the importance of energy when building and operating a data center, you can put that to rest. If you install more energy efficient computer chips or cooling, the rating of the building stays the same. You just get more computations done, so presumably more revenue. In this field, revenue is a touchy subject, as there isn't much of it. In 2025, OpenAI pulled in $20 billion in revenue, which doesn't sound shabby at all. But they're spending about $1.4 trillion building out data centers over the next 8 years. So in that context, $20 billion isn't very much. That's why many are saying there's an AI bubble, and I'm inclined to agree. I suspect that the bubble will pop before many of the data centers currently planned are built, but many will be built. So how that's done and how they're powered is very important. That's what I'm going to discuss. If you build a house or an office building or a factory, one of the things you need to get is a connection to the grid. For a home, that's usually not a big deal, but for a large consumer or generator of electricity, like a factory or a power plant, getting a grid connection can take years. The grid operator needs to make sure the transmission system can handle the power you're moving. If you're a customer, the operator also needs to make sure there's power available to meet your needs without bringing down the grid. And this is the problem for data centers. They can't get a grid connection. 70% of the internet traffic flows through Data Center Alley in Virginia, and an interconnection there can take 7 years to get. And the data center developers aren't willing to wait that long. They don't even want to wait 7 days, but 7 years is a non-starter. So what are their options? They can build elsewhere where the queue is shorter, which is driving development out of Virginia to places like Phoenix, Arizona, and San Antonio, Texas. But a grid connection in these places can still take years. So can they build a data center with no utility connection? A homeowner with solar panels on a sunny day can power their home during the day with no electricity flowing through the meter. The panels are behind the meter, which represents the connection to the regional grid. If you add a battery or a diesel generator, all of their power could come from behind the meter, in which case a grid connection isn't needed. That's what data center developers want to do, to disconnect completely from the grid and get all of their electricity produced on site, or at least reduce the amount of power they need for their connection, easing the process of getting approval. A good example of this is the Citadel, a data center near Reno, Nevada, owned and operated by Switch. The site has a large amount of on-site solar and battery storage, reducing the size of the grid connection needed. Through the grid, they can access geothermal, solar, and wind power, augmenting the on-site generation. As far as I can see, this is not greenwashing, but how responsible data centers should be built. Unfortunately, Switch is an outlier. To look at a more typical data center, let's look at Elon Musk's Colossus for his AI company, XAI, creator of the much maligned Grok. This is a 150 megawatt data center built in Memphis, Tennessee in only 122 days. They were told it would take 24 months to build. So how did they get it done so fast? One issue was the nearby power plant could only deliver 1/3 of the power needed. So they trucked in methane-powered generators without emission controls that were designed for temporary or emergency use. The generators are much less efficient and dirtier than any methane-powered generator that a utility would install. XAI claimed that since those generators were still on flatbeds, they were temporary and didn't need permits. This could only happen in the US thanks to fracking or other countries where methane or natural gas prices are low. A court disagreed after a lawsuit from the neighborhood activists who were suffering under the air pollution that these inefficient and dirty generators were putting out. XAI claims to have replaced the generators with cleaner ones. In addition to air pollution, these generators, even the new ones, produce a lot more greenhouse gases than a state-of-the-art combined cycle methane-powered generator that a utility would install. But let's get to that $500 billion gorilla in the room, OpenAI. The scale of OpenAI's Stargate project is just breathtaking, with a plan to build $500 billion of data centers in 4 years. The first phase went live in December 2025 in Abilene, Texas, and requires over 200 megawatts of electricity, which is about the power required for 100,000 homes. The local grid couldn't provide that much, so most of it will come from low-efficiency methane-powered turbines placed behind the meter, similar to what Musk is doing in Memphis. In a press conference, Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, said,
"The arc of society is that technology creates problems, and then technology plus human ingenuity together is how we figure out how to solve them."
And for climate change and air quality, OpenAI is definitely going to be a problem. I'm not sure if they will ever make things better. Altman is aware of this and is an investor and chairman in Helion, an interesting nuclear fusion company that I've done videos on, and Oklo, a nuclear fission company that is valued at $10 billion despite having never delivered a watt of power and not having submitted a completed design to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for review. The problem with Altman's plan for nuclear-powered AI is that none of it will be ready to scale for at least 5 years, if ever, which is how long they think it'll take to build the data centers they're planning to build. They claim nuclear power will be ready sooner, but neither of these companies have ever built a commercial power plant or even a pilot plant that produces more energy than it consumes. In addition, we have no idea how expensive the electricity from Helion or Oklo will be, but the company we can compare them to is NuScale, who has the only small modular reactor design that is licensed by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And the power from their reactors is so expensive that no one is contracted to build one yet. And I'm willing to wager that neither company will deliver power for any of the $500 billion worth of data centers they're planning. And like Switch, OpenAI seems uninterested in using the sun, wind, and batteries to power their data centers. The growth curve OpenAI is planning is so fast that they can't build high-efficiency methane power plants fast enough since they're back-ordered. So they're scrounging up old jet engines, which are inefficient and dirty. With the big money behind Altman and Musk, AI data centers are poised to reverse all of the progress we've made in decarbonizing the grid. A study by Clearview, link in the description, studied 45 data centers in the US with a combined capacity of 56 gigawatts that planned some portion of their power coming from behind the meter. For scale, this is about 5% of the total generation capacity of the entire US grid today. The CleanView study identified 50 gigawatts of new behind-the-meter methane power plants. For comparison, the total additional capacity added to the grid in 2025 is just 63 gigawatts, which includes power from data centers that are getting power from the grid. Most of the grid-connected increase is solar, followed by wind and batteries, while the vast majority of behind-the-meter grid power is from methane. It does make sense that the grid is focused on solar and wind, while behind the meter is much more focused on methane. If you're connected to the grid, you don't care if your power comes from a wind farm to your east or one to your west, or a solar farm to your south. So grid operators can get power from where the wind is blowing or the sun is shining as long as there's transmission. And if not, then they go to the batteries. But if you're not connected to the grid, you only get power from one solar farm, so you're much more impacted by the weather. And you know you won't get any power from your solar panels at night. That means you need many more batteries and backup power. I believe, as many do, that the AI bubble is going to burst, just like blockchain and subprime mortgages. This doesn't mean that AI is going to disappear, only that applications that don't add real value are. Because of this, it's not going to grow nearly as fast as Sam Altman and Elon Musk say it is. And we can build out the grid and develop data centers like switches in Reno. Once the bubble bursts, that's what's going to happen, but not until the damage is done to the environment, climate, and the broader US economy. So the sooner the bubble bursts, the better. Just like all bubbles, the faster we take the air out of the bubble, the less damage it does. My advice is to oppose any data center proposed in your community that is using inefficient and dirty gas generators like OpenAI's and XAI's. Oppose any special deals like the 85% tax abatement that OpenAI got in Abilene. And I would look at my investment portfolio for companies that are exposed to this bubble, because popping the AI bubble is going to take down at least as many companies as subprime mortgages did. Just in case it's not clear to you, I'm not an investment advisor, so take the financial advice with that warning. Also, like all bubbles, it's hard to time when it will burst. So you could make a lot of money if you time it right, which I can't help you with. I just hope it pops soon.
Thank you. All right, bet. All right, Bromley, hold on a sec. Get over there. I'm gonna go ahead and end it right here. Not that it was fun, but like I can't sit in this fucking chair any longer. So, thanks for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. Hope you learned much. Join us later on this evening for Frontline Black News, the usual scheduled hour of 10 p.m. Thank you. I hope you had fun. Sorry about the no webcam, but I'm not gonna install new drivers. Anyway, thank you. Grand Rising. Stay black, stay dangerous, and enjoy your day.